Hello, hello, hello. Happy Sunday. Happy to be back. New or another stream. Same setup. Camera. Gonna be doing some DnD work here. I have some more of the map for the campaign that I'm planning to cut out. Hopefully the mic is better. This one, I noticed the last video, the microphone was really messed up. I haven't really tested this one, which is really not a good idea. I should test it beforehand, but I didn't. So we'll find out. Either way, most of this video will be taken over by the news cycle that you can see in the top right corner over here of your screen. I do hope you enjoy it. Comments should appear below it if you want to, and yeah, I'll just spend my time working on the campagne, if you don't mind. Alrighty. So, first video we have set up. Ooh, good. We sound good. I think it sounds good. Anyway, we have the first video is by Democracy Now! This came out 3 days ago. I'm a bit behind on the news cycle, but we have quite a few videos. Some of them are quite long, so bear in mind everything is going to be at 1.5 speed, 1080p if it's available, or the highest resolution that they have available on each of the videos. I don't think this one is available in 1080p, and closed captions are on, I think, auto-generated for most of them, so they're easier to read if you would like to read them. I know it's a bit small, but this is the main work that I'm doing here. This is just a bit of enjoyable, maybe not enjoyable, but educational. It's important. Anyway, hope you enjoy.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give.
We turn now to Gaza, where human rights experts say a deliberate man-made famine is underway. Last month, the UN Special Rapporteur on the Right to Food accused Israel of carrying out a starvation campaign in Gaza. A new documentary by Al Jazeera English's Fault Lines worked with Palestinian reporters to investigate how Israel has killed civilians seeking aid and attacked humanitarian networks in Gaza, and that the US knows this is happening and has done nothing to stop it. In a minute, we'll be joined by the filmmaker. We begin with a clip from Starving Gaza and a warning: this contains graphic images and descriptions. In this clip, we hear from a Palestinian doctor, Ahmed Nasser, who's trying to save severely malnourished children in Kamal Adwan Hospital in Gaza.
I don't think anyone in North Gaza has enough food to eat. We have a new malnutrition case. The number of cases is beyond the malnutrition clinic's capacity.
Every day, the cries of hungry children fill the halls of Kamal Adwan Hospital in North Gaza. Some children here at the malnutrition clinic have never known a full meal in their lives. After the Hamas attacks on October 7th, Israel cut off fuel, food and water from Gaza. Within weeks, starvation had spread in the north. Israel doesn't allow foreign journalists into Gaza, so we worked with Palestinian reporters who filmed for us at Kamal Adwan Hospital in June.
How often does he have fever?
He had a high fever and diarrhea all night.
Abdul Aziz is 5 months old and starving. Dr. Ahmed Nasser has been taking care of him with what little resources the hospital has on hand.
Should I be concerned? He had a fever for 20 days before I brought him to the hospital.
The situation is very serious. The child cannot absorb anything in his body. Anything that enters his body is excreted without benefit to him. His mother brought him to the hospital because the child was suffering from chronic diarrhea, vomiting, and high body temperature. Many times we were shocked to see 30 to 40 cases in one day for the same reason.
That's part of the opening to the new Fault Lines documentary, Starving Gaza. And this
Sorry, just an important point to make. I understand diarrhea for most people or around the world. Sounds like a silly thing, like, oh no, I have diarrhea or I ate some bad food, and, you deal with it, quite normally. In a situation where you don't have access to clean water because diarrhea takes away so much water from you, you end up dehydrated and you can die. Thank you for the follow. But yeah, so this is kind of what I'm, just the point that I wanted to make, that it's not such a silly thing. It is unfortunately quite serious, and especially for a baby. And my first thought is, hey, you just said the child had a fever for 20 days before you brought them to the hospital, which would be an insane thing to do, unless you consider the actual circumstances that they're in, where there aren't any hospitals. This is a small clinic. There are no more standing hospitals. There's no infrastructure. 66% of all buildings, every single building, from residential buildings to schools to universities to hospitals to governmental buildings, 66 of all the buildings in Gaza are gone.
This is another clip we hear from the parents of 2-year-old Khalid, who died of malnutrition in February, an otherwise healthy toddler before Israel began its Gaza assault.
It's very difficult to lose your child because he was hungry. It's hard.
When famine starts, it takes the youngest first. It's been 5 months since Hanan Asaf and her husband Mohammed buried their 2-year-old son, Khalid. This is Khalid in happier times, before the war on Gaza and the starvation that followed.
This war destroyed everything. Houses, people, trees, stones, everything was destroyed. This was my youngest son's room. The occupation forces burned it. They didn't leave us a single memory, nothing. The boy was fine. All of a sudden, he started to cry all the time. He began eating less because there was no food. He was used to drinking milk and eating rice and fruits. But since the beginning of the war, it decreased until it completely ran out. There was nothing available at all except for wild greens. And the prices are unbelievable for whatever is there. The boy looked like a skeleton. He was gone. He was completely gone. I would hold him like a newborn. He stopped being able to sit up, move, or walk. His body became very weak. I took him to Kamal Adwan Hospital. There was no medicine or treatment. On the last 2 days, he was on a ventilator.
Khalid died of severe dehydration and malnutrition at Kamal Adwan Hospital on February 2nd, 2024.
Starving Gaza. For more, we're joined in London by Hind Hassan, journalist, filmmaker, long covered Palestine and directed Starving Gaza for Fault Lines on Al Jazeera English. Welcome, Hind, to Democracy Now! This is a horrifying documentary. If you can start off by talking about these devastating effects of this last year on Gaza, and then we'll talk about the expose of the U.S. suppressing its own reports on preventing humanitarian aid from getting in. Israel doing that.
Thank you. And before I start doing that, first of all, thank you so much for having me on the show. But I just want to say that I am a documentary filmmaker. I'm a journalist, but this documentary was made by many people. The director, was Mark, who works at Fault Lines, Al Jazeera, and all the other filmmakers that we had in Gaza, and their role is so central. And I think that's what makes this documentary so unique, is that collaboration that we had with the filmmakers who were inside Gaza, so that they can showcase to the world the realities of what is happening in Gaza at the moment, and also show just how skilled they are and the conditions that they are working in, and yet they are still producing these incredibly powerful documentaries and films. But to your question, since October the 7th, we have seen the siege that already existed on Gaza increase, and as part of that, there has been a significant decrease in the amount of aid that has been able to get into Gaza. And as a result of that, we have seen a lot of children and women who are pregnant and newborns, toddlers and people suffering from malnutrition because they haven't been able to get access to the necessary food or the aid that is needed for them to be able to live a healthy life. And as a result of that, we have seen numerous cases of children who have died as a result of malnutrition. But the number of deaths just touches the reality on the ground and the number of people who are being impacted by what's happening. And this documentary, what it does is it speaks to the victims on the ground. It talks to those individuals who have lost their children, who have had to struggle with not being able to provide milk or formula or food, or have not been able, pregnant women who are not being able to provide the sustenance that babies need, doctors who are in the wards and who are trying to deal with the high number of victims that are coming in, with the patients that are coming in, showing you that day to day of what happens, and then also the search for accountability that you mentioned outside of Gaza in the United States and in the United Kingdom. Because of course, we as international journalists have not been able to get into Gaza since October the 7th. We have had to rely completely on our colleagues who are inside Gaza, who are not only working every single day, who don't have a break, who can't take a moment to try and gather themselves, but who have also been displaced, who have lost family members, who have been through incredible trauma of their own, but yet they are still documenting other people's trauma in order for us to understand the realities of what's happening on the ground. Because we haven't been able to go in and support our colleagues, we did what we could outside in order to support and showcase their work inside of Gaza.
And Hind, could you explain, I mean, you've said a little bit about this. How is it that you contacted people in Gaza, since, as you mentioned, Al Jazeera has not been there? Who were the filmmakers that you worked with?
So actually, I want to tell you a story about one of the filmmakers. We had many people who worked on the ground with us. We coordinated with people who were outside Gaza. It's a full Palestinian team. So there are people who are outside who help us coordinate inside. And then we also worked alongside cameramen and cinematographers and directors of photography who are inside Gaza. It's incredibly difficult. It's not easy to do because they are constantly dealing with lack of data, lack of ability to be able to send footage over. The internet is very patchy and is very difficult. So communication is tough for us to be able to get to communicate with them, let alone send that high quality footage over to us. And on top of that, they're dealing with daily bombardments and they're dealing with their own issues. But there is our director of photography who is inside Gaza. His name is Hussein Jabir. When I learnt about his story, I was completely shocked. And there's not much that shocks us journalists that work on these stories, because we see so many horrors and we hear the stories of people and what they've been through. But when I heard about our own colleague and what happened to him, I was really blown away. It's a heartbreaking story. So on the 5th of December, Hussein Jaber had gone to Gaza City, where his family were. They had been ordered to evacuate by Israel, and so they were trying to head west, which is what they had been ordered to do. And he had been working. He'd gone to Gaza City in order to help his children evacuate. They had been staying in a building for a number of days, and then he sees his daughter running towards him, his youngest daughter, who's just 4 years old. Her name is Selma, and as she's running to him, he describes the Israeli military firing bullets. It's sprayed everywhere, and he sees, as his daughter runs towards him, he sees his daughter shot in the neck. She's then still running somehow slowly. She's writhing in pain. He runs towards her and he embraces her, and she dies. And this was our director of photography. This was not someone we featured in the documentary. This was the man who was filming that trauma. He watched his 4-year-old die and be killed in the neck, just shot in the neck and killed just in December. Somehow his 9-year-old daughter, Sarah, survived. She had a bullet that went through her jacket, but she managed to survive. And then his son, Amr, his 3-year-old son, he says, is still asking, where is Selma? Where is my sister? And also, during that, as his daughter was shot, he was also hit. He doesn't remember how it happened, when it happened, because it was all a blur and he was focused on his daughter. But he was also shot, and Al Jazeera did an interview with him, and there's a photograph of him on the Al Jazeera website where his arm is in a sling and he has external screws on his arm. This is the story of the Palestinian journalists in Gaza. So many of them have gone through this. They've been displaced, they've been injured, they've watched their own children die in front of them, and yet they somehow conjure the professionalism to pick up a camera and record and tell other people's trauma. And I think that's what is so powerful about this documentary. What's so unique about it is the way that we try to collaborate. This is a platform for them to tell their story. This is a platform for them to show the world what is happening to the children of Gaza, the impact of the lack of aid and the lack of food being able to get in. And it really is them center stage. And our role is to support them, is to be able to do that chasing and to do the accountability chasing. There is a moment in the film where I actually speak to Dr. Ahmed Nasser, and even during that, you don't see it on the documentary, you just see the moments that we managed to speak to him. But just during that communication, the line cut off maybe 5 or 6 times. And we had to keep calling back, and we had to keep waiting. And the journalists who were filming on the other side, so Hussein Jaber and his colleagues, they were so patient, they were so professional. And I think as we look back on these moments and these times and remember the journalists in Gaza, they really will be remembered in history as the titans as journalists, and it's a complete honor for every single one of us that works on this documentary to be able to say that we worked alongside them.
And let's remember that so many have been killed in the Israeli assault. Over the estimates are 170 journalists. Now, I want to go to, the film is sort of in 2 parts, and then it's responsibility for what's happening in Gaza. This is a clip from Starving Gaza that features Stacey Gilbert. She's former senior advisor in the State Department's Bureau of Population, Refugees and Migration, resigned after over 20 years after disagreements with how the State Department put out the report that she worked on that concluded that Israel was not obstructing U.S. humanitarian assistance to Gaza, not her conclusion.
It is widely known and documented in the humanitarian community and the U.S. government that Israel has been blocking humanitarian assistance since the start of the Gaza conflict.
Stacey Gilbert was a senior officer in the U.S. State Department and specialized in humanitarian assistance. She resigned in May after the Biden administration concluded Israel isn't blocking aid.
They have made a policy decision to support Israel unconditionally.
What are those specific ways of aid being blocked?
It's everything. There are administrative obstacles, not enough customs officials checking these items. The food that goes bad because it's waiting on the trucks, so it's like a spigot. They turn on, they turn off. They decide that some things can't go in, other things can. Aid workers' visas are denied or delayed, and when the pressure builds, they will allow more assistance in, but then the spigot gets turned off again. So Israel and the United States government will say, look, some assistance is going in. It's never been enough. And they know that.
The US gives Israel billions of dollars in security funding each year. There's a US law that prohibits arms transfers to countries that are blocking humanitarian assistance.
The administration deliberately denies the facts on the ground because it would trigger consequences to cut off security funding. It allows the weapons sales to continue. The weapons are the engine that fuel this war, and we are not taking responsibility for our role in it.
So that was Stacey Gilbert, former senior advisor in the State Department, who resigned. Hind Hassan, this is another clip from your report, Starving Gaza, when you come to Washington and question State Department spokesperson Matt Miller.
We went to a press briefing at the US State Department to ask about Washington's support for Israel as famine has spread throughout Gaza. We've had aid organizations and relief groups who've said over and over again that Israel is using starvation as a tactic of war. How do you respond to the allegations of complicity of the US government, and what more will it take for the US to stop Israeli military funding.
So is the United States that has secured all of the major agreements to get more humanitarian assistance into Gaza, going back to the very early days, the first week after October 7th, when the Secretary traveled to the region and the President traveled to Israel, and together convinced Israel to open Rafah crossing to allow humanitarian assistance in. It has not been enough. There are obstacles. Sometimes those are logistical obstacles coming from Israel. Sometimes those are the nature of moving humanitarian assistance around in an armed conflict.
Under US law.
Sorry, convinced Israel to allow in humanitarian aid. How is Israel in control of that? Because you said through Rafah. Rafah isn't on the border with Israel. Rafah is between the border of Gaza, like part of Palestine, Gaza, and Egypt. Why does Israel have control over that? But it does. It also has control over Gaza's water and airspace. Sounds like a siege.
Those are logistical obstacles coming from Israel. Sometimes those are the nature of moving humanitarian assistance around in an armed conflict.
Under US law, it is required that any country receiving military support must not obstruct the flow of humanitarian aid during war. And every major rights group, from the United Nations to Human Rights Watch, has said that Israel is using starvation as a tactic of war. Do you disagree with them? And are you just, sorry, one final question, are you not afraid of completely losing legitimacy, of being seen as being hypocritical when it comes to supporting human rights in one country, but not when it comes to Palestinians?
Let me just answer the first question. So I would encourage you to read the report that we issued on this very question 2 months ago that looked into Israel's compliance with international humanitarian law and their work on whether they had done a good enough job to let humanitarian assistance in, where we said that there were some roadblocks that needed to be overcome, and we had worked to overcome those, and we had seen Israel take steps to allow humanitarian assistance in.
So that's State Department spokesperson Matt Miller, Hind Hassan questioning him in Washington, D.C. Coming out of the Stacey Gilbert clip from the film, who quit the State Department over the report that was issued. And ProPublica recently revealed that USAID and the State Department's Refugees Bureau, where she worked, both concluded this spring that Israel had deliberately blocked deliveries of food and medicine into Gaza. But U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and other top Biden officials rejected the findings of the agencies. Blinken's decision allowed the U.S. to keep sending arms to Israel. Your final thoughts, Hind?
So, as you saw there, two very contrasting statements. You have the former State Department official saying that Israel is deliberately blocking aid. And then you have Matt Miller saying, oh, please check out our report. Israel could do more, but they're not deliberately blocking aid. And to understand this, you really have to understand Stacey Gilbert and her role and who she is. She has worked for the State Department for many, many years. She's been doing this job for decades. And this decision may have been an easy decision for her, but it's not one that she took lightly. She's worked in so many other countries. So for her, at this point, to decide, I cannot continue in my job, I must step down because of this, shows you how huge that opinion is to her, or what's happened it is to her. And so I really don't think that you can take lightly what she's done or any of the other officials who have resigned. I was born in Iraq, and I remember watching all the resignations of the officials in the United States who did not support the war in Iraq or the invasion for legality reasons. And so it's full circle now to have been sat in front of Stacey Gilbert and to hear her say that she is haunted by that report, and that the reason why she resigned was because she wants to be an asterisk in the history books, that she didn't stay quiet and that she spoke up. And so I think viewers can watch this documentary and they can make up their own minds, but there is a huge body of evidence which suggests that Israel has been purposely blocking the flow of aid into Gaza, and that the United States government knows about it.
Democracy Now! Is funded by viewers like you. Please give today at democracynow.org/give.
All right. This is another video. This also came out 3 days ago. This was also by Democracy Now! Don't do it. Lebanese lawyer warns Israel against using war to create a new Middle East. Okay.
This is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give.
At least 9 people, including health and rescue workers, have died in central Beirut after Israel bombed an apartment building housing a medical center affiliated with Hezbollah. At least 14 people were wounded. The attack occurred without warning in the Bashura district of Beirut, near Lebanon's parliament and the United Nations headquarters in the city. There are reports Israel fired white phosphorus munitions during the attack. Israel also carried out numerous strikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut. Lebanese authorities say 1.2 million people have been displaced by the Israeli attacks. Meanwhile, Israel has announced 8 of its soldiers were killed in southern Lebanon, which Israel invaded earlier this week.
This comes as Israel continues to threaten to launch a major attack on Iran after Tehran fired some 180 ballistic missiles at Israeli military bases and other security sites. Israel's also killed nearly 100 people in Gaza over the past day. Meanwhile, the Emir of Qatar has accused Israel of committing a, quote, collective genocide, unquote, as he condemned Israel's ongoing attacks on Gaza and Lebanon. Sheikh Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani made the comment during the Asia Cooperation Dialogue Summit in Doha.
It has become clear that what is happening is collective genocide, in addition to turning the Gaza Strip into an area unfit for human habitation in preparation for displacement. We call for serious efforts for a ceasefire and stop of the attacks carried out by the Israeli occupation on Lebanese territory. Security will not be achieved without achieving a just peace, and this will not be achieved in our region except by establishing an independent Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital on the borders of June 4th, 1967.
For more on all of this, we're joined by Nadim Houri, Lebanese researcher, international lawyer, executive director of the Arab Reform Initiative. He worked at Human Rights Watch for over a decade, where he established the group's Lebanon office and covered the 2006 war between Israel and Hezbollah. He's joining us now from Paris. Nadim, welcome to Democracy Now! Though you are in France right now, you have close connections to people on the ground in Lebanon. Israeli airstrikes hit an apartment building in central Beirut overnight, in an area considered a safe zone given its Christian majority population. Can you talk about what you're hearing from people on the ground, what the situation is right now with, 1.2 Lebanese displaced as well?
Sure. Thank you for having me. The offices of the research center I run is actually less than 100 meters away from where the strike happened last night, so I'm very familiar with the area. The overwhelming feeling today in Lebanon is fear, anxiety, and anger for a number of reasons. Fear because the Lebanese have seen what Israel can do to the country since 1978, repeated invasions, repeated attacks, the destruction of the 2006 war, and they've also seen recently what happened to Gaza. There's also a high level of anger because they feel this is a war that they don't understand. This is a war that many of them feel was imposed on them. They feel that there could have been a ceasefire in Gaza, which would have prevented all of this, but also anger at a totally absent Lebanese state. Many people are actually still sleeping on the streets, many of the displaced, because the Lebanese government was unable to really put together a proper evacuation plan, and people who are being hosted either through family or friends or through really a wonderful solidarity movement across the country.
So Nadim, could you explain where exactly these displaced people are going? They're sleeping in cars, as you'd said earlier, as well as in being taken in by friends or family in houses. But where in Beirut, are there places in Beirut that are still considered safe, or are they all leaving the city?
Sure. So people started moving initially from the border villages in the south a month ago, but really the movement accelerated in the last 10 days, notably on September 23rd, where Israel in one day killed more than 500 Lebanese, which was the highest death toll in Lebanon since the civil war, which ended in 1990. Since then, talked about more than 1 million people have moved. They're being hosted by friends, but also the Lebanese government has opened now all public schools. So all public schools are being turned into temporary shelter in Beirut, but also all across the country, in Mount Lebanon, in southern cities like Sidon and Tyre. The only problem right now is Israel is increasingly threatening villages and towns further north from its border. Some of the warnings of the last 2 or 3 days go way north of the Litani River, which Israel often talks about, and includes some of the major towns around Tyre, the biggest city in the south.
Nadim, you mentioned earlier that the Lebanese government has not been able to come up with a proper evacuation plan, that the state is really not functional. If you could describe what the situation was in Lebanon prior to the Israeli attacks and its invasion, both in terms of the economy, but also the government.
Sure. I mean, Lebanon has been in a state of protracted political crisis for years, some would say for decades, but it really accelerated since 2018. And in 2019, we had basically a major breakdown of the banking system. It turns out that our corrupt elites were basically running a Ponzi scheme. And since 2019, Lebanese don't have access to their savings in the bank accounts. They're allowed $200, $300 a month, depending on how much money they have in these bank accounts. We haven't had a president now for, I think, over 1.5 years. So it's only a caretaker government. It's really a state that has, in a way, not only become failed, but has almost given up. They almost act as a postal box for messages between different regional and international parties. And the Lebanese really feel that. They felt it particularly, we have to remember, after the Beirut port explosion on August 4th, 2020, where there again, the Lebanese woke up to see large parts of their capital destroyed, and learning that many of their politicians knew that ammonium nitrate was being stored in the port right by the city center, and no one did anything. I think there's a strong effort of local organizing right now, and I would add maybe perhaps one of the challenges facing the displaced is in 2006, Hezbollah's logistics operation was a very well-oiled machine. They were very present. Since the beeper attacks that Israel had done against Hezbollah members, and many of those members, by the way, were not combatants, but were actually civilians somehow affiliated with Hezbollah, Hezbollah has not been able, through its various associations and services, to really fully support as well those displaced from the south.
Nadim, during Israel's last invasion of Lebanon in 2006, you were at Human Rights Watch in Lebanon, looked into the reasons for civilian deaths there. You tweeted earlier this week, you're, quote, very worried there are the same patterns developing now. I'm wondering if you can comment on this. And you also posted a series of comments on X Wednesday in response to what you call, quote, murmurs amongst Israelis and their supporters in the West and our region about creating a new Middle East. You write, don't do it. You've tried before, and each time it's ended in disaster. Elaborate on all of these points.
Sure, yes, thank you very much for the opportunity. So I spent 33 days in 2006 of the entire war documenting why Lebanese civilians were being killed. And there were really two main reasons, which we're actually finding again today in Lebanon. The first one is that Israel deliberately treats anyone and anything remotely affiliated with Hezbollah, even if they're clearly civilian, as a legitimate target, which is clearly something that international law rejects. And that's why, for example, we saw the attack last night on a medical center. There is no allegation by Israel so far that they've hit any military object other than to say, well, it was a medical center affiliated with Hezbollah. That's clearly illegal. We saw a lot of these attacks in 2006, and we're seeing many of these attacks today in 2024. That's why we actually have now more than 20 medics in Lebanon who've been killed. A number of them have been affiliated with Hezbollah. I should note there are some accounts that indicate that Hezbollah is, obviously we know it's not just an armed group. They have various civilian offices, services. It's probably the second biggest employer in Lebanon after the state, probably with more than 100,000 employees. So if you consider all of them legitimate, like Israel has been tempted to do, you can just imagine the carnage and the crimes that we committed. And the second main reason of such a high death toll is really what actually the Israeli leadership called in 2006 the Dahi Doctrine, Dahi being the southern suburb of Beirut, where basically Israel decides to use massive and disproportionate force on civilian areas and civilian objects where Hezbollah could be supported as a way of kind of getting collective punishment and of deterring and frankly trying to push the population to say, okay, we give up. Now, we're seeing these same patterns. We're seeing these same patterns in the last 10 days with the intensification of attacks on Dahi, and that explains why we're seeing such high civilian death tolls. Which brings me to my second point. With these attacks, we started hearing, particularly after the assassination of the leader of Hezbollah, Hassan Nasrallah, but also after Iran strikes, we saw a number of Israeli politicians, including Naftali Bennett, who's the former Israeli prime minister, saying, this is our chance to remake the Middle East. But we've heard this before, for those of us who are from the region. We heard this in 1982 when Israel invaded Beirut to push out the PLO, and they tried to install a president and a regime in Lebanon that would be friendly to them. You know what? How this ended, other than the massacres and the crimes? It ended with the creation of Hezbollah. We heard that in 2006 again, when they said, we're going to go in and we're going to destroy Hezbollah, and this will be the end of it. Hezbollah came out stronger than before, and in 2008, Hezbollah used that strength to actually control Lebanon even more by using some of its weapons against other Lebanese. The U.S. made the same mistake in 2003. They invaded Iraq, and they said, we're going to refashion the Middle East into our own, into what we would like to see, into these pro-Western governments. And that has been an utter failure, and the U.S. is about to leave Iraq. The problem is with all these strategies, all these campaigns, is we know that this overwhelming use of force cannot change people's agency. The region does not want to be a satellite of Israel or a satellite of the U.S. And by the way, the region does not want to be a satellite of Iran either. The problem is the region is not really being given much of a choice, and that's what's happening in Lebanon, in Palestine, in so many other places.
Well, let's go, Nadeem, to comments made by Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, who said on Wednesday that Israel should take out Iran's nuclear program. He was speaking on CNN.
Sometimes history knocks on your door and you got to seize the moment. If we don't do it now, I don't see it ever happening. And now is the moment. I also want to explain why. Because Iran's strategy, it had two arms that were sort of defending it, or they were its insurance policy against an Israeli strike, and that's Hezbollah and Hamas. But those two arms are temporarily paralyzed. So it's like a boxer out in the ring without arms for the next few minutes. Now is the time that we can attack because Iran is fully vulnerable. The Islamic Republic of Iran, it's time to hit, destroy the nuclear program.
So that was former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett speaking to CNN. And now let's go to another former Israeli Prime Minister, Ehud Barak, speaking to CNN's Christian Amanpour, who asked Barak whether he agreed with the comments Bennett had made earlier.
In order to run a full-scale attempt to change the Middle East, we need all these alliance of blessing led by the United States. Israel is very strong. Israel cannot rearrange the Middle East on its own.
So that was former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak. So your response, Nadeem, to what they were saying?
Don't do it. Don't do it. You will fail. You failed in the past. I mean, we know that there is another pathway. Look, there are two central questions that as long as they're not resolved, the Middle East is not going to know peace. The first one is the Palestine question. And the second one is a question that has been central to the region since 1979, which is what is the legitimate place of Iran? And by trying, since the 1980s, with the Iran-Iraq war, and since so many other conflicts since then, of trying to box in Iran and trying to sort of attack it, reduce its size, the only outcome has been Iran sort of pops back out from another door and uses non-state actors to establish its influence. It's done this in Lebanon with Hezbollah. It's done this in Iraq with the Shia militias. It's helped with the Houthis in Yemen. It's done this the same now in Syria. So I think we need to, in my view, if the region is to know proper peace, we need to answer these two questions. Either the Palestinians get a full independent state, a sovereign state, a la two-state solutions, which is what the Arab countries are pushing for, or they get full citizenship in one state, Jews and Arabs treated exactly the same. And you also, that equation has to be resolved. Otherwise, and this is what October 7th reminded us, there can be no peace. There will be forms of armed resistance. Some you may like, some you may call terrorism, but there will be armed resistance as long as the Palestine question is not resolved in this region. And the second one as well, which is, and Iran has shown us that it can actually be very good at using patience. This is what it did after the US invaded Iraq in 2003. And guess what? At the time, I remember a younger Netanyahu telling the Americans in Congress, it's all going to be fine. Iran is going to lose. We're going to have democracy. Everyone's going to welcome us. Well, guess what? It didn't turn out exactly the same way. Yes, the US had overwhelming power. Yes, the US invaded and occupied Iraq. And the occupation was a disaster. And today, Iran is stronger than it ever was. So I'm not sure what Naftali Bennett hopes to achieve. And even Ehud Barak, which is trying to play more of a role of an elder statesman, I've seen that we have to be more cautious. But what he's saying is we have to be more cautious, so we need to make sure that the US underwrites this whole enterprise. I think that would be foolish.
So let me ask you about that just before we end, Nadim. What are the prospects of the US underwriting that plan, the potential for Israel to attack Iran?
Look, to be honest, so far, what we have seen is basically Team Biden equal Team Israel. Rhetorically, they say, oh, we've asked Israel not to do this. We've told Israel this would be bad to do. And, a few minutes later, we hear about new sales of weapons, billions of dollars being transferred, intel being provided. Right now, the U.S. is acting as a full enabler of Israel's, what I would consider not only aggressive, but actually extremely dangerous policies, which actually lead to Israel acting as a spoiled child of the U.S. and of the West, which leads it to take positions like indicating that and treating the Secretary General of the UN as persona non grata. Which, rule of law country would do that?
Democracy Now! Is funded by viewers like you. Please give today at democracynow.org/give.
This is Breaking Points. Israel threatens Iran regime change, nuclear site strikes. All right, this was from 2 days ago, again by Breaking Points.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. Have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed, we do. A lot to get to this morning. So we have more indications about how Israel might respond to those Iranian attacks. We'll break that down. We're also taking a look at survivors of Hurricane Helene who are speaking out now, and also what it's going to take to rebuild in that area, if it's even really possible. So we'll show you some extraordinary video from there. We also have the polls post-debate about who the people thought won. It's kind of interesting. So we'll get into that. We'll also show you what the polls are saying in general about the state of the race and some troubling indicators on the Kamala Harris side about the direction that working class voters are going in. We're also going to take a look at quite an interview. Ta-Nehisi Coates, who was, of course, very much celebrated for his anti-racist work. Now, when he's speaking out about Israeli atrocities and apartheid, very different reception from the mainstream press. Quite an interview that we'll break down for you. And we're also going to be joined this morning by Dr. Jill Stein, of course, Green Party nominee for president, candidate for president, about how she feels about the state of the race and also some extraordinary efforts being undertaken by the Democratic Party to keep her off the ballot in Nevada in particular.
That's
so
right. We're excited.
A lot to get to this morning.
We're very excited to talk to her. Before we get to that, we've got a discount going on right now you want to take advantage of. Let's put that on the screen. BP 2024 at breakingpoints.com for $15 off our premium memberships. You get exclusive access to some of our election content, but you also get to support the show and participate in our exclusive AMAs that happen weekly. So go ahead and take advantage of that. But with that, let's, of course, get to the major news coming out of Israel, Iran, the United States, what a potential response could look like. And, literally could happen tonight, could happen within a week. Nobody really knows right now.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Let's put this up on the screen. So, of course, we covered extensively on debate night exactly how we got to this place of, really standing on the brink of a massive regional war that the U.S. would undoubtedly get pulled into. The latest indications of Israel, they're saying they're mulling attacks on Iranian oil rigs, nuclear sites as well in response to missile attack. That would be, an extraordinary provocation. Let me just read from this article. This was mostly reported out by Axios and is rewritten up here in Times of Israel. Israel may respond to Iran's major Tuesday ballistic missile attack by striking strategic infrastructure such as gas or oil rigs. That would obviously be devastating to the Iranian economy, or by directly targeting Iran's nuclear sites. Media reports said on Wednesday, citing Israeli officials. Targeted assassinations and attacks on Iran's air defense systems are also possible responses. The absence, they write, of a more specific decision was in part out of a desire to coordinate any plans with the U.S., the report said, adding that Bibi was expected to speak with Joe Biden as soon as Wednesday afternoon. Quote, we have a big question mark about how the Iranians are going to respond to an attack, but we take into consideration the possibility they would go all in, which will be a whole different ballgame. The U.S. on Wednesday signaling a willingness to support Israel in a potential response, with the White House promising, quote, severe consequences for the attack and saying it will work with Israel to make that the case. In a sign of just how hawkish the Israeli public is, sort of across the board from the Netanyahu government as well as some of the opposition figures, former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett took to cable news to indicate now is the time to attack Iran's oil and nuclear sites, saying it would be a gift of the Israeli people, the Jewish people, to the Iranian people to help foment regime change in that state. Let's take a listen exactly to what he had to say.
Arms that were sort of defending it, or they were its insurance policy against an Israeli strike, and that's Hezbollah and Hamas. But those two arms are temporarily paralyzed. So it's like a boxer out in the ring without arms for the next few minutes. Now is the time that we can attack because Iran is fully vulnerable. The Islamic Republic of Iran, it's time to hit, destroy the nuclear program, and finally allow the Iranian people to rise up, the amazing Iranian people who have the worst regime, one of the worst regimes on earth. This is the time, this would be the gift of the Israeli people, the Jewish people, to the Iranian people.
I just want to be precise, Prime Minister. You want Israeli airstrikes to blow up Iran's nuclear facilities and its energy facilities, all the oil wells and the oil-related industry that is the main part of the Iranian economy.
That's correct.
Quite extraordinary comments there. I mean,
And then he wants the Iranian people to be thankful. We will bomb you, and then I want you to say thank you.
As a note, I think it is actually anti-Semitic to conflate the entire Jewish people with this very belligerent foreign policy. It's also quite extraordinary to frame it as a gift to the Iranian people, striking their strategic oil and nuclear sites. But that is the type of tone and rhetoric that's coming out of
you know what?
Release.
If you want to give them that gift, you're welcome to give it to them all by yourself. But we all know that that's not going to happen. You know, I recently just came across a fantastic military analyst just put this out. The number of missiles that we fired on a couple of days ago to defend Israel was 12. So roughly all of those allegedly made contact. That is the amount of missiles it takes an entire year for U.S. facilities to crank out. So we invested an entire year's worth of missile production in a single night to defend Israel. Now imagine this times 50, times 100. This is part of why I'm so afraid here, is because the U.S. is greenlighting these strikes potentially on nuclear sites or on energy and oil facilities. The oil facilities may actually be more dangerous because the current analysis that's coming out of CENTCOM and others is that the likely Iranian response will not be to retaliate just against Israel, but will be specifically to retaliate against U.S. and Western oil refineries and oil tankers in the region, which would, of course, immediately draw the United States into this war. And this is the problem I've had from the very beginning, is that it is clear as day now that the Arrow 3 system did not perform all that well, which we will show you in terms of Israel's own battle defense assessments of their ability for the Iranians to hit military targets. And then on top of that, the only reason that the majority of the missiles were intercepted was because of the United States naval destroyers. So when we combine that whole picture, it is clear that if Israel actually had to bear 100% cost of its own actions, like in the first time in April after it destroyed that Iranian embassy, and this time around, that they would never be in a position where a tiny nation of 10 million can consider regime change on a tens of millions country. Now, you know, people always love to say this, like, oh, it's not representative of the people. I don't know. You know, it's one of those where it stood the test of time since the 1970s. Clearly,
you're talking about the Iranian government.
There's common cope in America to always be like, oh, the Venezuelan government doesn't represent the people, or the Iranian people. And, you know, maybe, like, especially with all these elections. But as with all things, it's complicated. Are we going to say that they have no democratic support? Are we going to say that they have no representative of the people? And especially if you try and foist a new regime on them, how do you think that's going to go? You know, it's one of those
We've seen
where
how it's gone in the past
that's
many times. Yeah.
So, you know, we have fantasies in America. Everybody's just like us. Oh, the Iraqis just want representative democracy. It's like, no, actually, you know, it's complicated. And especially when you put that into practice, they end up slaughtering each other. So it's one of those where, are we really better off, you know, replacing it? What do we know that comes next? Nobody knows. Nobody knows the answer to that question. We always talk about that with Russia. Oh, he's a dictator and all that. The likely replacement for Putin would be somebody who is more aggressive and more dictatorial and warmongering, not the other way around. And this is a fantasy that clearly, you know, the Israelis, they're not stupid. They probably do know this. It's just one of those where they also know that at the end of the day, Big Brother America will come in to save their ass. And ultimately, if we have to quote unquote save them, it will be with our own military force, our own ground forces that will get drawn into this. And we will be the ones sucked in for another 25 years. Iran would make Iraq look like a cakewalk. And Iraq was a disaster. You don't have to take my word for it. Take any war planner or others who have studied this. There's a reason that we never wanted to cross this red line for ourselves, despite the protestations of all the neocons in Washington. But we are the closest that we've been to war with Iran, probably since 2009. I encourage people, there's an Atlantic article written in 2009, Jeffrey Goldberg, who wrote this entire profile of Bibi back then, saying to Obama, either you deal with the Iranian nuclear problem or I will, by striking and destroying their nuclear facility. I'm pointing that out to show you this is a multi-decade project by Bibi Netanyahu for regime change in Iran, and specifically to draw the U.S. into that conflict. It was only through the nuclear deal and others that we were able to avoid that. But we came this close, you know, to getting back into war that time, and not a lot of people remember. So it's terrifying. It really is.
Yeah, it absolutely is, especially when you look at, I mean, you've got a president who is addled, who knows how engaged he is or not. I'm not sure whether it would be better or worse if he was able and engaged, because his lockstep, bear hug commitment to whatever Israel wants to do, specifically whatever Bibi Netanyahu wants to do, ultimately, I might complain a little bit, but I'm going to back him up, has been an utter disaster. This is the one outcome that they have asserted from the beginning they wanted to avoid, and yet here we are. So you seem to have a few key individuals, Brett McGurk, perhaps chief among them, who have truly embraced the full neocon, let's install democracy around the world, let's spread democracy around the world view, who learned nothing from Iraq and other foreign misadventures. Because the reporting is that actually the U.S. wanted Israel, at least the White House, over the objections of the State Department of Defense, wanted Israel to go forward with escalating vis-a-vis Hezbollah, with invading Lebanon, thinking that now's the time when we can remake the Middle East. When have we heard that before? They think it's going to be different somehow this time around. And, you know, with regards to the Iranians saying, hey, you know, we think U.S. Oil assets and other strategic assets in the region are fair game, who can blame them for saying that we're an integral part of this? Of course we are. I mean, we're directly involved in the Israeli response to the Iranian attack. We've been sharing intelligence with them. We enable this entire situation. Sagar's 100% correct. If the Israelis knew they had to bear alone the cost of their continued provocations and escalations, there's no way that they continue in this direction. But they know that we will back them up no matter what. Joe Biden was asked about the potential targeting by Israel of Iranian nuclear sites. He seemed to be opposed to that. Let's take a listen to this exchange in front of Air Force One.
Sir, can I ask you, what is your support an attack on Iran's nuclear sites by Israel?
The answer is no. I think we'll be discussing with the Israelis what they're going to do, but all 7 of us agree that they have a right to respond, but they should respond, of course.
So just to be clear, for people who struggle to hear that, he was asked directly, does he support an Israeli attack on Iran's nuclear sites? He says no. He goes on to say they have a right to respond, but they should respond proportionally. I mean, I play you this because he is the American president, but do his words matter at all? Doesn't seem to. Doesn't seem like they're willing to use any sort of leverage in order to enforce the direction that the U.S. wants things to go in, or at least that they pretend that they want to go in. So these words, even though they're important because they're the U.S. president, that's why I play them for you, they're also sort of irrelevant and meaningless, given how incredibly impotent he is.
And you could go down that path and still get us into a war, which is, okay, fine, don't strike the nuclear site. You know, you just take out a few oil refineries. Just a small little tap on the sole source of income for the Iranian regime. That's part of the problem, is that, you know, even if you rule out something like the nuclear strike, it doesn't mean that even strikes in the middle of Tehran wouldn't itself invite major retaliation against the U.S. Not to mention, you know, we have tens of thousands now of troops who are in the region, who are at risk from the Houthis, in Iraq, in Syria. I mean, all of these people are frankly just sitting ducks to any potential retaliation because of the Biden administration policy. And again, there has been this disgusting effort in America to just whitewash what happened with these Iranian missiles. There is no way that you can call it a failure. Let's put this up there on the screen. This is from the Times of Israel. This is, again, like a more right-leaning publication inside of the country, where even through military censorship, quote, they acknowledge that Iranian missiles hit some air bases. Now, they claim no major damage was caused. Maybe, I mean, you know, release some photos, maybe of the air bases that are okay. But the point is that if you only intercept a, quote, majority, and let's say you have a 30% hit rate, even 40%, that's a failure. Ask anybody who's studied or involved in missile defense. If you have 30 or 40% of these things that are coming through and that are precisely hitting military targets, including air bases, what does that tell you about the future? Iran has one of the largest ballistic missile stocks on Earth, and they're relatively cheap to manufacture. What you saw was only 200. They have thousands that they could fire, and those 200 were able to overwhelm the Arrow 3 system. So if there were thousands, you have any doubt now that this would not immediately cripple at least some of the IDF and of their Air Force. So this is the problem, is that we just believe our government and our idiot media, for example, in the VP debate that's like, well, it was a failed attack. I'm like, what? Hold on a second. Just because it didn't kill anybody, or just because it didn't wipe every airbase on the planet, if it made impact on an airbase, I'm going to call that successful, especially in terms of establishing deterrence and establishing your ability to inflict damage if you want to. It's like any time, I don't know, in the past, like when America would strike Assad air bases and the Syrians would be like, oh, it was a failure because we were able to rebuild the airfield. I'm like, okay, but it did destroy the airfield. And the point is that the U.S. military has the capability to do that if they want to. So if you're watching this just from a pure military view of the missile's ability to make contact with those air bases, you can't call it a failure. And yet, you know, how many people are going to see this segment or read the follow-up news, which admits that bypassing military censors, that there was damage? Almost nobody. It's crazy.
You know, Glenn was opining on this on Twitter, as he does, and he made a point that I think is a disturbing but important one, which is basically like, because of the savagery with which Israel has conducted itself in Gaza and now in Lebanon, also in the West Bank, the view from the West is now like, oh, if you didn't murder a bunch of civilians and take out hospitals and schools and aid agencies, then it wasn't a success. And you know, you see that sentiment effectively on Twitter and other places. And I think that's basically correct. I mean, if they are downplaying the damage that was inflicted on military assets in the country in order to try to downplay the need for escalation, then I kind of support it. But I don't think that's what's going on here, because you don't see any of that in terms of the rhetoric. I mean, they're threatening regime change. They're threatening striking the nuclear facilities. They're saying basically like, we're cool if we go to all-out war, which of course Bibi has been cool with that for a very long time. So I don't think that that's the game that's being played here.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up.
How you doing, Kenny? It's a good Sunday. It's a good Sunday. Managed to get quite a lot of the map done. Just some more pieces. Now I'm moving away from the paper part of it to some cardboard so that it holds a bit better and it's not blown away by the wind or anything. But we're essentially doing what we did last Sunday, which is have some news playing in the background, keep up with the latest information, what's going on, and yeah, continue working on the map. Still quite a bit to do. Hope I have enough cardboard for it. I raised the camera up. I don't know how distracting having the monitor here is. I can't push it back any further, which sucks. Let me try, but let me just start the next video in the meantime. This was again by Breaking Points 2 days ago. This one is by Secular Talk. Kyle Krasinski, I think is how you pronounce his name. This was also from 2 days ago. Yeah, this is something I wanted, that was briefly touched on. Matt Miller was mentioned in a previous video. I think it's important that we hear some more about this clip, which I'm sure Kyle is going to focus on. All right, I'll set that up and I'll try to move the monitor in the meantime.
One of the things I've been seeing a lot of lately is these videos from the State Department press conferences floating around Twitter. And the reason they are is because with the United States backing everything Israel is doing in the Middle East, we're getting answers from the administration that are just as absurd, if not more absurd, than the stuff that the Bush administration used to say about the Iraq war in their press conferences. And so you're really, I mean, it's a real lesson on how loathsome these people are, how disgusting they are, how much, I mean, this guy's job, this State Department supervillain, his job is to lie for a living, right? Like, that's what it is. Lie to cover the ass of Joe Biden and also the Israeli government. But he messed up here. Shout out to Prem Thacker, who did a great job. This guy's going to say the quiet part out loud about what's been going on with Israel and the so-called ceasefire negotiations. Let's watch and we'll break it down.
What we're seeing in Lebanon, we saw a similar pattern with regards to Rafah. First, the U.S. saying that they wouldn't want to see Israel conducting major operations. Then Israel going ahead with what they called limited operations, and then this continued tolerance of sort of day-to-day attacks. That has led to over 44% of all buildings in Rafah being either destroyed or damaged, according to satellite photos. Which is to say that there might not have been a major operation in Rafah, but there was cumulative attacks that led to a good deal of destruction. So how does this precedent of Rafah portend for Lebanon?
So every conflict is different, but if you look at what we continue to engage with Israel about when it comes to Lebanon, is ensuring that they have the ability to attack terrorist targets, terrorist infrastructure, a terrorist organization, but ultimately we want to see a diplomatic resolution.
Well, was that the case with Rafah? For instance, not just in Rafah, but
we never want to see a diplomatic resolution with Hamas.
What? You guys were the one who was telling us all along, bro, we're trying so hard to get a ceasefire deal done, and we're working with everybody. We're talking to Hamas, we're talking to Israel, bro. We're so close, bro. Next thing, we never wanted a diplomatic negotiation with Hamas. What? So now, look at his face. God, he really does look like a cartoon supervillain. Looks like a Batman villain. He's going to realize what he said, and now he's going to try to fix it and cover it up. Right, here we go.
Okay, well, what about the ceasefire?
We wanted to see a ceasefire, but we have always been committed to the destruction of Hamas. We did want to see a ceasefire, but we have always made clear that we wanted to see a different authority moving forward in governance of Gaza.
That's him trying to cover it up after the fact. Bro, we were engaging in good faith negotiations, but our position in the negotiation is you need to all die or go away forever. What? By the way, here's how serious Israel was about peace negotiations or ceasefire negotiations with Hamas. They assassinated the top negotiator from the political wing of Hamas. Not the militant wing, the political wing. They assassinated the top negotiator when he was in Tehran, Iran. In the capital of Iran, and he gets murdered by Israel. That's how serious they were. That's how much they were trying. Oh, we're trying so hard to get a ceasefire, bro. They never wanted one. They never wanted one. And now they're going to lie and be like, bro, Hamas has been the obstacle, bro. You just said you never wanted to deal with Hamas.
Other UN satellite image shows that 66% of Gaza structures have been damaged. And you earlier today said that the U.S. supports the targeting terrorist infrastructure, not civilian infrastructure. Does the U.S. believe 66% of Gaza's buildings are terrorist infrastructure?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Oh, that's such a devastating question. Yeah, they're defending Israel every step of the way. And it's like, okay, 66% of Gaza is destroyed. Do you think 66% of the buildings in Gaza are terrorist buildings? And now we're saying no. And it's like, okay, so then you condemn that? And he'll be like, no. This is insane.
Which is why we have been engaged to try to reach a ceasefire to end that conflict. Which is why we've been pushing for...
You just said you had no diplomatic... You didn't want to do any diplomatic solution with Hamas. Now you're like, bro, we've been working to end it, bro. God... This is literally as bad as Donald Rumsfeld during the George W. Bush years.
And I wish that Hamas would come to the table and work with us on a ceasefire, as you heard.
You just said you had no interest in that. And now you're like, bro, they're the obstacle. We don't want to work with them at all, but they're also the obstacle, and why won't they talk to us? Oh my God.
Hamas has been absent for weeks. Won't even respond to the mediators putting forward ideas asking whether they would agree to a ceasefire or not. Look, you can talk about Israel and the culpability that Israel has and the tough decisions that Israel needs to make. And it's absolutely true that Israel needs to make tough decisions to get to a ceasefire. But the way out of this conflict is a ceasefire. And it is Hamas that is missing in action right now that won't come to the table to talk about one.
Literally every part of that was a lie. On like October 9th or 10th, Hamas said, we will give you every single hostage if you just don't invade Gaza and bomb Gaza. And they were like, no. So all the virtue signaling about, bro, bring them home. We're going to get all the people who are hostages, bro. All of that was garbage. Behind the scenes, Hamas was like, we'll give you all them, but you just got to not bomb or invade. And Israel was like, no, we'd prefer to bomb and invade. And sometimes even kill our own hostages. Every part of that was a lie. But the quiet part out loud, which you heard, oh, we never wanted any sort of diplomatic solution with Hamas. That's the truth, isn't it? That part is the truth. All right, more. There's another devastating one here. So Matt Lee asked him, hey, do you view anything Israel's done recently as an escalation of the conflict? Look at this.
So certainly they have done things to expand the conflict. But if you look at the actions that they have taken, they were bringing terrorists to justice, terrorists who have launched attacks on Israeli civilians. If you look at what Iran did today.
Okay, just real quick. Just the other day, there were 13 residential buildings in Lebanon that were bombed. There's over 1,000 people dead in Lebanon already. They admitted in the first attacks that went after Nasrallah and the top brass of Hezbollah, they admitted, IDF says there were 300 people who were killed. They don't even try to say all 300 were Hezbollah. It's not true. There was a residential building that they bombed, multiple residential buildings. So my guess is the number's actually at least double what they say. It's probably 600 people were killed in that bombing alone, 1,000 people killed. We're looking at the same thing that's happening in Gaza, where like 90% civilians are being killed. It's the same thing in Lebanon. And he lies and says, bro, they're just going after terrorists, bro. He lies, and he knows that's a lie. He knows that's a lie.
We've been warning for some time about the threat posed by Iran arming and funding terrorist groups across the Middle East. And the attack today just demonstrated the danger of those actions. What you saw was Iran launching a state-on-state attack to protect and defend the terrorist groups that it has built, nurtured, and that it controls. So there is a difference between the actions that we have seen Israel take to defend its civilians and what we see. What we see is from Iran take.
They are equivalent. I just wanted to make sure that you didn't see.
No, we have certainly seen we've certainly seen Israel expand the nature of its attacks against Hezbollah, but it's a very different type of attack than what we saw today from a state actor against another state.
So they've expanded the nature of their attacks, he admits, but they haven't escalated the attacks. What's another word for expanded the nature of their attacks? What's another word for that? I believe escalate is synonymous with expand the nature of. God, I hate him so much, man. I don't know how this guy sleeps at night. I don't know how any of them sleep at night. I don't understand. So in other words, yes, nothing Israel ever does is escalatory, ever. When they decided to bomb Tehran and kill the top political wing of Hamas negotiator, even though they violated Iran's territorial sovereignty and did an offensive attack, doesn't matter, they're allowed to do it. When they bomb residential buildings in Lebanon to try to get Hezbollah and Nasrallah and don't care about the civilian casualties, doesn't matter, they're allowed to do it. When they are on the brink of doing a ground invasion of Lebanon and have 30,000 troops at the border, doesn't matter, that's not an escalation. Nothing they ever do is an escalation. It wasn't an escalation in Gaza to cut off the food, the fuel, and the water and the electricity. It was not an escalation to bomb UN buildings and UN workers and hospitals and schools. It wasn't an escalation to destroy 66% of the buildings in Gaza. None of this ever counts as an escalation ever. Why? Because as you all know, their ideology is us and our allies good, our enemies bad, and we work backwards from that. And it's now gotten to the point where you can't, in good faith, believe the line, right? Like there was a time when the U.S. would do the whole tap dance about, oh yes, we care about international law and human rights and all this, and that's what we're protecting and that's what we're defending. And there was some plausibility to that. Like, okay, that's what we really stand for, right? That is so far gone now. I mean, it was initially shot and killed with the Iraq War, but now at this point, it is way beyond even where it was with the Iraq War, right? We just brazenly violate and let Israel violate international law on a daily basis and commit crime after crime after crime, and the entire time, we're shitting on them and telling them it's delicious Hershey's chocolate, right? I mean, it's unbelievable. I don't know how this guy sleeps at night. I don't know how any of them sleep at night. What they're doing is flat out evil. We had long ago we crossed the Nazi Germany level of repulsiveness and disgust. Long ago, Israel knows they're killing civilians and they don't care, and they're fine with killing civilians because they've dehumanized these people. And the U.S. is right there to defend them every step of the way. And even when Biden says, I don't want Israel to do that, then they do it, and then Biden's like, I'm going to defend them doing that. Like, what are we doing here? Pull the leash. Reel them back in. Guys, it doesn't get any worse than this. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop, and watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
Thank you, Kyle. Again, secular talk 2 days ago. This is Piers Morgan. I'm not the biggest fan of Piers Morgan. I do enjoy a lot of his content in kind of like a Jubilee kind of way. He says a lot of stuff and he gets a lot of interesting people on, so I do like that. I do think a lot of his show is kind of ridiculous. I think he's a pretty ridiculous person, to borrow a phrase, a baboon in a suit. But credit where credit is due. He has definitely brought on interesting people to talk to. I think a lot of his positions are pretty ridiculous and very inconsistent. I think it was quite obvious in this debate with Mehdi Hasan. This one I don't know what it's gonna be like, but let's watch and find out. Again, videos at 1.5 speed, highest resolution available. And yeah, I'll mute myself and get back to work while we watch this video.
Given that you categorize what Israel did to Hezbollah with the pages, you said it was an act of terror. Was what Hamas did on October the 7th an act of terrorism?
The killing by the Israeli Air Force of Israeli citizens was an act of terror.
We haven't answered my question.
But I'm answering your question.
I'm talking about mass murder of people on October the 7th.
By the Israeli military.
See, it's just absurd.
As I said to you then, the picture is not clear of what exactly Hamas did to Israelis.
You are incredibly ill-informed about this.
I'm not concerned about whether you think or don't think about credibility. I have a question for you.
Well, hang on.
Based on
You
what
stop
you've just
asking
said about
questions for a minute. At some point, Loki, you're going to answer some of my questions. I don't come at this from supporting either over the other.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah. Well, many people know Loki as a rapper, a playwright, and a poet, but it's fair to say that even more know him as a fierce advocate for the rights of Palestinians and a fierce critic of Israel. The first and only time we've spoken was in the immediate aftermath of October the 7th. Israel and its supporters couldn't see beyond the horrors of that atrocity. Its critics were angered by how quickly it eclipsed decades of Palestinian suffering and heralded a great deal more. A lot has happened since then. But has anything really changed? Kareem Dennis, better known as Loki, joins me in the studio now. And from Washington, D.C., I'm joined by the Lebanese-American author and activist Brigitte Gabriel. Well, welcome to both of you. Loki, we never met, so it's good to meet you. We had a pretty fiery exchange last time when I was in New York and you were here. Passions were running very high. I think it's fair to say from my experience of debates since, there's been no dilution in the way people feel about this. If anything, I think views are getting more and more entrenched as it goes on. What is your feeling about where we are now with this war and indeed the widening conflict with Israel apparently planning a ground incursion into Lebanon?
Well, that initial interview, there were three things that I stated which have since come clearly to fruition. So the first thing that I stated was that Mark Regev belongs in The Hague. Israel is currently in the ICJ charged with genocide. I also said that what Israel was doing in Gaza in an accumulative way over decades would amount with the military operation that they were about to launch to genocide. And the third thing that I said, which has also now been proven to have been the case, is that the Israeli military unfortunately implemented the Hannibal Directive on October 7th. And that, just so viewers are aware, is when Israel, of course, it was initially developed in Lebanon while trying to suppress the Lebanese population and stop them from battling the Israeli occupation. And it's whereby Israel takes measures to kill the captives who are Israeli that have been taken by the other side. Now, that happened on October 7th, and it's since been proven in 3 different cases. It happened, unfortunately, after...
It's been denied by Israel, to be clear.
It hasn't, though. It's been denied by certain upper echelons of the Israeli political establishment, but there have been key figures within the Air Force that have acknowledged that this has taken place. It's also been revealed by the Al Jazeera investigation, and other places, too, have gone very deep into it.
But you wouldn't say that the absolute vast majority of people killed and wounded on October the 7th were indeed killed and wounded by Hamas, because, apart from anything else, Hamas were boasting about it and filming it as they were doing it.
I think, actually, the majority of people that were killed on October 7th and off the back of the October 7th were the Palestinian fighters that entered into what is considered to be Israel.
But we know
because they were killed, they were run over by cars, their bodies were dismembered. There's footage that came out of them being killed.
You feel sorry for the Hamas terrorists
No,
that
I'm
came
stating objective facts as a journalist that has researched this topic.
But what about the 1,200 people who they murdered and the 7,000 they wounded?
No. Hundreds of those people were killed when Israel implemented the Hannibal Directive.
That's simply not true.
It simply is true.
It isn't.
And I encourage you, in the spirit of journalistic inquiry and curiosity, to really look that up.
It's already been thoroughly investigated.
It absolutely has not
But
been.
it has,
It's been investigated by Al Jazeera. It's been investigated by trustable news sources that have found this to be the case.
No, it's not true that hundreds of people in those named casualty numbers on the Israeli side
were killed by Israel.
No,
it's a fact. It's a documented fact. It's a documented fact. And you know what else? If you were to study those cars, which were put forth as evidence that Hamas had killed those people fleeing the Nova Festival, the order came directly from the Israeli Air Force. This is a mass Hannibal. This is a dead zone. No cars will pass.
Did you watch the documentary? Did you watch the documentary last week on BBC Two?
No.
About the music festival, right? You literally see Hamas fighters with their GoPros going from car to car, murdering people.
That happened. Yeah, that happened.
Why are you trying to diminish the scale of what was going on?
I've just said that happened. That doesn't equate to diminishing what you've just stated.
It doesn't say hundreds.
You're diminishing Apache helicopters bombing cars that contained civilians. You're diminishing all of the Israeli captives that have been killed by Israeli airstrikes. Israeli captives have come out of Gaza and said very clearly that actually they were scared of being killed by Israeli airstrikes.
Why are there hostages at all?
Well, this is, of course, an issue of 70 years of occupation, of dispossession, of ethnic cleansing,
you wouldn't support the taking of hostages,
genocide.
including Holocaust survivors and babies. You wouldn't support that.
I wouldn't take hostages, no.
So should they hand them back?
I think if you look historically at where the return of actual hostages has happened, you look at the case of Gilad Shalit, this was a case where an Israeli soldier was given back in exchange for the release of Palestinian prisoners. What you've actually seen in this case is a massive increase of Palestinian prisoners who are being tortured. There's been examples of rape within Israeli military camps. The rapists have come out and become celebrities within Israeli society. 68% of the Israeli population say they oppose the prosecuting of people that have been implicated in rape within the dungeon system. And if you really look at it, Israel has far more chance of returning hostages by negotiating for their release than by airstriking them. What Israel has done as part of this campaign is airstrike and kill its own captives.
How would you have responded on October the 8th if you were running the Israeli government?
Ultimately,
the biggest terror attack on your people ever.
Ultimately, it is within the interests of everybody, especially those who identify as Israelis currently, to end Zionism. Zionism has dispossessed and disempowered and killed people on an industrial scale. Its maintenance requires 4 generations of Palestinian refugees scattered throughout the Middle East, the highest population of refugees there is in the world. Its maintenance requires the constant repression of Palestinian hopes for a better world.
Which I think is completely wrong. So I believe all Palestinian people should have exactly the same rights as you and I and every Israeli.
And that requires the end of Zionism, so therefore you support the end of Zionism.
Well, I don't agree with what has clearly been a form of occupation, okay? But putting that to one side, I also don't agree with Hamas, Hezbollah and the Houthis, funded by Iran, armed by Iran, launching wave after years and decades of terror attacks on Israel.
Do they have air forces? Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Let me ask some questions.
Do they have air forces and air defenses? Do they have air forces and air defenses?
It sounds like you're defending what they do.
No, I'm saying there is a complete difference between one of the most powerful armies in the world, which has literally a key unit within the Israeli military, Unit 9900, is the visual unit which uses satellites in the sky that can pick off a bit of chewing gum on your shoe, okay? You're talking about actors that are shooting rockets which do not have precise targeting against one of the most powerful air forces in the world. F-15s, F-16s, and F-35. You're talking about asymmetrical warfare. But you know the thing that Israel doesn't remember, and which Israel has to know and must know, that winning a war is not about killing on an industrial scale the weakest among the population you are targeting, which Israel excels at, which is the essence of Zionism. Winning a war is about the largest amount of people being convinced of your viewpoint. If we use that metric to understand this war, Israel has lost in Gaza and it will lose in Lebanon, because Israel has more enemies around the world than ever before. More people are critical of Zionism than ever before. More people understand it to be essentially an anti-life ideology, which is causing mass human suffering.
Loki, at the same time, Hamas, Hezbollah are wedded, and make no secret of being wedded, to the destruction of Israel. Destruction. That is a nihilistic form of genocide. The very genocide that its supporters, like you, would say is being waged against their people. They are explicit. We want the destruction of Israel. And they have tried to enact this on October the 7th. And Hezbollah's response the next day, within hours, was to unleash rockets on Israel as well and to carry on doing it for a year. At some point, Israel obviously was going to respond with massive force to the biggest attack on its people. Obviously, they were going to do that. Hamas knew they would do that. Iran, who were funding it, knew they were going to do that. Hezbollah knew they would do that. Hezbollah knew if they kept rattling the Israel cage with their rockets, that they would get a response of the kind we're seeing now. What they underestimated is that Israel would be quite as successful as they're being right now with Hezbollah and taking out all its command leadership. And you can feel that the momentum has switched now, where Israeli people, in particular, and all the polling, are now beginning to go back to supporting Netanyahu, because they believe, rightly or wrongly, but they believe Hamas and Hezbollah when they say, we want to destroy Israel. They believe it, and they believe that they have to defend themselves. Do you understand that?
I have a response. The Likud platform, which is its charter, states very clearly, there will be no Palestinian sovereignty between the Jordan River and the Mediterranean Sea. The Likud charter calls for the complete obliteration of Palestine and all of the rights of Palestinians. That is the core of the issue. One group that you're talking about don't have air defences and do not have an air force, and are internationally isolated.
As you know.
And are internationally isolated.
And yet they were
the other one has the support of the United States, which has over around 1,000 military bases around the world, and of course all of the largesse from literally the US after Israel has taken its terrorist actions, which the former head of the CIA, Leon Panetta, called it a form of terrorism in Lebanon with the pager attack. Right after that, the US has said it's going to give $8.7 billion in military aid to Israel.
Was what Hamas did on October the 7th an act of terrorism?
I would say that the killing by the Israeli Air Force of Israeli citizens was an act of terror. I would say that Palestinians who have lived in camps for several generations, they're not in our shoes. They're not living the kind of lives that we live in the places
but you haven't
that we
answered my
live.
question.
But I'm answering your question. To a Palestinian who has suffered their entire life under the boot of Israeli occupation, what you view as justified will not be what they view as justified. The very same way that you denounce figures and define them depending to these particular legislatory definitions throughout history, the very same people, you compared yourself to Nelson Mandela, the ANC were absolutely treated in exactly the same way. The FLN were treated in exactly the same way. The Vietnamese were treated in exactly the same way. I'm speaking directly to your point. In fact, William Cuffey of the Chartists, these were people that mobilized for hundreds of years to get the right to vote, that didn't own property and were not landed gentry in this country. Do you know what happened to them? They were imprisoned as terrorists. They were massacred at
I know the same
Manchester.
I know the same history you do, but I simply asked you, given that you categorize what Israel did to Hezbollah with the pages, whether you said it was an act of terror, whether you think what Hamas did to Israelis on October 7th was an act of terror.
As I said to you then, the picture is not clear of what exactly Hamas did to Israelis. There were lies about 40 beheaded babies that were pumped out all over the place. Yeah. No. There was so much fake news and lies on what happened on October 7th. How can we actually say...
Have you watched the Hamas footage that they took themselves?
Seen bits and pieces.
Bits and pieces?
Yeah.
Literally bits and pieces of people's bodies?
No. What I don't understand...
You haven't seen it?
I don't understand.
Why do you want to see it?
I'm happy to see it, but what I don't understand... No, as in I would like to see these things. But what I'm saying to you, that you are seeming to minimize, in my opinion, is the fact that the Hannibal Directive was implemented. If the Hannibal Directive was implemented, if a fake news campaign was rolled out...
I'm about to read you something. A July 2024 Haaretz investigation revealed the IDF ordered the Hannibal Directive to be used, adding, Haaretz does not know whether or how many civilians and soldiers were hit due to these procedures, but the cumulative data indicates that many of the kidnapped people were at risk exposed to Israeli gunfire, even if they weren't the target. In other words, there may well have been a directive issued, says Haaretz, but nobody knows whether anyone was even hit or killed.
Look at the cars. Look at the cars fleeing the Nova Festival.
I've watched the video footage of Hamas to the people in the cars. But here's my point, Loki. Here's my point, Loki. Let me finish. My point is, you have extrapolated this and you've taken it to hundreds of people in the 1,200 that were said to have been killed were killed by Israelis.
Yeah.
There is absolutely...
That's documented.
There is zero evidence.
No, there is.
The hundreds of people were
killed.
killed.
Read the Electronic Intifada. Read The Grey Zone. Read Al Jazeera. Look at the Al Jazeera documentary. You'll see
in July this year, there is no evidence.
No, actually, there is evidence. And
why didn't they...
Haaretz pointed some of it out early on.
They didn't. I've just read it to you.
At the Eretz crossing, they pointed out that an airstrike was pulled in.
I've just read to you what they found.
Well, you've read one article which clearly shows that the Hannibal Directive was implemented.
A Haaretz investigation.
If an Apache helicopter shoots at a car, what happens to the car?
Let me
ask you a question. Do you think that the use of AK-47s would cause the damage that was done to those cars fleeing.
I think because you have chosen not to view the footage that Hamas broadcast to the world, you are incredibly ill-informed about this. And my advice to you, given how engaged you are in this whole thing, I'm staggered you just haven't watched that footage. Then you wouldn't be asking me questions.
But to the wider issue of what we're talking about, this is far, far bigger than one day.
Yeah, but I'm only asking you.
It's almost become a religion. October 7th. Let's be clear.
But I only ask you one comparison. You view what Israel did to Hezbollah. You've been firing rockets at them all year, displacing 70,000 people in northern Israel. You view what they did with those pages as an act of terrorism. I simply said to you, do you think what Hamas did on October 7th is an act of terrorism? And you've been really struggling to give a straight answer. You're trying to distract me by saying Hannibal directive, hundreds were killed.
Let me ask you a question. Do you believe in the provisions of the Genocide Convention?
I do not believe what Israel's doing is waging genocide.
That's not what I'm asking you. That's not what I'm asking you. It's not what I'm asking you. What I'm asking you is Article 1 of the Convention on the Prevention and the Punishment of Genocide says that all parties that are part of this are under obligation to prevent the occurrence of genocide and punish those responsible for its commission. There is a sound argument.
How many people live in Gaza? How many people live in Gaza?
2 million people live in Gaza.
How many have been killed?
Well, I mean, the Lancet Medical Journal has put forth the assertion that 200,000 people's lives have been ended by Israel's operation.
Well, it's completely untrue.
But that's the Lancet Medical Journal. So the Lancet Medical Journal is a more trustworthy source than you. The Palestinians are saying 42,000 as of today.
The Palestinian Hamas-run.
No, but that's not how genocide works. But that's not how genocide works, Piers. But you know that's not how genocide works.
No, I'm about to tell you.
But you know that's not how genocide works.
So you don't believe the Palestinian Health Authority numbers?
No, I believe them. But what I'm saying
you think 5 times as many people have been killed?
I've literally just quoted you what the Lancet Medical Association has said, and I've also quoted to you what they have said.
You know why it matters,
But that's also not how genocide works.
I share a lot of your misgivings about the scale and proportionate response of what's been going on in Gaza, and I've said that repeatedly. But I don't think it constitutes a genocide because Israel has the power, should it want to kill all 2 million.
But this
let
is
me finish. They have the power to eradicate every single Palestinian.
Was genocide committed on the Aboriginal people of Australia?
That answer, that justification, I find very interesting. To say that, okay, if Israel really wanted to do a genocide, they would have just already killed all the Palestinians. I think that's an insane thing to say because it just clearly misses the point of how difficult it is to actually kill mass numbers of people. Like, I know it sounds like, oh yeah, just drop a bomb, it's over. But say that to Russia. Russia has been trying to kill people in Ukraine. Russia has a stronger military than the Ukraine, has more military members than Ukraine. They're still struggling. Tell that to the Nazi party in World War II. If they wanted to kill all the Jewish people, how long did it take them? It took them years. And they killed a horrific number of people, and it was systematic. And they were, if their goal, which I imagine we can all agree, was to eradicate and genocide the entire Jewish population, then to say, this would be the equivalent of saying that, oh no, it wasn't a genocide because they didn't actually kill them and they could have. Like that's an insane statement to make.
I'm not going to go over the whole.
They still exist, so therefore your argument is that they were not subject to genocide following the arrival of Captain Cook.
But do you accept that what Hamas and Hezbollah, when they say the destruction of Israel, that is the purest personification of genocide?
I have clearly shown you that the Likud Charter states within it that the Palestinians will have no sovereignty.
Why do you never answer any questions about the other
river
side, though?
and the sea?
I ask both
because there's a causal connection between what has happened.
But you distract on everything I say.
You're talking to me about organizations that were formed to fight the Israeli occupation. Their response to that occupation is what it is. The occupation exists first. Zionism exists first. What comes after it is a product of that social imbalance.
So you would categorize what they've been doing as resistance, not terrorism?
They are resistance groups, as the vast majority of humanity is represented by governments that define them as resistance factions, including the government of Switzerland. What's more neutral than the government of Switzerland? It doesn't prescribe these organizations, for the record.
So to be clear, you think they're resistance, not terrorists?
Yes.
Okay, we got there. Let me bring in Bridget Gabriel. Bridget, you listen to what Loki has to say. He's not alone in this thought. I've heard this from many pro-Palestinian guests on Uncensored in the last year. What is your response?
Well, I want to start with the accusation of the occupation. Israel was minding its own business ever since it existed. It reached out to the Arabic world. It wanted to have peace with the Arabic world. In 1964, when the PLO, the Palestinian Liberation Organization, was founded,
I'm sorry, Israel was minding its own business? It was massacring villages. It was killing people before it was formed as a nation on a land that people were already living there. What are you talking about?
The West Bank was in the hands of Jordan, it was Jordan, and Gaza was in the hands of Egypt, it was Egypt. So the PLO was founded in 1964, not because of any occupation. They wanted to drive the Jews into the sea and get rid of every single Jew in the Middle East. Israel tried repeatedly. The only reason the Palestinians lost in 67 and they lost Gaza and the West Bank is because they preempted an attack against Israel. And over again, Israel reached out to them to make peace with them. In 2000, Ehud Barak offered them 97% of the territories back, and they refused it again and again and again. In 2005, when Israel withdrew out of Gaza, they said,
if someone kicks you out of your house and says, hey, you have to live in the basement now, and hey, look, I'm gonna offer you 92% of the basement that I locked you in, that's not gonna be a fair deal.
okay, we're going to give you your own state, we're going to give you your own territory. Israel forcibly removed its own people fighting the IDF by force, removed them out of Gaza. Not only to remove the people, they dug out dead Jews' bones from the cemeteries because they knew exactly what the Palestinians are going to do to the cemeteries. So in 2005, when Israel withdrew out of Gaza, there wasn't one Jew alive or dead in Gaza.
Sorry, I usually don't interrupt so much, but wow, the amount of misinformation. Sorry, you sure you want to talk about what certain people do to cemeteries? Do you want to look at what the IDF did to the cemeteries in Gaza? They dug them up, they bombed them, they threw the bodies on top of each other to try to find some tunnel network that wasn't there. What are you talking about desecrating cemeteries here?
Gaza. They turned over the key to them and said, okay, great, now build your own place, you are independent. I know people that...
Yes, you're so independent that we're going to decide what goods can come in, what can come out. We're not going to allow you to build an air force. We're not going to allow you to build an airport. We're not going to allow you to build any ships. We're going to ban you from fishing. We're going to stop you from having any sort of independence forever. But you're independent, but you're not allowed to have any independence. But I'm telling you you're independent, but I'm going to ban you from having any independence. Yeah, that makes complete sense, yes.
Israel even left them the greenhouses. Israel was exporting 50 million flowers to Europe in 2004 out of Gaza. The greenhouses, the fruits, the vegetables, the flowers. They left them to the Palestinians so the Palestinians can start they can have an industry where they can support themselves. I know a businessman from New York who even raised $14 million to make sure the Palestinians will be able to get paid salaries as they move over and they continue building the greenhouses. And what did the Palestinians do within 24 hours after Israel withdrew? Not only they destroyed every single Jewish synagogue in the area, they destroyed the greenhouses, ripped out the pipe, and even stole the copper out of the pipe. And then they had an election. So in their first election, the first woman elected to the cabinet of Hamas was a woman by the name Nidal, the mother of al-Muqawama, they called her, the mother of the resistance.
Wait, a woman elected to the cabinet? I thought the whole thing you were telling me that these people were repressive and backwards and they don't support women's rights, but they just had a woman just casually join their government? That's very strange. It's almost like you're lying about these people to feed on people's ignorance about them.
And she ran on the platform. I killed 3 of my sons because she had videos of her sons, she dressing them in suicide bombers to go kill Israelis. She said, I already gave up 3 for the cause. I have another 7 to give. That's why she was elected. So that's a democratic election for Hamas. Israel did not put the Palestinians in a prison in Gaza. Hamas put the Palestinians in a prison in Gaza. Gaza could have been turned into Singapore. They had the money. They had more money pouring into the Palestinian territories and still do from all over the world. And what did they do with it? Build a tunnel infrastructure underneath bigger than the subway system in New York instead of helping their people. So those who scream about the occupation, the Palestinians have brought this on themselves again and again and again.
Wow. But do you accept that Palestinians should have the same human rights as the rest of us?
Absolutely. All humans are equal in the eyes of God.
How can they do that? Okay, but here's the thing,
but
when it comes to this issue of occupation, I was very struck at the start of the response to October the 7th that very quickly Israel was able to turn on or off the tap of energy, the tap of water, the food supply, etc. That is only achievable if you are effectively occupying another country. Otherwise, you're not able to do it. So Israel has had this control over Gaza and the people that live there, which to me does not afford those people the same human rights as Israelis enjoy. It's inarguable because if they didn't have that control, they couldn't turn on and off the energy or the water supplies.
But why did Israel get to this point? Remember, in 2005, they gave them everything, and they said, we are out. The Israelis even fought among themselves because, some people did not...
No, so don't get me wrong. I think Hamas squandered all the money they were given, and Hamas has been the enemy of its own people. And when Hamas did what they did on October the 7th, they knew it was immediately sentencing to death thousands of their own people in the process. They knew that, right? So I think Hamas has got to go. I think Netanyahu has to go as well, and his right-wing headbang cabinet members who do speak in a genocidal way. None of this is ever going to lead to peace. But let me ask you, Brigitte, about Loki's claims about October the 7th. He says that there was this Hannibal directive. It's been much speculated. Haaretz says that they found evidence there was. The IDF has never admitted there was a Hannibal directive, but it is possible.
Sorry, just to be clear, Haaretz is a Israeli organization. It's a Israeli human rights organization, just so we don't go out of this whole like, oh yeah, you know, they're just enemies of Israel. They are Israeli. They're an Israeli human rights organization that has been calling out the human rights violations of Israel.
Possible in the fog of war that day that I guess some of the casualties came because of Israeli fire. We don't know that. But Loki wants people to believe hundreds and hundreds of people who died that day on the Israeli side were killed by Israel.
I don't believe that. That has not proven. And if I have to choose between believing the Hamas talking point, who control the Ministry of Information, and the Israeli IDF, I would believe the IDF because I have lived in Israel as a Lebanese. At one point, I had a home in Lebanon, a home in Israel, and my boyfriend who lived in the West Bank at that time. And I worked as a journalist. And knowing how the IDF operates and knowing how the Israeli military operates, they operate by rules. They don't invent information like Hamas does. And when you are in the throes of things like what happened on October 7th, a lot of people do not know a lot of the facts that happened on the ground. But we do know one thing, that Hamas committed such atrocities, and we're so proud filming it and showing it that will give you goosebumps.
Sorry, atrocities like 40 beheaded babies? Atrocities like systematic rape? Because, first of all, there's zero evidence of either of those, but there's plenty of evidence of Israelis raping Palestinians in prison. Every accusation is an admission.
That a lot of people can get sick, they cannot view it. And I'm shocked that Loki hasn't even viewed the footage. You have to view the footage to understand the monstrosity of the crimes that were committed on that day.
Yeah, I mean, I watched this BBC documentary which had all the footage from the music festival. And honestly, Loki, it was one of the most sickening 2 hours of my entire life.
Have you been on social media for the past year?
Yes, I have.
You have seen a constant stream of mutilated children. You have seen a constant stream of people being lifted up out of rubble. How can you even bring into the conversation 2 hours of footage in comparison to 12 months and 77 years of this type of treatment?
So the deaths of...
I have a question for the guest. I would like to ask this question. Now, the organization Act for America, which you represent and are a part of, seems to be quite the patriotic outfit. It's also been criticized widely as Islamophobic. But I have some questions about the finances of your organization. It's funded by the Fairbrook Foundation, which has funded the Central Fund of Israel, the Zionist Organization of America, and also illegal settlements in the West Bank. In addition to that, your organization, Act for America, has been funded by the Becker Foundation, which has funded Christians United for Israel and the Israel Project. In addition to that, your organization was also funded by the Emez Foundation, which funded the Israel Project, the Central Fund of Israel, and the Zionist Organization of America. How, in any way, do you stand for peace when the organization which you front and presumably are employed by is also funded by organizations that are invested in illegal settlement in the West Bank?
Actually, my organization, which I run and I'm the founder and chairman, I not only work for it, was founded after September 11th to protect America against the threat of radical Islamic terrorism.
It shares funders with those building illegal settlements in the West Bank.
You already spoke your mind. Now it's my time to answer. My organization was founded to impact policy in the United States to protect the United States from the threat of radical Islamic terrorism coming from Al-Qaeda, ISIS, Hezbollah, or whoever happened the terrorist organization are. We work with Muslims. We have Muslims on our board. We have Muslims who are members. We had every single conference we had, we always had a keynote speaker who is Muslim that speaks because they care about America.
You know what? I feel like we're getting... Listen, I feel...
Then I would highly recommend you say Muslim, not Muslim, because that's an S, and I don't know where the Z comes from.
Bridget, I feel like we're getting a bit... I feel like we're getting a bit... Look, fascinating though it is the makeup of your business. It's not really the point of what this debate is, right?
Right, it's not the point, exactly.
But the point I would make, Bridget, is this. I do think Loki has a good point about the settlements, right? What is going on the West Bank with this rapid, aggressive expansion of settlements is completely outrageous. It's illegal. It's wrong. It shouldn't be happening. Why is it happening?
Sorry, you cut out. You mean the settlements in the West Bank?
The expansion of settlements on the West Bank in the last year has been completely outrageous.
Well, look, there's a radical wing within Israel that wants to expand the settlements. And the settlements is an issue. I agree with you. There are a lot of people who are very upset about the settlements.
You're funded by the same organizations.
What does this have to do with what we're talking about? There are Americans who support the funding of protecting the United States, not Israel. My work is devoted to protecting the United States.
We have the documents.
Let's get back to the bigger picture. So, Bridget, do you condemn the expansion of the settlements in the last year on the West Bank?
Say that again?
Do you condemn the expansion of the settlements on the West Bank in the past year?
Yes, I do. I think they are going overboard with the settlement. I think somebody needs to revisit looking at the settlement and how they are.
Then that's good. Loki, do you condemn what Hamas did on October the 7th?
I have a question for you.
Well, hang on.
Based on
you
what
stop
you've just said about settlements. I'll answer your question in a second.
She's made an admission that she condemns it.
No, she condemns the expansion of settlements.
Fine. Loki.
And these people also
Loki, at some point you are going to... At some point, Loki, you're going to answer some of my questions.
Which I have done.
Okay, do you condemn what Hamas did?
You've already asked me that.
Not directly, you haven't answered.
I will not condemn people based on Israeli military talking points.
Good.
But I have a question for you. I have a question for you.
You don't condemn mass murder?
Obviously, I condemn mass murder.
You won't condemn it by Hamas?
You're talking about a specific political context in which the information
No, I'm talking about mass murder of people on October the 7th.
By the Israeli military.
See, it's just absurd.
So I have a question for you.
I think you lose all credibility when you say
I have a question for you. I'm not concerned about whether you think or don't think about credibility.
It's I don't come at this from supporting either over the other.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
Absolutely.
I have a question.
What's your question?
Rupert Murdoch, News Corp International, which employed you for several years, which actually
it employs me now.
It employs you now. Okay, we're getting to the issue.
Yes. What do you think the issue is? I saw what you tweeted. What does it have to do with me?
Not my tweets. I have a question for you. News Corp International had a charitable arm which funded the Jerusalem Foundation, which builds illegal settlements.
What's it got to do with me?
Illegal settlements in
What's it got to do with me?
Do you condemn Rupert Murdoch?
What's it got to do with me?
Do you condemn Rupert Murdoch?
I'm not talking about Rupert Murdoch.
Do you condemn Rupert Murdoch?
I'm not talking about Rupert Murdoch.
This has never been shown on British media. This is a letter from Netanyahu's political office. And Bridget may well recognize the handwriting of Benjamin Netanyahu here. It is a list of individuals that Netanyahu considered to be funders of his political campaign. There is a name on this list. The name is Rupert Murdoch. Your employer.
You know what, Loki?
It seems he funded Benjamin Netanyahu. That's an issue.
You know what, Loki? It's not an issue for me.
It's an issue, and actually it's in the interest of objectivity
understand one thing.
that you state it.
Rupert Murdoch can speak for himself. You've got a problem with him. Take it up with him.
I do.
I can tell you categorically, he has never had a single conversation with me about anything I put on Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Sam kindly resigned from the Times newspaper because of Murdoch's investment and bias towards Israel.
Problem,
this document, this letter,
you're a rapper,
clearly shows Benjamin Netanyahu noting Rupert Murdoch, considering him to be a funder of his political campaign.
You're a rapper.
That's an issue.
You're a rapper. You condemn P. Diddy?
Yes.
Great. You see how easy it is? You take it out of your obsession, which is that you hate Israel so much you can't condemn anything that people do to them?
We see the situation differently.
Not really.
My loyalty is to the people.
I agree with you a lot more. I agree with you a lot more than you realise.
I view myself as loyal to the people of the camps, to the people under the bombs. I do not view myself as loyal to somebody that would end up on a list of potential funders of Benjamin Netanyahu.
I like Rupert Murdoch enormously. I respect him enormously.
And you won't condemn his funding of Netanyahu. You won't condemn his funding of Netanyahu.
You don't condemn mass murder.
You don't condemn mass murder.
Oh, I do.
Condemn the Israeli military for mass murder of Israeli captives.
Had you bothered to watch this program for the last year, you would see I've regularly condemned them.
It's not condemnation.
No, but you don't think that what Hamas did was murder, do you? I think it's resistance.
I think the vast majority of humanity perceive asymmetrical warfare by developed militaries against the vast majority of humanity are post-colonial subjects, Piers. They came out of decolonization. So their conception of these issues is just not the same as yours, unfortunately.
We will have to disagree, but that's fine.
No problem.
All right. It was good to meet you. Thank you for coming in. Brigitte, thank you very much indeed for joining me. I appreciate it too. And we'll move on. And listen, the story won't go away. Come back. We'll debate it again.
Thank you.
But remember, I agree with more than you think with what you say.
Okay.
All right. But at some point, you've got to have a little bit of something about you that says that some things that people do to Israel can also be wrong. You don't think so?
I mean, you're misrepresenting my...
Am I? Yeah. You think of one thing people have done to Israel is wrong?
I think giving it $8.7 billion in military aid after it's carried out terrorist attacks.
So no attack on Israel has ever been anything but justified?
I think Zionism as a project is unsustainable.
That's not my question.
It's unsustainable.
Can you think of one thing?
Unsustainable.
Is there one thing that's been done to Israel that you think is wrong?
Not right now.
Okay.
And
that's,
I'll let you know.
In its way, Loki, that's very illuminating.
No problem.
Good to see you. Thank you.
I mean, what a wild interview. I mean, look, I do think him not saying, yeah, he condemns these attacks quite... Because it is easy to say, to condemn killing people, and Hamas killed people. Or killing civilians, which Hamas did, or taking hostages, which Hamas did. But it is also ridiculous to expect perfect victims. I think there wouldn't, yes, of course, I don't think there would be a Hamas if there wasn't the occupation. If there wasn't an occupation, there wouldn't be a Hamas, which, yeah, if you keep breaking it down that way, yes, sure, there wouldn't be... It's an issue that these hostages were killed. Even if Israel is the one that killed them, there shouldn't have been hostages in the first place. Yes, there wouldn't be hostages in the first place if Hamas hadn't attacked. Why would Hamas attack? Hamas wouldn't have attacked if there wasn't an occupation. So if you keep taking it step by step, then you're just looking for the first act of aggression, which very clearly does fall on Israel. I don't think that makes it okay to have killed these people or have taken hostages. Obviously not. I just think, yeah, it's a way to soften it, as far as I see it. It's a way to soften Israel's actions by saying, oh yes, but also Hamas. Like, yes, obviously what Hamas did is wrong, and we should be able to say that, but we should be able to say that in the context of all the horrors that Israel has enacted on the Palestinian people as a whole.
We also are learning some new and...
Sorry, heavy video. Heavy topic. Non-stop, but yeah. Again, we're back with breaking points. This is from 2 days ago. Hezbollah kills 8 IDF soldiers amid Lebanon invasion. Again, Lebanon invasion by who? By Israel.
Extraordinary things about that strike that Israel committed to assassinate Nasrallah. Of course, used over 80 gigantic 2,000-pound bombs, killed hundreds of civilians in addition to killing Nasrallah. So according to the Lebanese foreign minister, according to him, Nasrallah had agreed to a ceasefire deal, had been communicated to the U.S., had been communicated to Israel prior to that assassination attempt. You know, it kind of tracks with also the fact that they assassinated Haniyeh, the leader of Hamas, at a time when it still appeared there might be a possibility of a broader ceasefire involving, you know, Gaza Strip and Hamas as well. So, I mean, that tells you.
Yes, because if they would agree to a ceasefire, which they tried to do a couple of times, Israel doesn't want a ceasefire. It wants to keep this war going. Well, Netanyahu specifically wants to keep this war going, but Israel wants to continue these wars going because it helps them expand. They know they have the US backing them up, and in that situation, when you have the world superpower behind you, you can get away, as we can see, with nearly anything.
Everything you need to know about Bibi Netanyahu's desire to coexist, desire to get to some sort of a diplomatic resolution. He is not interested in that. He's never been interested in that. Every time there's been a possibility of it, he has been, I'm not going to say that Hamas wasn't a roadblock too at times. He has been the primary impediment the entire time because his personal political interests and ideological interests are towards all-out consistent war. So, you know, as we're watching what's happening in Iran unfold, it's also important to keep an eye on what's happening in Lebanon. There were strikes overnight in Beirut that killed dozens of individuals, early indications are, and Israeli soldiers have begun that ground invasion, you know, with some limited incursions into Lebanon. Of course, you know, we wouldn't feel they were very limited if there was any sort of incursion into our borders, so let's keep that in mind. But has already been a cost to the IDF in terms of this ground invasion in Lebanon. We can take a look at these images of Israeli soldiers being evacuated here who had either been wounded, or now we know that at least 8 were killed in clashes with Hezbollah here in southern Lebanon. So what you see on your screen is, you know, helicopters landing and people being carried out on stretchers, IDF soldiers being carried out on stretchers. So Hezbollah, certainly, I don't think there's any doubt. Obviously, their capabilities have been degraded, their communications have been compromised, which may be as critical as absolutely anything. But that doesn't mean that they don't still have warfighting capabilities, as evidenced by these latest casualties from Israel. We can put A6 up on the screen, which is the official acknowledgement of these deaths. Israel said on Wednesday, 8 of its soldiers were killed in combat in South Lebanon as its forces thrust into its northern neighbor in a campaign against Hezbollah. The losses were the deadliest suffered by the Israeli military on the Lebanon front in the past year border area clashes. Hezbollah said its fighters were engaging Israeli forces inside Lebanon on Wednesday, reporting ground clashes for the first time since Israeli forces pushed over the border. And Hezbollah said that it also destroyed 3 Israeli tanks with rockets near a border town there as well. So, you know, you still have Israel bombing Gaza and killing people in Gaza. You still have Israel bombing Beirut, killing people in Beirut. You have this ground invasion going forward, which, again, the U.S. greenlit and actively encouraged. And you have us all in wait-and-see mode about just how large a provocation and an escalation we will get from Israel vis-a-vis Iran.
Yeah, let's put the next one up there because this is important. It's a decent analysis, and it actually shows. This was the first time, actually, that Israel and Hezbollah came into direct fighting in Hezbollah, and I think we should learn something from the fact that almost immediately, according to Israel, all 8 people were killed, you know, in ambush. This illustrates that in the actual ground war, the IDF has not performed all that well. They've been relying heavily on air power. Now, you can only get away with that to a certain extent, and you can definitely in Gaza if you want to just level the whole place. But in Lebanon, we're talking about a very, very different enemy, and this is something we've tried to talk about here quite a bit. The Hezbollah, yes, you know, their regional commanders are dead, their infrastructure is certainly taken a major hit, but their military arsenal is significant. And if you don't think that the IRGC hasn't immediately sent over experienced battle commanders who've been fighting for almost 20 years or so between Iraq and Syria and now here, and to replace these people, then, you know, you're an idiot. And that's the problem, is that they don't just have rockets. They have actually very sophisticated military equipment. They have a fighting force, which is battle-tested for almost a decade. And also, they've got Iran and Syria, which themselves are sovereign nations, which are being attacked by Israel, which have a direct interest in making sure that their borders allow weapons to flow through seriously, if not outright just giving it to them themselves. So the fact that you had these 8 people from the IDF who were already killed just demonstrates like what a real invasion would look like. If anything, it's probably why they almost immediately started retaliate bombing in southern Beirut. But the more that their troops want to create some sort of so-called buffer zone, you know, in the country, they're going to pay for it in blood. And I think that's really what this underscores. This is not Hamas. It's a far more sophisticated force. The IDF has known this. They're afraid of it. That's part of the reason that they had to call up a lot of reservists. And, you know, these were some of the more elite fighters actually in the IDF. If you look at the biographies of those that were killed, so that should tell you
special forces.
Exactly. So it will tell you when you know when's the last time America lost 8 people 8 people from special forces? It doesn't happen all that often in an actual ground invasion. You know, especially maybe if they're shot down in a helicopter or something. But it just demonstrates that the parity of the fighting force is much higher, and you should be afraid because this would also cause significant problems in Israel. If hundreds hundreds, thousands of people in the IDF start dying. This is a small nation, and they don't have all that many people. On top of that, their economy is suffering dramatically. I mean, who knows, hundreds of billions of shekels have already been lost on the war. Expanding it and creating all of this domestic turmoil and economic problems, like this is a major issue now that we're almost a year removed from October 7th. It's kind of insane that they got themselves into this situation. But of course, that's the project of their national leader. And at a certain point, he clearly has some Democratic support too. I just talked about
no doubt about it.
So,
No, I mean, there's a lot of national support for this program. Obviously, there have been protests about wanting a deal in order to bring the hostages home, which, but, in terms of the hawkishness, the attacks on Hezbollah, as far as I can tell in terms of the public polling, this is widely supported across the Israeli political spectrum. And, Sagar, you made this point when we were talking on debate night, like, where's all the rhetoric about the hostages? That's just gone. Like, they've outlived their usefulness. Sorry for the horrible, crass nature of that language. But to Bibi Netanyahu, he doesn't care if they live or die. Does not care. In fact, for him, may be more convenient if they end up dying, because then they can't come back and talk about the way that they were abandoned by the Israeli government. And that's what happened. I mean, extraordinarily enough, I don't know if you saw this, Sagar, Nancy Pelosi went on CNN with Dana Bash, and she was asked about the attacks in Lebanon and the attacks, the coming attacks on Iran and all of that. And she said, I think Bibi should be using his might to get the hostages home. Hey, how about that? Remember when he pretended like that was a key priority? Not so much anymore. And, for the broader long-term outlook for Israel, what does this look like for them? Their credit rating was downgraded again. Yep. Purportedly, the goal of these attacks in Beirut and this ground invasion in Lebanon is so that Israelis can return to northern Israel, where they, have been evacuated and, they haven't been there since post-October 7th. Well, this is no way to accomplish that. I mean, you're just creating more hostilities. You're just creating more danger in that region. What the mayors of those towns wanted was a ceasefire deal so that there would be, coexistence and at least some limited amount of peace so that people could go home. Like, there's no end in sight. There's no immediate timeline for Israelis in that region to be able to return. You have enormous burdens on the workforce because of the continued call-ups of reserves to go and fight on how many fronts even at this point. You're in Gaza, you're in the West Bank, you're in Lebanon, you're starting a war with Iran, et cetera. And so you're increasingly, even though the U.S. supports you wholeheartedly, you are increasingly isolated in terms of the world stage, where this fading superpower is increasingly becoming one of your only friends. So, there's no long-term planning here. It's an ideological project. It's a political project for Bibi. It's a project of revenge, and that's where we are. And because the U.S. is too weak or actively supports this direction, it's all completely enabled and greenlit and funded and supplied and made possible by us and our tax dollars. Yep. So we're all just waiting with bated breath to see what happens next.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show. Help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
All right, short but sweet video from Breaking Points, again 2 days ago. This is by Middle East Eye, also 2 days ago. Israeli soldiers, TikTok war crimes, filmmaker Richard Sanders on new Al Jazeera film.
Richard Sanders, we last met in this room to discuss your truly powerful agenda-setting film about the awful events of October the 7th, which while not dismissing or downplaying the atrocities committed by Hamas, but also told the other truths about what happened and exposed many of the lies told by the Israelis in the immediate aftermath, which set the agenda, of course, for the atrocities carried out by Israeli army since then in Gaza. You've now produced a companion film, a sequel, and I think what you do in this film is to tell the story of what's happened in the last year in Gaza.
That's right. I mean, essentially, it's an investigation into war crimes, and it's an investigation into war crimes that uses as its evidence, above all, the videos and photographs and social media posts of Israeli soldiers. In a way, the starting point of the film was this realization that you had this astonishing treasure trove, as the international...
As Rodney Dixon, KC.
He says it's a treasure. Prosecutors will be licking their lips. Susan Abel-Hawa says it's the first live-stream genocide in history. And to agree, it's true. I mean, we thought, right, okay, we're going to have to do a lot of OSINT facial recognition work here. But we didn't. I mean, it's all posted under their own names, their rank, their unit, and so on. And the quantity of it is astonishing. I mean, we worked with a particular freelancer, excellent, very thorough researcher. He's compiled for us a database of over 2,500 social media accounts, and we're talking here Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and
created by Israeli soldiers,
all created by Israeli soldiers. Many of them of pretty senior ranks, and they just keep putting this stuff up there that certainly reflects very badly on the Israeli military, and our contention is that in many cases it may well show war crimes. The other aspect of the film is obviously we film on the ground in Gaza. Some extraordinary work done for us by people on the ground in Gaza. We also interview journalists, particularly Al Jazeera journalists, who come out of Gaza.
These very brave, heroic figures.
Extraordinary.
Yeah.
From the perspective of Western journalists, it's actually humbling. we think we do vaguely risky things every now and then. We never think our children are going to be murdered.
Yumna Al-Sayed's testimony, the Gaza Strip correspondent for...
And of course, Wael Dadoo, whose family was murdered. I mean, you and I perhaps have been in situations where we think, oh gosh, this is getting a bit hairy and so on. We never think they're going to murder our children.
Or target us. Target us. Most of us have seen some of these TikTok accounts normally, but they're all over Instagram as well, put out there by these Israeli soldiers, in which they're dancing around in women's underwear, they're blowing up buildings, and they're, in one case in the film, they're sniping people.
Well, there's
appear to be civilians. Is this?
The people are unarmed, certainly. There's a sort of ascending order. And I think, first of all, the important thing to say is what you don't see is combat. What they almost never post is combat, which is what you would think you would be posting. I mean, I've seen various people doing a lot of work into how much damage has been done to Hamas, how degraded is Hamas. And what I would say to people who are researching this is look through these thousands of videos. The IDF itself puts out a lot of videos and count the number of bodies with guns next to them. It's a very limited number, very limited number. I mean, I remember, over 20 years ago in Afghanistan when the Taliban were crushed. And in those days, of course, not everyone was filming on their phone. But even so, I remember seeing footage of piles of bodies, as the Northern Alliance moved through Afghanistan, piles of bodies. Nothing like that in... Now, I'm not saying that Hamas hasn't sustained damage and fighters haven't been killed, but one of the things that is remarkably absent from these videos is, not entirely absent, but to a large degree absent, is combat footage and dead Hamas fighters.
I'm curious about these soldiers, the ones which you can see waving underwear around, blowing up buildings. Are they all Israeli soldiers?
Well, a lot of them are dual nationals. It's quite striking how often you'll have some guy posting something he's clearly British, or he's clearly American, or he's clearly French, or he's clearly South African. A lot of these people are dual nationals. Some of them may not even be Israeli nationals at all. I don't know. I mean, this isn't something we've done the empirical work on, but certainly it's something that strikes you immediately about these videos, how many of them are clearly not sort of native Israelis.
So there's almost, it's like an international brigade almost, in fighting with the Israeli army.
Yeah. And I think perhaps that's how some of these guys see it.
They see it as some form of war of civilizations, do you think? I mean, do you get any sense of that from the...
Yes, I know people for whom their Jewish identity is very important and for whom it is tied up integrally with Israel. I mean, they are great, they're passionate Israeli nationalists, passionate Israeli patriots, however you want to characterize it.
And the attitudes coming out towards the Palestinians, of course, you can see this, are quite grotesque in some cases, because they completely dehumanize them, don't they?
Absolutely. I mean, I think the underwear thing, which you've touched on, which is bizarre, and it just recurs again and again. I suppose they think they're exposing some sort of hypocrisy. I suppose that's the sort of weird thing that's going on in their head. But you see it again and again and again, rifling through women's underwear drawers, putting on women's underwear, taking humiliating photos, holding up women's underwear, and so on. And it is deeply dehumanizing. It is repellent to watch.
So what the film does, I watched it last night, it presents the way the Israeli soldiers see the world as presented by them onto social media accounts. And then you have this very remarkable footage from inside Gaza. And so in a way you get both worldview.
There's a juxtaposition.
Yeah, the juxtaposition is a nice way of putting it. And there are quite a large numbers of different categories of potential war crimes. Let's go through them more or less at random one by one. So for instance, then, the treatment. What do we learn about the treatment of detainees?
Well, I tell you what, should we go in a sort of an ascending order?
Yes.
Because what one sees, first of all, is just deeply unpleasant behaviour, this fooling around with women's underwear. There's a whole category of things, interminable jokes. They endlessly do this joke where you knock on a door, no answer, knock on the door, and then the camera pulls back and the house behind it is destroyed. Okay, and which they seem to find incredibly funny. Pretending to be estate agents and showing you around destroyed properties and so on. So lots of remarkably unfunny, supposedly funny videos. So that's these things aren't war crimes, but they are they're. It's very odd for soldiers on duty to be posting online. I mean, we interviewed British Army officers who said that there's no way I'd get back to base at night and discover my men loading up footage onto Facebook. You put a stop to it immediately. I'm finding it compromises security. There's so many reasons for not doing it. Anyway, you then have lots of footage of people just destroying people's houses, just smashing up their houses.
Inside the houses?
Inside the house, inside the house, just with hammers and just smashing up people's houses.
And wrecking their sort of possessions too.
Yeah, exactly. Now that, potentially, is certainly something that as Rodney Dixon, our expert, says, it's something the ICC might look at. It's wanton destruction. There's no, if somebody's standing in someone's kitchen just smashing all the plates, I mean, I'm no expert, but I really can't see the military logic of that. Then, as you sort of ascend the scale, you then have wanton destruction in terms of the blowing up of buildings. Now, this just recurs again and again and again in these videos. These enormous explosions. We focus particularly on the 8219 Combat Engineering Battalion, which did a lot of them, but lots of other units do as well. Now, the point about these explosions is they're not standing there and firing a tank shell or firing mortars or whatever at it. They've gone into the building and very carefully rigged it up, which obviously means there's no one in the building.
Major General Charlie Herbert, retired, made this point, didn't he, with his practiced eye. He's served in Afghanistan, Iraq.
And again, it's common sense as well. If you can you can spend half a day rigging up a building with explosives, there's no one in the building. Also, actually, if you are, know about these things. You look at what they're doing. They're using anti-tank mines. There's massive overkill. You know, if you simply wanted to bring the building down, you don't need to use explosives that big. They're like kids playing. You know, it's like a firework display. And you can see them. They just go for the bigger and the bigger explosion. You know, as one of them actually says in the film, we are addicted to explosions. We have become addicted to explosions. And that is potentially the crime of wanton destruction. We focus in particular on the town, or the village of, it's a town really, of Khibut Khaza, east of Khan Yunis, very close to the fence, which is entirely destroyed. They just totally obliterate the town. It is simply a pile of rubble at the end of it. And you know, the soldiers in their posts make very clear that the reason for this is revenge. You know, you have revenge rhetoric again and again and again. I mean, they also appear to be trying to build an extended buffer zone along the fence, and that would be part of the logic as well. But again, you know, you can't do that under international law. You can't just, you know, create buffer zones like that. And so that, in a way, is the potential crime that you see again and again and again, wanton destruction. And then treatment of detainees, you know, extraordinary, horrific treatment of detainees, stripped naked, humiliated, being dragged around. And again, you know, you just can't do that under international law.
Do you use drone footage at all in the film?
Sometimes these videos are quite glossily and professionally produced, and they put music on them, and sometimes, yes, they have drone shots. You know, sometimes they have drone shots. Now, there's a second category of drone shot which has not been put online by the Israelis, but which Al Jazeera Arabic have got hold of. They've somehow got hold of drone footage that the Israelis have taken, and we make use of some of that. There is another category of video we didn't talk about, which is videos put online by Israeli civilians. And I think, you know, in the West we have this tendency to talk about this terribly complex dispute and you have to be nuanced and so on. Listen to Israeli soldiers in their own videos, listen to Israeli politicians when they're speaking in Hebrew, and listen to what Israeli civilians put online. And when people tell you who they are, believe them, okay? You listen to Israelis and there's nothing complicated or nuanced. This is, when it's not overtly genocidal, it's certainly talking about ethnic cleansing and so on, and it certainly manifests a pervasive and deep and extreme racism towards racism and contempt towards the Palestinian people, and that you capture in the videos that are put online by Israeli civilians, which also feature in the film.
There's one particular story which had me. I mean, I will have people absolutely blow their. I mean, it's quite extraordinary, but concerning the rape of a detainee by a dog. Can you explain?
Yeah, so there's two things about the treatment of detainees. One is the treatment of detainees initially when they are taken, and this is where you see them all stripped naked and what have you, and lined up and so on. And we'll come on to this, the use of human shields. That's when they get used as human shields as well. There is then the treatment of Palestinians in detention centres within Israel. Now, you know, we actually don't spend that long on this in the film because it's now, you know, if you're paying attention at all, it's quite clear that torture and rape are systematic within those detention centres. Now, we have one particular interviewee who tells a story of witnessing the use of a dog to rape a man, and this is something health officials in Gaza have spoken about as well. Yes, it's horrific. It's horrific, and it's interesting with sexual violence. Of course, this is very sort of loaded and emotive. And of course, with October the 7th, there were all these allegations of sexual violence, which we, in our film, took pains to say there really wasn't, you know, there wasn't convincing evidence that it had happened on October the 7th. Now, with Israeli troops in Gaza, there's the issue of the sexual violence against women. Now, we don't go into this in the film. This is clearly inappropriate touching and humiliation and so on goes on. What you clearly see is that, and then you can't help but feel that this isn't connected to the perception of how Palestinians behaved on October the 7th. You see the repeated rape of Palestinian men in detention centres, and there are UN reports about this. It's clearly it's widespread and systematic. You suspect it is perceived as revenge for October the 7th. The Israelis, under pressure from the international community, have actually started arresting some of the soldiers who at Sdei Teman detention centre. And yes, and we have this astonishing, appalling account from one interviewee who actually witnessed a dog being used to rape a man.
And of course, you do show the footage of the reaction in Israel after the arrest by the authorities in this detention centre.
They arrest 9 men at Sdei Teman detention centre, which provokes a furious reaction within Israel. I think it'd be very important. You know, the base is stormed by right-wing demonstrators and so on, and most extraordinary and very revealing reaction. Very important to keep an eye on those cases. I think 4 of them have now been released. I think the other cases are ongoing, but you know, let's see if those cases actually go anywhere. And there was a strong sense, anyway, that at the time Israel was coming under pressure from the International Criminal Court, the ICJ, and so on, and there was a sense that they needed to do something.
Yes, but then the subsequent reaction which you show, and it's then the very flippant discussions of it on national TV in Israel.
I think somebody in the Knesset actually basically said it's fair enough to Nukhba terrorists, as he was calling them.
So what's the next?
Well, murder is the ultimate one. And we have a video where, and again, it just speaks to the astonishing sense of impunity. It's a sort of commemorative video put online by members of the 202nd Paratroopers Battalion, and it contains 3 instances where men who are clearly unarmed are shot by snipers. And again, you know, we've had military people or human rights people look at this footage, and maybe there's a military justification, but if you're shooting unarmed people, the onus is on you to explain why you're shooting them. And to just put it in a video up on YouTube is bizarre.
So the video is actually uploaded by the Israeli army?
No, it's uploaded by individuals.
No, sorry, I meant that,
by individuals. But the Israeli army doesn't seem to have a problem with this.
Yeah. And from memory, you just see individuals walking down a street, don't you?
Yeah, so they're clearly unarmed. There's two of them, the two men walking along, and one of them is shot. One of them is there's a dead body on the floor, an unarmed man on the floor, and someone's come out and they're bending over it, and that person is shot in the head.
It's very, as Charlie Herbert, the British retired Major General, said, that it looks very hard to explain. It's not quite impossible. Some may be that there is a context which. Did you present that to the Israeli authorities?
Yes, I mean, we're awaiting the right to replies.
I see.
We have presented all these accusations. We haven't heard anything back from the Israelis yet. They tend to ignore us. The IDF tends to simply ignore Al Jazeera.
Yes, but it's a major question. I mean, because what you're saying is terribly shocking. Seeing unarmed people shot dead in cold blood. And it's the sort of thing you'd expect if it did happen. I think it does happen in many armies. War is a horrible thing, and although that didn't feel like a warlike situation, it feels more like there wasn't any evidence of them being shot at, was it? I mean,
no, these men were unarmed. They're clearly unarmed, and then if you're going to shoot unarmed men, you have to have a very good reason for doing it.
Let's now look at I find these. I mean, everything was fascinating in your very somber film, which I think will be a matter of great historical significance as time goes on, as people try to understand what's been happening over the last 12 months. Let's have a look at your section on human shields, where, of course, it's long been an Israeli claim that the Palestinians do that, or Hamas does it, and you deconstruct that analysis quite.
Yes, I think in a way it's one of the most extraordinary passages in the film, but because, to be honest, all of the information there, any professional news organisation could have asked a 22-year-old researcher, look into this, and they'd have come up with that. It's not difficult, it's not complicated, it's all in the public domain, and it is quite astonishing the way in the West, every time the scale of civilian casualties and continuing Western assistance to the Israelis is raised, they will talk about human shields. But Hamas is using the civilian population as human shields. This is why the civilian casualties are so high. I mean, I saw Starmer does it, Blinken does it, Biden does it, Kamala Harris does it. I saw David Lammy on the BBC a while back being interviewed by Victoria Derbyshire, and he was, he was struggling to get his words out, and she actually finished the sentence for him and said, human shields, as a justification, Hamas are using the population.
So it's not just the politicians who use this language; it's filled in for them by a journalist.
And a journalist as good as Victoria Derbyshire, who is as good as it gets at the BBC. And it is just bewildering, because you just have to do very basic journalism. Okay, because the Israelis have attacked the Gaza Strip for 2009, 2014, and in the wake of those attacks, there have been very detailed reports done by Human Rights Watch, Amnesty, by the UN, by B'Tselem, and so on. Now, if you go back to those conflicts, there'll be one or two incidents where perhaps they fired rockets from next to an apartment building and hadn't warned the people inside. You have to really dig around for instances like that. But using human shields in the sense of forcing people to be in front of you and not letting them get away, there's simply no evidence for it at all. And also, anyone who knows the way Hamas operates, it is ultimately a popular movement. They would very quickly, and the fighters, and I think people's attitude to Hamas in the Gaza Strip is very complicated now, but the fighters, people always support the fighters, and the idea that they would be putting people who are effectively their own sisters and aunts and what have you in front, it just doesn't really wash, and there is no evidence. Now again,
presumably, I think the Israelis would say, look, it's a resistance movement, or a terrorist movement, they would say, fighting in a very built-up area, they are effectively making this population.
Yes, but where are they meant to fight? I mean, that's where they're being attacked. And as Bill Van Esselt says in our film, very often, yes, that is the beginning and the end of the accusation, that they are fighting in a very crowded place where there are also civilians. Now, again, the Qassam brigades have put up over 300 combat videos. They also post online, and there it's very controlled. They're edited videos that they're putting out for a propaganda purpose. It's how you would expect a military organisation to behave. And of course, they're only putting up their successes. They don't put up their failures. But certainly, I would defy you to go through those 300 videos and point to a civilian. There's never any civilians. They're always carrying out their attacks in a desolated, empty environment. I mean, I've watched lots of those videos. I've never seen a civilian in any of those videos. They now, when they're attacked, they will defend from areas, yes, where there may be civilians around, but certainly their own attacks are launched in places that are empty. So it really is quite extraordinary. It is one of those absolutely bewildering things that this is simply never challenged. The Israelis and Western politicians will always simply say, but the problem is Hamas hides behind the civilian population. And there simply isn't any evidence for it. And in fact, conversely,
there's lots of evidence, though, isn't there, going back many years of the
Israelis using human shields. Yeah. And again, this is very well documented by B'Tselem, the Israeli human rights organisation, Human Rights Watch, Amnesty, the UN. It's very well documented, and we showed, and there's footage of it. You can see it. There's guys walking along with their gun on someone's shoulder. It's a.
And you also have produced this very shocking evidence of inside Gaza of Israel using Palestinians to go ahead and...
Yes, they use them to check empty buildings.
Check empty buildings.
This was Al Jazeera Arabic obtained this footage. There's quite a bit of footage of people being bound and forced to look around empty buildings and so on. Also, in our own interviewees within the Gaza Strip, and we weren't actually particularly looking for people who'd had the experience of being used as human shields, but in fact, repeatedly, when we interviewed people about other things, part of their story was that after being detained, they were used as a human shield. We interviewed 6 people. We talked to 6 people who had all said they'd all been used as human shields.
Let's move on briefly to you have a short section on Israeli use of torture, which is quite well known, of course, in the prisons, but you present some quite important new testimony about that.
Well, there's an Israeli soldier's video, again, where he's speaking in French, and they're getting detainees off the back of a truck, and he says, look at this one, this will make you laugh, this will make you laugh, look at the marks on his back, we tortured him. And again, it's there on, he says it on camera. This will make you laugh, we tortured him.
And that is, as Rodney Dixon, the KC, says in that context, it's very difficult to prove torture often because those who've committed it...
So it's enormously helpful when people put up videos where they say, here's one we tortured earlier,
Yeah, it's completely harrowing, that. Maybe, and then I'm going to come on to one more thing, so I give my... and that you have a section on starvation as a weapon of war.
Yeah, it's very brief, that, really, because I think that's a fairly well-known story. But it's Bill Van Esvelt from Human Rights Watch. He says they've studied strikes on convoys. I think he says 7. There was the very well-known one on April the 1st, where a number of foreign aid workers, including British people, were killed. But he said they've identified 7 cases where this has happened, where aid convoys have been struck like this. And it's probably more now. And the remarkable thing is these aid organisations have done what you conventionally do. What you do is you tell the parties where you're going to be, you give them the coordinates, so they know where you're going to be, you deconflict, as they say. And in a number of cases, those precise coordinates were then hit, which is quite extraordinary.
And I think finally we might come on to the issue of UK-British complicity in what is happening at the moment in Gaza.
I mean, here, as we talked about this last time, I would point people to the excellent work done by independent media, filling the shameful gap, really, that is left by conventional British media. This is all work that's been done by Matt Kennard, Declassified UK. And, Matt has worked out that RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus is central to all this. He's seeing huge numbers of, first of all, this isn't in the film, but he's seeing huge numbers of cargo planes flying from RAF Akrotiri into Israel. Now, the British government won't say, well, the British government claims they're carrying diplomats and medical supplies, which that doesn't sound very convincing. The strong suspicion is they're carrying American military supplies in. They're using RAF Akrotiri as an entrepot for American military supplies. No, we don't know, they won't tell us. The other thing Matt uncovers, and this we do reference in the film, is these surveillance flights. Dozens and dozens of surveillance
1,000 hours of it.
Yeah, that was up to March. 1,000 hours of surveillance, which is supposedly to facilitate hostage rescue, which is very hard to work out how that works. And something else, at that time, there were only 2 British hostages in the Gaza Strip, and by definition, they didn't know where they were. So, what this surveillance footage consists of is hard to know. And the strong suspicion, again, is that they are providing targeting information to the Israelis. Very important point to make about that, and we just referenced this very briefly in the film. There has been no let-up in these surveillance flights since July the 4th, continuing exactly the same under the current Labour government as it was under the Conservative government.
Yes, the Labour, to its credit, has sort of stepped back on some points. It's on the resistance to the ICC arrest warrants.
Yes, I mean, I think it's done the bare minimum. I mean, it's looked at the legals and covered its. They realise they've got to cover their back legally. I mean, it's the bare minimum. It really is.
But the
Western powers remain. The rhetoric is the same as Kamala Harris. The rhetoric has changed very slightly in America because they've realised how unpopular this is. But in practice, as we said at the end of the film, the Americans and the Germans, we're putting the Germans as weapons suppliers to the Israelis, the Americans and the Germans are supplying weaponry as they did before. We are continuing to operate our surveillance flights. So, there's been a bit of a change in the tone of Western politicians in practice. Western powers remain absolutely complicit in what is happening in Gaza.
One last question. What about the British, our beloved friends in the British media? What points you've produced now 2 very thorough films, one about October the 7th itself, secondly, we now have your new film. I mean, do you think that the British media is complicit as well?
Well, what the British media does, it's interesting. Our film is coming out at a time when a number of people are doing their anniversary films for October the 7th. So let's have a look. The BBC, last night as we were speaking, did, I think it was a 90-minute film on the attack on the music festival, which, it was a dreadful event, and I'm told it's a very powerful film. Slightly odd focus when in the intervening period, at least 42,000 people have been killed. And to sort of not mention that at all is a little odd. Now, I understand that there is a panorama forthcoming, Jane Corbin panorama special, an hour long, which I understand will do very much the same as the ITV film a couple of weeks ago, which is, focused on a couple of Israeli families, focused on a couple of Palestinian families. Now, I think at Al Jazeera, we're, in a way, liberated from what you might call both sidesism and this rather bogus equivalence. And I think there's 2 points to make here. One, a point that is repeatedly made but not really taken on board. There is no equivalence between an occupying power and an occupied people, an all-powerful occupying power backed by the world's only superpower, and a completely prostrate, helpless, occupied people. There is no equivalence between those two. And also in terms of what has actually happened over the last year. Now, our October 7th film was quite clear that serious human rights crimes were committed on October 7th. We were clear about that.
By Hamas.
By Hamas, and others who followed them through the fence.
Yeah.
But just let's look at the hard statistics. We had all this stuff about babies and beheaded babies and so on. 2 babies died. Two children under 1 died or were killed, let's be clear, on
This, I think, is a really good way to put it. It's very objective, it's very honest. Hey, what happened on October 7th? There were definitely war crimes. There were children killed. It is horrific, it is wrong, and it's condemnable. Everything that has happened since, and everything that has led up to it, is horrific as well. These are war crimes. It's entirely unacceptable. October 7th, and I do want to focus on this point, October 7th would have never happened if there was no occupation.
October the 7th. At the end of August, the Gazan Health Ministry released a remarkable list of the documented dead. There's a figure of about 34,000 people, I think. Now, I can't remember, but a number of pages at the beginning
14.
of that, it's 14 pages.
Under the age of 1.
Children under the age of 1. Okay, it was 701 children under the age of 1. Okay, now this doesn't include 7,000 or so undocumented bodies. It doesn't include, very, very roughly 10,000 bodies that are probably still under the rubble. It doesn't include the very large number of people who have died because of lack of access to medicines and healthcare. So we are talking at the very, very least 701 babies set against 2 babies. There's no equivalence here. And if you are, as the BBC and ITV are very careful to do this, you'll have the news, the Palestinian suffering, Israeli suffering. But if you're going to present, putting it in very blunt terms, hundreds and hundreds, possibly thousands of babies as equivalent to 2 babies, then you're buying into a racist arithmetic. There is no equivalence between those 2 things. And I think that's where we're liberated at Al Jazeera, is we're not obliged to engage in this sort of rather bogus both sidesism. And we can speak bluntly and frankly about something that is not an issue, it's not a complex, political dispute, it's a crime. Let's be clear, what has been done in the last year in the Gaza Strip is a crime.
Or a series of crimes.
A whole series of crimes.
Every day.
Whether it's genocide or not, it all seems to me rather irrelevant. The murder of 15,000 children is a crime. There's no justification for the murder of 15,000 children. And we're sort of liberated at Al Jazeera, and that we can talk about, call a spade a spade.
Thank you very much, Richard Sanders. I look forward to seeing the reaction to the film when it comes out. As I remember, it was greeted with blank ignoral, one might say, your first film by the British...
Well, not by you, not by Owen Jones.
I do find this interesting. I used to never watch Al Jazeera. I treated a lot of their information with a lot of skepticism. I did not consider a lot of what came from them as reliable, and I think that's because of, the influence of, Western media on my approach to it. I did consider it biased. I did consider it unreliable without even watching it, or without even considering its content. I've only started watching Al Jazeera actually quite late into this. I've only started watching Al Jazeera or viewing videos from them since this is how I consume most of my media. When was it? It was late this year. Not late in the year, but it was still quite a bit into this. It was, I don't remember the exact date, but I would say middle of this year. I had specifically avoided watching anything from Al Jazeera up until that point. And this is exactly how, if their concern is, considering Al Jazeera as reliable and legitimate, then they've done everything perfectly to end up bolstering the reliability of Al Jazeera. I haven't felt more reliable, I haven't been able to rely on Al Jazeera more than now, more than since I've been consuming their media, and I've been told constantly by people that I can see that they're clearly unreliable and dishonest, bashing Al Jazeera. So this is all the points where I was like, okay, maybe there's something there. Here, yes, he had mentioned Owen Jones just because I think this is an important name. He's again, UK journalist. We've watched his videos before, and his videos are going to show up again in today's stream.
It was greeted with blank ignoral, one might say. Your first film by the British.
Well, not by you, not by Owen Jones, not by Navarra, you know, and not by Double Down News, you know. BBC.
Actually, all three of those, yes. Middle East Eye, Novara, Owen Jones, Double Down. These are all, I would say, surprisingly reliable news sources that I've found.
You see the Times, the Telegraph, the Mail, all these great teachers answer.
Yeah, but they need to be careful. They discredit themselves because you know, in the age of social media, a lot of people see this stuff and they notice that it's being ignored. You know.
Exactly. This is a very important point. They discredit themselves. And this is a lot of what mainstream media has done constantly, like the BBC or CNN or Sky News or whatever, regardless of, you know, political affiliation, right wing, left wing, it doesn't matter. A lot of the mainstream media has completely discredited itself on its reporting of this topic specifically. So I've been consuming and enjoying a lot more independent news sources because they're not tied to push a certain narrative.
Because you know, in the age of social media, a lot of people do see this stuff and they notice that it's being ignored. You know.
Thank you very much.
All right, so that was Middle East Eye 2 days ago. On the Israeli soldiers recording themselves committing war crimes, which is as blatant as it can get, or as arrogant as it can get because of how, what's the word I'm trying to find here? Not indignity, the impunity, that's the one. The Majority Report, again, huge fan, Sam Cedar and Emma Vigeland. Again, oh no, this is 3 days ago. Israel unleashes brutal bombardment on Lebanon.
We are back, and we are joined now by Seamus Malakavzali, journalist writing about the Middle East in publications like The Nation and Baffler, and also Seamus has a Substack, which we will link to. Thanks so much for coming on the show today.
Always a pleasure.
So, you have escaped Lebanon, I should say, or left Lebanon in this just extremely scary time. I'm glad to see that you're doing all right. But Israel has been bombarding Lebanon with strikes over the past week, continuing to escalate. Hundreds have been killed, including dozens of women and children. And the strikes are now, I think there was a strike in Beirut maybe this morning.
Excuse me, I need to go pick up some of the other pieces I had cut out, and I honestly forgot about them. Just give me a second.
Morning, if I'm reading that correctly, or at the very least outside the Beirut suburbs. Just take us through the past few weeks and what's been happening in Lebanon and the terror that Israel has inflicted upon the population, starting with those pager and walkie-talkie attacks.
Yeah, I mean, the current round of escalation had started with those pager attacks. After the retaliation for the assassination of Fouad Shukr, the Hezbollah commander, had gone over in a way that I think was less than what some people were expecting. There was a slight lull in tensions in the country. But once those pager attacks happened, once there were literally thousands of pagers that were exploding, supposedly all belonging to Hezbollah members, but obviously that turned out not to be the case. That and then the walkie-talkie explosions that happened afterward, that shifted the ground under everyone's feet. From there, I could really tell that this was not going to be like other rounds of escalation in the past, and that turned out to be correct. Strikes inside South Beirut, which were previously so infrequent that there were several months between them. Now they happen literally every single day. The bombardments that occurred in South Lebanon over this past week killed, I believe, half the people that died during the 2006 Lebanon War, in terms of numbers. Some of the most violent bombardments in the history of modern warfare in the space of one day. And there really is no sign of that abating or moving into some sort of lower grade of warfare, anything close to a solution.
And this is the deadliest attack by Israel on Lebanon since 2006, but we also have the 1982 invasion of Beirut that we can talk about in terms of like what people in Lebanon have experienced as it relates to Israel aggression over the past decades. Can you talk about that cultural memory and that history of Israel's incursions into Lebanon and how that informs the current aggression and people's reaction to it?
I mean, a lot of people in Lebanon, I mean, there are lots of sectors that have expressed extremely racist feelings towards the Palestinians for the actions of the PLO. There are people who hate Hezbollah for a whole variety of different reasons. And then similarly, people who hate the Lebanese forces and all these different things. But generally speaking, despite all of these varieties of hatreds and grievances, nobody is going to be caught dead openly caping for Israel, regardless of anything. Israel and its invasions and the destruction that it caused is the one thing that, generally speaking, even if they have covert relationships with Israel and they do things for Israel, publicly speaking on their behalf is something that is very rarely done inside Lebanon. And all of these wars that have been caused by Israel or have been accelerated by Israel, they've created a system of living in Lebanon that leads it to have built up certain resiliences that other countries might not have. When I do other interviews about this, I think a lot of people are surprised when I talk about the fact that up until very, very recently, Lebanon had been mostly proceeding as normal, and the capital had sort of siloed itself off from the rest of the country and what's been happening down there. People have learned when to panic. They know when to panic. And now we have reached that point where people have started to panic. They know what is about to come. And that is the thing that has struck so much terror into the rest of the country.
Let's pull up a map of Lebanon here just so people can get a geographic sense of what we're talking about. If we could just zoom in closer to the top of the Israel border so we can see. Thanks, guys. So Beirut, you can see there, is far from the Israel border. You can see Golan Heights, which is the southwestern corner of Syria, but obviously Trump infamously recognized the Golan Heights as Israeli territory illegally. But that incursion and that recognition, Golan is right there on the border of Lebanon. So a lot of this fighting happens at the southern border of Lebanon and the northern border of Israel. That has been the pretext for what Netanyahu has asserted. He's speaking at the UN today, that essentially this military operation is so that the Israelis in the north can return to their homes. But you see Beirut right? You can see that Beirut is quite far from that southern border of Lebanon and northern border of Israel, and yet the pager attacks, the walkie-talkie bombing happened all over the country, set off at the exact same time, which again, if a Muslim majority country's military or militant group within the country set off coordinated bombs in that manner throughout a sovereign nation's borders, it would be called a
I mean, you got a bit of preview of what she was about to say, but let's finish that sentence. What do you think it would be received as if it was a Muslim majority nation that did exactly the same thing that Israel just did? Well, just did, but very recently did. I mean, I think we forget how recent because there's constantly developments with this story and this situation. If a Muslim majority country or a Muslim group had done the exact same thing, what would it have been called? Very quickly, immediately, without question. Set off bombs to explode simultaneously everywhere, whatever. What would that be called? Terrorism. Very easily, very quickly, and without question. And I don't see an issue with that as long as that's applied equally and evenly across the board. When you say only one group of people are terrorists, only one group of people are dangerous or whatever, that's just blatantly racist.
Terrorist attack, not the same in this instance. But, you know, bombing Beirut and bombing the suburbs of Beirut has nothing to do with Israelis returning to their homes in the north, as you can just see geographically. These actions plus the bombing of these pagers and walkie-talkies, you can only interpret that as a way to sow terror within the population, in my view.
Exactly. I mean, most of this stems back, and I've written about this before, it stems back from the Dahya doctrine, which was something that Israel had been doing in other conflicts, but was really cemented in the 2006 war. The idea being that the way for Hezbollah to be deterred from further actions was to punish the civilian population, its base of support inside South Beirut, which is Dahya. So all of these villages, all of these cities, all these municipalities, they were to be targets regardless of whatever military infrastructure actually existed there, if at all. So in 2006, southern Beirut was bombed extraordinarily heavily. Neighborhoods were leveled, despite most of the fighting being in southern Lebanon, just as it is right now. And a similar thing was implemented in Gaza on a much larger, much more expansive scale, with the entire territory essentially being deemed as one gigantic military base. The idea here is that, yes, if South Beirut is turned into a military zone, that Hezbollah and its support base among the population, among the majority Shia population in these areas, will be cut. They'll be, resentful of their presence, and they will eventually, I don't know what the next step would be. They buckle. And they'd happily accept whatever political system or political solution Israel would want to give them. The issue is that did not happen in 2006. That has not happened now. And even though the population of Lebanon, broadly speaking, is not in favor of a war, they never have been, that does not entail an automatic acceptance of every single thing that Israel has ever wanted to do, not by a long shot.
Well, it's U.S. imperial mentality, right? Which is essentially breaking the backs of people with bloodshed and militaristic might in order for them to accept the outcome, the desired outcome of the people doing the bombing. And as you're saying, this has not worked. This has not worked. As evidenced by these multiple instances of resistance over these years.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different military calculus than that Israel would be, because Israel, as the actor doing these offensive operations, they can be deterred by cost, while groups which are fighting Israel can, there's costs that have to be considered. Its whole impetus is resistance, of preserving the society in which people live, their way of life, of resisting the, like you're saying, the imperialism of other powers. To say that just because things have become difficult, that they're automatically going to buckle. I mean, what instance in the past, in the modern past, with America, with Israel, has that worked on? In Palestine, over the past 76 years of constant occupation and military resistance, at what point does this start? And I think there is a recognition within the Israeli state that they're never going to, that's not going to happen, which is why you have a lot of right-wing settlers, people who have Netanyahu's ear in this current government, not necessarily talking about just dismantling Hezbollah, which if you haven't dismantled Hamas, how are you going to deal with Hezbollah? But that's a different thing.
Yeah.
But they're talking about settlement. They're talking about settlement in southern Lebanon. They're talking about depopulation. That was something that the Diaspora Affairs Minister mentioned only a few days ago. They're talking about removing what they call explicitly an enemy population in southern Lebanon, of removing it, of making sure that the support base, if they can't be disconnected from Hezbollah, they need to be physically removed so that the problem is no longer there. That's what they're applying in Gaza, in the West Bank, and that's what they're going to apply in Lebanon as well.
And Netanyahu is using the same language that he used as it relates to Gaza when he's talking about their military operations in southern Lebanon. Please leave your homes, he writes in English, and you'll be able to return, people of Lebanon, which is just like essentially a written press release for the West to give justification for when they slaughter people in southern Lebanon, that, hey, we told them, we dropped leaflets, we told them to leave their homes, and they didn't, and so what do you know? And
hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone.
I mean, that felt very abruptly cut off, but yeah. The Majority Report 3 days ago. That was, September 23rd. 26th, sorry. We're back with with Secular Talk with Kyle Krasinski. Breaking: Bibi killed Hezbollah leader to block ceasefire deal. This is from a day ago. I think Kyle has this thing where he posts a bit later on certain topics. He's probably waiting for more information and to properly put out his videos, which I appreciate, but it does also mean that these videos are a day or two behind.
The other big issue that we haven't talked about, which is a real wrench in this whole thing, is of course what's going on in Gaza. And
although he probably did address it in a different video, but this is like the longer, proper format video. If you recognize, this is Crystal from Breaking Points. She's also a co-host on Secular Talk. I'm not sure about the relationship with Kyle, but that's none of my business. Yeah, it's Crystal, Kyle, and friends.
And Lebanon, and now Iran is involved as well. So just to give everybody some updates on that, Lebanon's foreign minister, Abdallah Abu Habib, told CNN that Hassan Nasrallah, who is the leader of Hezbollah, he had just agreed to a 21-day ceasefire just before he was assassinated by Israel, which reminds me of what happened when Israel bombed Tehran. Right? When it was the head of the political wing of Hamas, who was the chief negotiator, and Israel violated the territorial sovereignty of Iran, bombed the capital city to kill the person they were theoretically negotiating a peace deal with. Gee, I wonder if Israel wants peace.
Who would also agree to a ceasefire.
Who had also agreed to a ceasefire. And then we also have this news. This is kind of scary as well. Israel bombed a Russian airbase on the coast of Syria. And so now you have a situation where Russia is fucking pissed off at Israel for bombing their airbase in Syria. They bombed in Syria proper as well. You have, and the U.S. media, of course, is making this all worse because you have CBS apparently during the debate. I missed this live, but CBS during the debate apparently said that Iran could develop a nuclear weapon in 1 to 2 weeks, which is a total and complete utter fucking lie. You have Reuters is reporting that there was a U.S. resident from Dearborn, Michigan, who was in Lebanon, who was killed by an American bomb dropped by Israel. So you have all these things that are happening, and we've all said it 100 times, but it is at the point where it is inconceivable. It's incomprehensible. I can't wrap my mind around how this can proceed. For the love of God, pull the fucking leash on Israel. For the love of God. And I know you guys actually have an interesting theory on that. Tell everybody your theory as to why you think we are so far gone on the issue of Israel right now.
Yeah, I was speculating the other day that it's possible
Gavin
they're
verified me when he said this. I was like, tweet this out. This is a fucking hot take.
Yeah, basically just that they're threatening to use their nuclear arsenal if we stop giving them weapons. You know, they're going to say we have to protect ourselves somehow. We have to protect ourselves against Iran, the country you've already admitted over and over again is the #1 sponsor of terrorism in the entire world, or whatever their stupid line is about it. So they've already conditioned the American public to accept that. Oh yeah, we have to protect ourselves. Of course, that's why we have these nukes in the first place. And if the U.S. does try to pull that leash, if it does try to cut off the weapons, then I mean that's an even bigger catastrophe on our hands that we certainly don't want to have to deal with. So I mean, it's definitely possible. Do you think there's any truth to that, guys?
At this point, I was telling Crystal the other day, at this point, I was like, I can see it. Obviously, I have no idea. I have no evidence. But in terms of trying to explain how we're so far gone, because the only other option is Biden is not only the world's most hardcore Zionist, but also just totally fucking senile and gone, right? And the most
half a
corrupt.
can of Campbell soup up there, bro.
Bro, it's like, because at this point, it's like, there was an article, they said, Biden expressed himself, oh, I know that they're trying to get Trump elected. I know that Netanyahu is trying to rat fuck us. I know that that's why he's doing what he's doing. And it's like, if you know that, why would you not pull the leash and cut off the weapons, or at least threaten to cut off the weapons and get his fucking ass in line? Why would you not do that? And he hasn't done it. And so now I'm open to any fucking theories.
Well, the other possibility is that he's pissed off about being pulled from the ticket and wants Kamala to lose and wants Trump to win.
Oh man. Well, there's
or
no
doesn't
way.
care.
Or doesn't care. But
I think he might not even have the cognitive ability to care. I think at this point, guys, we've been making weekend at Biden jokes for so long. Guys, in the primary against Bernie Sanders, when we were the Vanguard.blog, Gavin and I were making little articles with Pete Buttigieg and Amy Klobuchar carrying Joe Biden across the finish line, weekend at Bernie style. So I think that's part of it. But the other thing that I wanted to throw your guys' way, right, because it's something that both horrifies me and also just makes me reevaluate how I look at American politics. So Gavin and I, we bring it up as much as we can. We're regular dudes from the Midwest. We live in Kansas City. All of our friends don't care about politics nearly as much as we do, right? They're regular people. They'll show up and vote, but they don't want to talk about this shit all the time. And it's a good barometer for what's reaching the American people, because what was it? The morning of the debate, I was literally I was in a fucking mess, man. Gavin and I were pacing around. We were in our respective homes, just it was not good. We were like, we have to cancel the show that we had planned for today. The vibes are horrible.
Because of the bombing in Tel Aviv. Yeah.
Yes, I want to be sick. I don't know what's going to happen after this, right? And then I have to call my boss, because I help run a cocktail room in Kansas City. And so I'm talking to the GM, Kate, and I'm like, oh my God, it's a fucking crazy day for the Vanguard. Like, what do you need me to do at the bar? Like, what do we have to get knocked out for the day? And she's like, oh my God, what's happening? And I was like, oh, just escalations with the war. And Kate is a smart woman. This is not a shot at her. This is not. She's just, what war? And I have to be like, oh right, not everybody follows this every day. They don't think America's at war. I think that there are so many voters that we don't consider. They, as callous as it is, they don't have the capacity to learn, care, or think about what's happening in our foreign policy. To them, it's no different than their whole life we were in Iraq, Afghanistan, Somalia, Libya, Syria, Yemen. To them, it's just all part of the machine. So that's both okay, so these escalations might not work in the form of an October surprise that we've seen historically, but it's also going to be a nightmare for anybody to do anything, because it just gives the Democrats complete cover to keep increasing the suffering, to just not reel Netanyahu back at all, because they're looking at all the polling and people are like, I don't care about any of this.
I would say I understand that theory, but the issue is there are Muslim Americans, there are Arab Americans, there are young voters, and there are Democratic base voters. And all of those groups genuinely care about this. And when you're looking at an election as close as what we're looking at, you don't need that big of numbers to stay home in order to swing the result. So I think you make a point which is compelling for a large swath of American voters, but the idea that foreign policy just has no impact on the election, that I can't see. And I also thought it was bogus. During the Bush years, you had, I think it was 2006, you had a giant wave of
Okay, as someone who's not an American, I will say this. From an outside perspective, again, not American, foreign policy isn't a party issue. Foreign policy in the U.S., as far as I've observed it and seen it, throughout my life, is that whether it's Democrat or Republican, it doesn't matter the party or the color of the bomb being dropped on you. It's essentially the same, whether it's a Democrat or a Republican in office. It doesn't change anything outside the U.S. It doesn't change anything for the people that are dealing with U.S. foreign policy. It's more of a, whether you're arguing, oh yeah, Kamala or Trump, then you're talking about internal affairs. You're talking about the policies that the average American citizen is going to deal with. Outside of that, I do have to say I disagree with Kyle here. I don't think that foreign policy does affect Americans a lot. I don't think they care because it's the same. It's the same no matter who you vote for. So, and I do think a lot of Americans don't care because it doesn't affect them directly. So who gives a shit? It's happening. thousands of miles away. It's happening to other people. It's happening in other countries. So it doesn't matter. It's not affecting me directly, which is also really silly because it does. It does affect you. I have been watching Philip DeFranco for a long time, and I essentially one of my first introduction to news was through Philip DeFranco, and I've watched his videos religiously. I've watched every single one of his videos since I started watching him. On this topic, I've been very disappointed. I do think he is very... I don't want to even say both sides saying this. I think he's cultivated an audience of people that do skew more right, which is weird. Not what I would have expected, or a bit more hawkish, I suppose, on this topic. There was a reason I brought him up, but I completely forgot it. But either way, I wanted to express disappointment with Philip DeFranco. It's a real shame. I really did like a lot of his videos. I still do watch them, just with sadness now. Like, really, somebody I expected better from. That's about it.
Democrats get elected, and it was because the public was really tired of the war. And it was also, again, people might intuitively tie these things together, like, hey, my road has 1,000 potholes, but you're sending billions of dollars to Iraq or wherever. Enough, fucking enough.
Well, that's where Helene comes into it too.
Right, yeah. But
$750
I have a
payments.
Slightly different take from you guys on that one, because...
Right, I remember now. Just he had this quote, Philip DeFranco, just with the whole, like, the reason I was talking about it, like, the whole saying that, it's foreign policy, so it won't affect me directly. Sure, we can agree about directly, but indirectly it will and does affect you. He did say this thing quite often, and I mean, he's been saying it a lot lately, and I do think it's very true. You may not fuck with politics, but politics will fuck with you, which is completely true. Even if you don't care, even if you're not going to be involved, it does not mean you're not affected. You absolutely will be. And America's foreign policy has led to Americans being affected. It has led to Americans being unsafe sometimes when they travel to certain countries, or being around certain people. It has led to terrorist attacks on Americans and in American soil. And on American soil, that's essentially what 9/11 was. It was due to America's foreign policy. When they say things like, oh yes, these people, they just hate America, and then they stop it at that, that's pretty ridiculous, because yes, a lot of these countries do hate America, if you want to put it that way, sure. Why? What has America done to them? America has bombed their people. America has put troops in their countries. America has taken their land or stolen their resources. So people do have that reaction to America. And it's not out of nowhere. It's specifically because of America's foreign policy.
They actually did everything they were supposed to do behind the scenes. They did the emergency declaration. They got FEMA going. Like, they did all of those things. The only problem is the optics of it. They didn't do the photo ops of being on the ground.
That's what I'm talking about. The
Yeah, but
optics.
that matters.
It matters,
totally
but
agree
it's
with you,
also
Kyle.
it's incumbent on us to say what happened. Like, they actually did all the things they were supposed to do. You know what I'm saying? Because I see the right bogus lying about it. Like, they didn't do anything. And it's like, that's just not true. You're just wrong.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I said that on the show the other day. I was like, it looks like they actually are doing things. It just doesn't look like they're doing things enough to, care for people to care. But yeah, I do think that is definitely true, with it being a close enough election for it to really matter on the margins with the foreign policy stuff. Although I do agree with Zach that I don't think it's something that's really motivating your average voter to vote in this election cycle. In 2006, Kyle, like you were talking about the midterms, I do think it mattered a lot more because more Americans were going overseas, more Americans were dying in those wars. So it felt like more tangible to your average person. They're like, oh, this is affecting me. This is something that is obviously affecting my community. So therefore I wanted to stop. With this war, I do agree that right now it's still regional enough and it's still kind of contained within the Middle East enough that I don't think a lot of people really know or care or understand the significance of it. Like, we were talking about this. We understand that Israel is basically us. Like, that's our base in the region. It's our outpost. It's our military base, whatever you want to call it. It's basically the 51st state. It's what we jokingly call it at the Vanguard. It's like, it's kind of a Pearl Harbor level event, in my opinion. It could be. We'll see. I hope not. But, this Iranian bombing of Tel Aviv, because it just opens the door. It gives Israel exactly the excuse that they've been looking for to straight up start a war with Iran. And again, I think this is one of those things where we're going to be talking about it for several months before anyone else is. Similar thing happened with COVID, where it's like, if you were really paying attention to the news, you knew about a month before the general public that lockdowns were coming. You're like, I see what's happening in the rest of the world. Yeah, a lot of people were still in denial when I was like, hey, bro, like, life's about to change forever. And they're like, no, you're crazy. You don't know what you're talking about. In the same way I'm starting to get a similar vibe where it's like, no one's talking about this. You go outside, everyone's pretending like everything's fine. But I'm like, bro, you don't understand the significance of Iran genuinely carrying out this attack, the strike on Tel Aviv, bombing the shit out of our military base in the region, absolutely Israel's going to take the excuse to try to go to war with Iran, and who knows if we're going to be able to stop them. I don't know if it's going to matter by the election, but soon enough we're going to be talking about it. The people will know.
Yeah, we're on the brink of 40,000 troops already there. Sorry to push off this,
no,
but, like, we're on the brink of
that's what I was
actual
going to
war
say
with
is
Iran.
like, you know, that's assuming that things, I think there's some merit to your argument, assuming that things stay the way they are, but they're not going to stay the way they are.
Yes.
And we could very easily end up with a situation. I mean, Iran is saying, hey, we consider the U.S. to be part of this, and we're looking at U.S. assets to strike if Israel retaliates. So you end up with some dead American troops, and Trump can lean into his, like, this didn't happen under me. You know, this is all this chaos is under the Biden-Harris administration. And then I said this to Kyle, like, you know, I don't love to pull the identity card all the time, but we've never had a female commander-in-chief. So if that, like, wartime footing becomes more front of mind, people have seen many white men be commander-in-chief. They've never seen a black woman be commander-in-chief. And I think that could, I think it could be a factor as well, unfortunately.
Yeah, if this breaks out into a hot war that involves U.S. troops, I think that has to change, you know, the analysis.
The calculus,
completely.
yeah.
And I think the hope and praying is that, you know, that just, I don't know, it doesn't happen. I guess if I'm going to just try and spin this with more copium and say that at least historically, if you look back at the last couple of major hot wars that the United States has been involved with, you have to go back to Vietnam for when we, you know, intentionally swapped out a president in the middle of it, right? During the Bush years, even though Iraq was really unpopular and we'd already invaded Afghanistan and George Bush looked, you know, historically incompetent. He was a laughingstock of the country. People did double down and support him. Now, that's obviously not a perfect analogy because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris aren't the same person.
Yeah,
but
that's a good point,
you know,
though.
there's also the sense that, like, hey, we don't want to change up our leadership too much when we're already in the midst of this operation. I don't know how middle America voters think, just, you know, spitballing.
Yeah, I'm really, I think it's very confounding the way Kamala's responding to all of this. I kind of figured when she became the nominee or whenever anyone replaced Biden, they would just be able to kind of inherit more of a clean slate and just talk about peace, just talk about a ceasefire. And I don't know, I felt like it seemed easier now that she actually is the nominee. It seems like she doesn't really have a coherent message on where she stands. Like, it's not really clear if she's a peace candidate or not. She doesn't talk about peace. She'll bring up a ceasefire. But in the statements after the bombing of Tel Aviv by Iran, it's not like they're promising peace. I wish they were. I wish they were saying, like, you know, I know this seems scary, but trust me, we're working on getting towards peace. All they're talking about is, oh, trust us, we're going to defend Israel. We're going to protect Israel. We're going to, you know, give them whatever they want, essentially. And it's like, I don't think that's what most people want to hear. I think even if people like Israel, even if people think positively of it and think, oh yeah, I know some Jewish folks that vacation in Israel. It seems like a nice country, whatever. They don't want to go to war over it. They don't want to lose their son over it. They don't want to sacrifice their future and global security over it. I just think it's crazy not to at least promise people peace when we're talking about this stuff and act like that's the goal instead of just unconditional support for this.
Create some distance from Biden.
Yeah,
like,
but
people
she
want
doesn't
you
disagree. I mean, that's the problem.
to
The problem
create
is,
distance from Biden. It's like, here's an issue where you could really do that and you really should do that. And it's like, nope.
the problem is she doesn't disagree with him. The most she can muster is some both sides bullshit rhetoric. That's the most she can muster. And we're at a point now where Israel is saying terrifying things. They're saying, we're going to respond. We're going to attack all of Iran's nuclear sites, and we're going to attack all of their oil refineries. And then Iran, in turn, has said, if you do that, we are bombing every U.S. Base military installation and all of your oil resources right back. Even if it's in Saudi Arabia, no matter where it is, we're going to bomb all your shit. So this is what's already happening. Israel is saying, we are going to do this. And Iran is saying, if you do that, we are going to do this. And what they said is the next time we attack, it won't be so nice. This time there were like fucking 0 casualties and it was a virtue signal strike. Yeah, we attacked the base where you get a lot of U.S. weapons sent to Israel, which is a good thing. You actually want, that's a place where you should, right?
Right.
They bombed there and they were like, next time it won't be so nice. And so the thing that I'm worried about is like, we're already there. Like, we're already in the place and it's shit or get off the pot time. And my fear is that there's nobody behind the scenes being like, let's not go in this direction.
Let's 86 the shitting. Yeah, let's get off the pot and go.
Exactly.
I mean, hopefully Kamala is at least, and the Democrats, hopefully they're at least interested enough in winning that they can be like, yo, Israel, enough now, stop. Like, we get it. You want to return fire, you want to strike back, but this has to end right now.
But there's just no evidence. There's just no evidence of it, and it drives me crazy.
There's not.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, you think that even from a selfish, like, I want to win this
Of course.
election, there shouldn't be a war going on the month before people start voting. You'd think that would be enough to motivate them. But that's where my theory about Israel and the nukes come in. I'm like, how are you this cucked? How are you this cucked to Israel?
That's stupid. I know.
Are they literally threatening to annihilate the world unless
They
you do what
don't
they
have-
want? This is the most abusive relationship of all time.
They don't have video of Kamala at a Diddy party or an Epstein party with some underage girl. We know that. I mean, maybe they have it on Biden, but they don't have it on Kamala, right? So like, why?
Yeah, that's
why,
another thing.
why?
The blackmail rabbit hole. A lot of people are really convinced that everyone's blackmailed. And that,
I mean, it's
you know,
plausible at this point, right? Just like the theory is plausible about the nukes. That is fucking plausible because I've never seen people so fucking cucked in my entire life, and we're talking about millions of lives at stake.
I mean, I also think Biden really outsourced his policy to that Brett
McGurk.
character
Oh, God,
who's
fuck
like
that guy.
died in the little neocon. The reporting is that they not only were like okay with the Lebanon invasion and attacks, but they like encouraged
Oh,
it
I've
because
read that.
because they think this is an opportunity to remake the Middle East.
They
and
overrode the CIA and the Pentagon.
that's right.
And the CIA was like, what the fuck
What's
are
wrong
you
with you?
idiots
And
doing?
they're like,
The Pentagon was like, what are you doing?
No, we're going to spread democracy. I swear it'll work out this time, guys. And the Israelis aren't just talking about bombing nuclear sites. They're talking about regime change. I mean, former Prime Minister Naftali Bennett went on CNN and was like, we're going to give a great gift to the Iranian people and help them rise up against this cruel regime by bombing their oil sites and decimating their economy. He described it as a gift from the, quote, Jewish people, which is disgustingly anti-Semitic, by the way, to like conflate all Jewish people with this genocidal and abhorrent foreign policy. But yeah, it's dark.
It's gonna be like Libya. It's gonna
really
be like
dark.
Iraq. It's
And
gonna
it
be
is
like all those. It's gonna
so
be horrible.
hard, even if you think, as I do, that these people are basically immoral, to just wrap your head around for your own personal self-interest, you're doing the wrong thing. But I think, I don't know what's going on with Biden. I don't know how much is going on there at all.
Nothing.
I think with Kamala, she just has this very cautious, like, the thing to do in Washington has always been to stand with Israel, and it'll ruffle the feathers if I, distance myself from Biden. So she's literally got this script that she's memorized, that anytime she gets asked about this, it's the same thing. I stand with Israel. They have a right to defend themselves. Let's not forget October 7th. Then maybe we'll talk a little bit. We'll
Even
spare
Tim Walz
some
shit the
words
bed
for the
on that.
Palestinians. Oh, he clearly doesn't know or care
he's not
anything
a foreign
about
policy
it.
guy.
He doesn't know anything about it, obviously, and also just like tried to memorize the script and kind of failed at that.
Bernie is more confident on foreign policy than Tim Walz, and foreign policy was not Bernie's strength either, right?
Yeah. But
it's weird about Tim Walz because he wrote like a thesis about genocide or something, and in the
he did,
context
that's
of
right.
Judaism.
I forgot about
So
that.
He defended uncommitted people early on.
Yeah. I do feel like he's more of a thinker in the foreign policy regard than people give him credit for, but he's just not allowed to give his actual opinion on the subject matter when he's out there as a part of the Kamala campaign. So I have no idea, what he thinks about it. Clearly, he's not really allowed to talk about it. I do get the sense that Kamala just doesn't give a fuck about foreign policy. I don't think I've ever seen her talk about it. Not when she was running for president back in 2019 and 2020. Not while she was vice president. It seems like Biden, he really does care about like NATO. He gave that stupid NATO press conference.
He cares about NATO.
It's all about NATO.
Right. But Kamala, it's like I literally don't know what your opinion is on pretty much any foreign policy matter. I barely get the sense that she really cares about domestic policy either, to be honest. I've always said that Kamala Harris seems like she would be better suited in like the corporate world than the political world.
Yeah.
It seems like she'd make a great like VP of like MasterCard or like one of those credit card companies, something like that. She seems like she's a great. She has executive energy, but more in the corporate world than the political world. So I get the sense that she just doesn't care. I mean, she might not even know enough to care. She's just like, yeah, whatever they're telling me. And I do get the sense too, unfortunately, that's a increasingly common theme with U.S. presidents, where it's like they just kind of turn over the sticks, they turn over the controls to the Pentagon and the people in charge of the deep state when it comes to foreign policy stuff, because they know most Americans don't really care anyway. Why would you expend all of this political capital trying to get something done like the withdrawal from Afghanistan if no one's going to reward you for it politically? The media is just going to shit all over you, and the voters aren't even going to care by election day. Might as well just turn it over.
So much. It kills me so much, the Afghanistan point, because this administration went from pulling out of Afghanistan, mega-based, and massively reducing the drone war, mega-based. They went from that to arming and funding and backing a genocide relentlessly. And to your point, I didn't really consider it from that perspective, but it's true. When the whole media apparatus turned on you and yelled at you and made your polling numbers drop when you did the good thing of withdrawing from Afghanistan, that now disincentivizes any U.S. president from ever ending any fucking war ever again. And I remember screaming from the top of my lungs, let's defend this, let's defend him, because we want to make it so if you do the things we want you to do, we want you to get out of Afghanistan, we'll fucking defend it. And I remember being furious at Tulsi Gabbard, who made a big deal about pulling out of Afghanistan, and then when Biden did it, she was fucking nowhere to be found. The only
Not only was she nowhere to be found, she went on
Tucker
Tucker Carlson's show.
Right, yeah.
And criticized it.
And it's like, fuck you, just fuck you. Yeah. Apparently, it's a puppet state and it's a house of cards and it collapsed immediately as soon as we pull out of there. We knew that was the case. It would be the case when we pulled out. It would have been the case when we pulled out in 2048. We have to say, it's still the right thing to get out of there. It's gonna be crazy.
Enough is enough.
Yeah. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop. And watch that video on screen right now. You know you want to.
Sorry. Yes, absolutely. I think politicians should be punished and rewards depending on whether or not they listen to the people. I think that's pretty basic representative democracy. You know what I mean? And huge supporter of the U.S. minding its own business, the U.S. staying out of the affairs of other countries. And here is Novara Media. This was from a day ago. BBC host pro-Israel biased exposed. Let's see that.
The BBC does a lot of decent journalism on Israel's war against Gaza. In particular, its journalists on the ground in the region produce high-quality reports on the human cost of war. But some of their journalists, and especially those here in London, do not meet that high standard. And one radio host in particular this week put all of her pro-Israel bias on show. On Wednesday, Emma Barnett interviewed the Israeli ambassador, Zipi Hotovely, and gave her an incredibly easy ride. The following day, she interviewed the Lebanese ambassador, and well, the difference could not be more stark. Let's start with Barnett's interview with Zipi Hotovely.
What can you say of the impact and how many missiles got through and were not intercepted?
I think the most important thing to remember that 182 Iranian rockets were targeting Israeli civilians. This is the most important thing, because sometimes we are checking whether people got killed or didn't get.
Sorry, targeting Israeli civilians? Are you sure about that? Those were entirely targeted towards military sites.
Get killed. No, the intentions matter. And the intentions of the Iranian regime was to target Israeli civilians in a massive attack. I don't think Britain would have coped with 182 rockets direct to London, to Manchester, to Birmingham, to your main cities. This is what happened yesterday.
The reason I was asking about the impact is to understand, I suppose, as well, not to take away from the aim, what the impact has been, whether people have been injured, lost their lives, to get a sense of that, as also when you then go on to talk about what your reaction will be.
So what's wrong with this interview so far, right? Well, the Israeli ambassador, a belligerent in the fighting in the Middle East, right? This isn't a neutral arbiter or neutral speaker, says, as a matter of fact, that the intention of Iran was to target civilians. Now, Emma Barnett could have asked, what evidence is there of that, right? Because the only evidence seems to be that Iran, as well as targeting airfields, targeted one military building in a built-up area. So that was the Mossad in Tel Aviv. Now, of course, that's something that puts civilian lives at risk. But it's nothing compared to the civilian cost when Israel says it's targeting military facilities in Gaza or Lebanon, right? Now, that might have been something which was useful to bring up when you're talking to an Israeli politician. But Emma Barnett doesn't say that. She just accepts the premise. She says, quote, not to take away from the aim of Iran. So she's accepting there the premise from Zippy Hotovely, which isn't evidenced and which is self-serving for an Israeli politician. Let's go back to that interview and let's see if it gets any better.
The Iranians will pay major price for what they did yesterday.
What does that mean?
It means they won't be able to fire again on Israel. It means that in the end of the day, Iran was creating this circle of fire around Israel with its proxies, and we are eliminating the proxies one after the other. We eliminated Hamas, we are eliminating Hezbollah, and we will make sure that Iran won't have capabilities to hurt Israeli people, just like it's been doing for the last 40 years. We're speaking about 40 years of aggression.
Now, Zippy Hotovely there is expressing a desire that would undoubtedly spin the Middle East into all-out war, right? She's expressing a really extreme aim, saying Israel won't rest until Iran doesn't even have the capacity to fire at Israel. Now, the idea that a country shouldn't even have the capacity to make war, that's incredibly extreme. We'd be in a sort of permanent state of war if that's what we expected of any international rivals, that they didn't even have the capacity to strike each other. That's why we normally go for diplomatic solutions, but she's completely rejecting any kind of diplomacy. And that might have been worth challenging, right? A tough interviewer might also have challenged Hotovely's claim that Iran is the biggest source of instability in the region, right? Might Israel's illegal occupation of Palestine have something to do with instability in the Middle East? Well, this was the follow-up from Emma Barnett.
You talked there about the response. The leaders have stood with Israel that you have mentioned very, very clearly, and not least America. But there is also urge for restraint. There is also concern about all-out war in the region. Are you saying that that's what your intention is now?
Our intention is to protect our people. We didn't choose those wars. Those wars were imposed on Israel by Iran and its proxies. And it's Iran that is escalating. It's Iran that is attacking. It's Iran that is firing. We cannot confuse here between the victims and the aggressors. The Iranians are the aggressors. The Israelis are the victims of this attack. And I want to say again, I don't think Britain would have accomplished the idea that rockets coming from a country overseas will be targeting Londoners and people, the Britons in this country. No country would have agreed to that.
And if I was interviewing a British leader in that scenario, I would be asking this question, which I just tried to ask: is there going to be all-out war? Is that the view of the Israeli leadership right now? Is that the goal?
Actually, the opposite. I think when Israel is eliminating those terror proxies of Iran, we are minimizing the problems in the region.
So Israel is minimizing the problems in the region by starting a regional war with Iran, by carrying out what the International Court of Justice thinks could be a genocide in Gaza, right? That was completely insane, what Zippy Hotovely was saying. And also, I think the thing that I find most pernicious there is Zippy Hotovely is very clearly, sort of trying to insert an idea in the minds of the audience when she says, what would Britain do if a city like London or Manchester was being bombed, right? She's saying, we are like you. Now, Emma Barnett didn't say, well, what would we do if London was being bombed in the same way that Gaza City was being bombed, right? There was no attempt whatsoever to push back against that completely one-sided narrative that we were getting there. And just the idea that they are doing this to bring peace to the Middle East, right? You had all the Arab leaders a couple of days ago, we showed you the clip earlier in this week, saying, look, Israel's neighbors don't actually want to make war with Israel. What we want is for them to stop their 50-odd year illegal occupation of Palestinian territories, right? Lots of the Arab countries have actually accepted the existence of Israel. What they want to end is the continued ethnic cleansing in the West Bank and Gaza, right? And Israel won't agree to that. And you could have, as a radio host, brought that up. Maybe the instability is coming from the fact that you're choosing land over peace. But no. And this is how Emma Barnett, in fact, challenges those completely outrageous statements from the Israeli ambassador.
It's just, there will be, those listening to this very concerned about all-out war. I know you talk about the fact that by eliminating these different proxies, these different threats, it will make the region better. But in order to get to that point, if you were to accept what you've just said, there's going to be a lot of lives lost, a lot of carnage, a lot of difficulty.
If you were to accept what you just said, she's clearly accepting it. She's just accepted everything else that Zippy Hotovely has said in that interview, right? Completely bizarre. We are fighting Iran to make things more peaceful in the Middle East. We're going to war in Lebanon for the benefit of the Lebanese people, right? It's completely bizarre. It's completely, it's completely topsy-turvy. And Emma Barnett's response is say, okay, yeah, let's accept that. Let's accept that. For the sake of argument, we'll accept that. Isn't it going to be difficult to get there, And what's that doing? That's posing the Israelis as people like us who have a noble aim to bring peace to the Middle East. But there's some sort of difficult trade-offs in how we get from A to B, right? Completely accepting the goal, but saying, aren't you a little bit worried that there could be difficulties when you try and get to what I'm going to accept for the purposes of this interview is a noble aim, right? Now, you might say, okay, maybe this is just an interviewing style. Some people think that you get better answers out of people if you sort of accept lots of their premises, if you're friendly with them, you put them at ease, instead of doing a sort of Jeremy Paxman style, constantly interrupting and trying to catch them out. Maybe Emma Barnett has a particular interviewing style, and she was just demonstrating that there. It was nothing to do with the fact that she seems to have a fair amount of sympathy with the Israeli argument. Well, you could say that if you hadn't listened the following day to Emma Barnett interviewing the Lebanese ambassador. Let's see how that went.
The Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, says the UK stands with Israel and recognises its right to self-defence. To remind our listeners, Hezbollah is backed by Iran. Tuesday, we saw nearly 200 ballistic missiles go from Iran into Israel. And we just heard there 100 rockets are going from Lebanon, from Hezbollah, into Israel. What is your comment of the UK's response to the crisis? Do you see it as commensurate?
Well, the UK has been saying since the early beginning that there should be a ceasefire in Lebanon and that a diplomatic solution should be sought. As for self-defense, I don't see how self-defense goes with posture of occupation. Israel has been in an occupation posture for decades now. So I think the concept of self-defense should be.
Self-defense goes with rockets being fired into its territories and thousands of people not being able to live where they live.
Well, it's clear that Israel has chosen an escalatory path in a very volatile and dangerous region. It opened the Pandora box, and we've said in the beginning that we would want to seek a diplomatic solution, and diplomatic solutions exist. We were on a track trying to discuss a diplomatic alternative to the current abyss, but the hotheads in Israel chose a different path. I think what we're saying today.
Would you describe Hezbollah as hotheads?
Well, Hezbollah, they have their modus operandi. It's a Lebanese matter. Now they are in a self-defense posture, but I think that the alternative to this exists, which addresses the concerns of everybody. If the real aims of the Israelis is to guarantee the return of their civilian population to northern Israel, we also have our concerns. We can put all these concerns on the table and address them in the framework of this Security Council Resolution 1701 that had worked well from 2006.
Hezbollah have to come to the table, don't they? And I wonder if your government's done enough to condemn Hezbollah and condemn its actions. You say Hezbollah is in a self-defense position. There is not a view of that by many who would view firing rockets and continuing to firing rockets into northern Israel as self-defense. They would view that as attack.
Literally, she's talking to the Lebanese ambassador and she's asking the question that, gets put to student activists, right? Do you condemn Hezbollah? Right? She hasn't listened to anything he's saying. And he's actually right when he was saying that Hezbollah were coming to the table to sign a ceasefire deal, right? We've heard that from all sides now, that actually there was a 21-day ceasefire that was being agreed between Israel, between Hezbollah, between the various allies of both. But Netanyahu walked away from it because he wanted to assassinate Nasrallah instead. And she said, well, will you condemn Hezbollah? Will you condemn Hezbollah? And then she's also putting this sort of imaginary view, which she didn't do to Zipi Hotaveli. She said, well, lots of people would say that firing rockets isn't self-defense. She didn't say to Zipi Hotaveli, well, lots of people think that the fact that you have been illegally occupying some territory for the past 50 or so years, and that you've killed 40,000 people, many of them, or tens of thousands of them, women and children. Many people would say that means that you're contributing to instability in the Middle East. That sort of imaginary, some people are saying, didn't get brought to the table when it was Zipi Hotaveli. It only gets brought to the table when it's the Lebanese ambassador. And the hectoring went on.
We want a diplomatic solution for this problem, and we still stick to this diplomatic solution. We have a Security Council resolution. We have the framework.
It doesn't matter, does it? If Hezbollah's not coming to the table, a ceasefire requires.
They did come to the table
While continuing to fire rockets.
So then she's changed her tune, right? So they did come to the table, which they did. Okay, they did come to, while continuing to fire their rockets. Now, what does she think a ceasefire is? Right? The point of a ceasefire is you're fighting, and you're meeting to have an agreement to stop fighting. Now, the fact that you're firing rockets while negotiating a ceasefire does not mean you don't want a ceasefire. Right? I don't know why she didn't ask that to any of the Israeli guests. This idea, they weren't really looking for a ceasefire if they were still firing rockets. Like, this is really basic stuff. You can't say, they didn't want a ceasefire because they were still fighting a war. You wouldn't need a ceasefire if you'd stopped fighting a war. Right? It is completely bizarre, but she's talking to him like he's kind of an insolent child. And this is how the interview ended.
We're talking about since October the 7th. There has been a continual barrage
October the 7th,
rockets
there has
from
been a
Hezbollah.
genocide.
That is a reality, Rami Mortada. You're
Yes.
Lebanon's ambassador to the UK, and it's about what's happening at the moment. And you say Hezbollah are in a position of self-defense. That is a completely opposite view of those perhaps living in the north of Israel.
That's why we said there is a diplomatic solution that addresses their concerns, but we also have our concerns. On October the 7th, there was a genocide that started in Gaza. Conflicts in the region are contagious because the social fabric is shared by all the countries of the region. We need to stop this carnage in Gaza, stop this carnage in Lebanon, and seek a diplomatic solution. This expansion of the war theater does not help. It's pushing the region towards abyss. It's time to reverse the trend and look for a diplomatic solution. That's what we are saying.
Rami Mortada, we've got to leave it there. Lebanon's ambassador there. Of course, you say a genocide was started on October the 7th. October the 7th was, of course, the day that there was the biggest attack on Jewish lives since the Holocaust. I think it's an important point to put into that particular context. Rami Mortada, Lebanon's ambassador to the UK. Thank you.
So he gets this sort of phony correction at the end of his outro, right? Thank you for speaking to me. By the way, I'm just going to add something which I think is important, which I think you got very wrong. Oh, bye-bye, can't respond to that, right? Zipi Hotaveli, the Israeli ambassador, did not get that. Also, the bit that really got me there, she was like, you are the Lebanese ambassador to the UK? Right? It's so patronizing. And I want to bring you in on this. I was listening to both of those live on Radio 4, and I was just, when I was listening to the Zipi Hotaveli one, I was like, God, this is so, she's just really allowing Zipi Hotaveli to put forward all of this Israeli propaganda for 10 minutes without really any challenge. And then listening to the Lebanese ambassador being interviewed the following day, I was like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah, it's remarkable, isn't it? I mean, firstly, on the Zipi Hotaveli interview, she's saying, we've done nothing wrong. It's purely defensive. Israel is in the right. Everybody else is in the wrong. Let's just do a little bit of a roll call of the last 12 months. Israel has illegally invaded Lebanon. I think it's contrary to international law in terms of what it's doing. 2,000 Lebanese have died in the last fortnight. It's killed at least 40,000 people in Gaza, maybe more than 100,000. You've had the continuation of illegal settlements in the West Bank. You had the illegal extrajudicial killing of Haniya in Iran when he was there to see the inauguration of the new Iranian president. Go further back. Israel illegally developed nuclear weapons in breach of non-proliferation. Israel illegally occupies various parts of the West Bank and obviously Gaza too. It breached
a whole ton of UN resolutions going all the way back to 1947, 1948. Illegal, illegal, illegal. Unjust, unjust, unjust. And then, of course, Emma Barnett's talking about, well, you've got in Lebanon, Hezbollah are firing their rockets. Do you know how many Palestinians are in Lebanon? About 250,000. Not many people know this. Why are they there? They were ethnically cleansed. They haven't got a right of return, again, as is their right under international law, to go back to Palestine, which doesn't even exist. So, this is quite important context, you'd think. But the people who've been ethnically cleansed, who don't have a country even to return to, those are the baddies. The country which has been absolutely destroyed, Lebanon, by obviously huge floods of people going in. It's hard to manage a refugee population of 300,000 people when your population is, 4 million in Lebanon? You obviously had that disaster recently, a couple of years ago, with regards to the explosion in Beirut. You've been invaded multiple times by Israel. You only got Israel out in, 2006, 2000? You had the war there in the early 1980s. Horrific civilian casualties suffered by the Lebanese. But the Lebanese are the bad guys. The Lebanese are the bad guys, sorry. Zippy Hotaveli, they're the good guys. The ethnic cleansing, they're the good people. Now, I don't want to talk about good guys and bad guys, because actually you have fanatics in all kinds of places around the world. We can all do good or bad things. The state of Israel was founded fundamentally on a desire to ethnically cleanse large numbers of people. However, I don't think that justifies killing civilians, as what happened on October the 7th, of course. But Emma Barnett's choice of words and her inability to provide bigger, broader context for the audience is really key. Is really, really key. And even that point about the biggest number of Jewish deaths since the Holocaust. I mean, this is how no sensible person, Michael, no serious sensible person can compare Hamas to the Third Reich and the Wehrmacht, arguably the most vicious, effective military machine Europe has ever created. And you're comparing it to people who, on average, are 19, 20 with little homemade rockets. But of course, you have to do that. You have to create that comparison in order to legitimate killing 2,000 Lebanese in 2 weeks, in order to legitimate killing 100,000 people in Gaza, in order to legitimate extrajudicial killings of the political leader of Hamas in Tehran, killing diplomacy staff of Iran in Syria. You could go on infinitely with this stuff. The killing of nuclear scientists in Iran, in Tehran, by the Mossad, Stuxnet virus. These are all breaches of international law, but international law doesn't exist for Israel. And of course, in order to create a license for that, an alibi for that, you have to create this idea that somehow Hamas is as dangerous as the Third Reich and the Wehrmacht. And as I've said repeatedly, Iran, which is of course a major regional player, can't lay a glove on Israel. It can disincentivize what it's doing in Lebanon. It can, make the costs very high, but ultimately it can't destroy Israel. Israel has nuclear weapons. Israel has F-35s. Israel has the Mossad. Israel has an open blank check from Washington. It has tens of billions of dollars of aid when it needs it, when it asks for it, okay? But somehow it's represented by people like Emma Barnett. I'm not saying she did it right there, but people in the media class that give that kind of performance as if, Israel is moments away from decimation and destruction. Unless they can kill civilians with impunity, then it won't exist anymore. And you have this strange contradiction with Israeli politics. We want to be a normal country. Israel is meant to be the land of Jewish people. They have a right to self-determination, just like anybody else. We just want to be normal. Well, normal countries don't breach international law 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. They don't go around killing diplomats. And by the way, it's not just, you might say, well, Iranian diplomats in Syria. I don't care. There was a Scandinavian diplomat, a human rights diplomat, who was tasked with trying to solve the problem of Israel-Palestine, Bernadotte something, I can't remember, in 1946-47. He was tasked with trying to sort this out as part of a broader UN mission. He was assassinated! Because he was trying to create a fair settlement between the Palestinians and the Israelis. He was killed by far-right Zionist militias, okay? The King David Hotel bombing, 91 people died, I think in 1947, including many British service personnel. Hundreds of British soldiers died in the Mandate of Palestine, killed by the Irgun, the Lehi, the Stern Gang, far-right Israeli Zionist militias. Hundreds of them. And yet, apparently, those people were fighting for civilization. They were holding back the Muslim hordes. The slightest engagement with the history, with the reality, with a little bit of scholarship, reveals all of this stuff to be complete and utter nonsense, which is why, to borrow a term from Steve Bannon, Israel and broadly the Zionist lobby has to flood the zone with shit. Because if we have a sensible, informed, calm debate, they haven't got a leg to stand on.
Yeah, I think that's all really important points. I suppose the reason that interview got to me so much is just because I've never seen a clearer example of someone sort of interviewing a sort of Western-aligned politician and speaking to them as if they're a legitimate voice, and actually being quite. She deferred to her, essentially saying, okay, I'll accept your premise, I'll accept your premise there, being really, really respectful. And then the moment you're speaking to a politician from a country that's not a Western-aligned nation, you're speaking to them like they're some sort of uppity student activist. I thought it was just quite racist, really.
Thank you for that, Navarro Media. 1 day ago. Middle East Eye, a deeper explanation of what the Dahiyya Doctrine is. This is, Dahiyya is a area of Lebanon that was attacked in 2006, and Israel implemented a doctrine called the Dahiyya Doctrine, named after the city, where they would demolish everyone and everything, destroy everything to try to put pressure on their enemies. So it doesn't matter who they're killing. I'm trying to find the right words for it without using the very obvious terrorism. But yeah. This is the Middle East Eye 1 day ago.
It's been 20 years since Israel last fought a war in Lebanon, a war that it lost. Not by its own admission, but the impact of it would haunt Israel and Israel's military for years.
Because we have created a deterrent in the war in Lebanon. They can shoot anytime they want.
It would shatter its image of a military superpower in the region, and it would signal to its rivals that it wasn't invincible, that it could be defeated. But this loss had nothing to do with military might or tactical advantage. It came down to a brutal, but ultimately failed military strategy it called the Dahiya Doctrine. In short, Israeli generals believed that if they inflicted enough damage to Lebanon's civilian population, that ordinary people would rise up and overthrow Hezbollah. But that simply didn't work. So let's talk about what did happen in 2006 and why Israel just hasn't learned from its past mistakes. My name is Mohammed Hassan, and this is The Big Picture.
وستبقى اسم هذه الحدود الحدود اللبنانية الفلسطينية وبالنسبة إلينا لن يكون هناك يوم نقول فيه أو نعترف فيه بحدود لبنانية إسرائيلية.
Hezbollah came into existence specifically to fight Israel. The group was formed in 1985 in the midst of Lebanon's bitter civil war, just 3 years after Israel had invaded and occupied South Lebanon. Its members were young Shia fighters from working-class neighborhoods inspired by the anti-imperialist revolution that had just taken place in Iran years earlier, which brought Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini to power, vowing to take on America and its proxy allies in the region. Hezbollah focused its fight on the Israeli presence in South Lebanon and Israel's ally, the Lebanese Christian South Lebanon Army. Its guerrilla tactics would continue until 2000, when Israel's army was forced to withdraw under pressure from the international community, who was outraged by its military tactics in the south. By now, Lebanon was in ruins, with little means of protecting itself from the outside and little power to control the armed groups that had emerged within it. Hezbollah had become one of the most powerful political and military forces in Lebanon, and its charismatic leader, Hassan Nasrallah, claimed the victory over Israel after 18 years of occupation and vowed to continue fighting.
هذا النصر نقدمه لشعبنا المظلوم في فلسطين المحتلة. إن إسرائيل هذه التي تملك أسلحة نووية وأقوى سلاح جو في المنطقة والله هي أوهن من بيت العنكبوت.
But despite Israel's withdrawal, tensions along the border continued for years. Israel also retained control of key farmland in the south, something that Hezbollah really wanted back. Nasrallah himself was under tremendous pressure inside Lebanon, especially after the assassination of Lebanese Prime Minister Rafiq al-Hariri in 2005. Many people pointed their fingers at Nasrallah, but Nasrallah blamed Israel. Then in 2006, Hezbollah launched what was meant to be a small contained operation into Israel's northern border, an operation he called Truthful Promise. On the 12th of July, a group of Hezbollah fighters snuck through the border fence and attacked an Israeli military patrol, killing 3 soldiers and capturing 2. The idea was to use these soldiers as bargaining chips for the release of 4 Lebanese men held in Israeli prisons. But it didn't work out like that. Israel immediately sent in a tank after the soldiers, but that tank was blown up by a landmine, killing another 4 soldiers. And so, in response, Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert declares an all-out war.
It's determined to carry on the fight against Hezbollah. We'll reach out for them, we'll stop them, and we will not hesitate to take the most severe measures against those who are aiming thousands of rockets and missiles against innocent civilians for one purpose, to kill them.
Backed by the United States, Israel launched an air, land, and sea invasion of Lebanon. In the first few days, its air force bombed and destroyed Beirut airport, took out dozens of bridges, thousands of roads, as well as hospitals, schools, power stations, and residential buildings. Its navy fired on Lebanese towns and cities, and its tanks and soldiers entered the south once again. Hezbollah responded by firing rockets into Israeli cities, most of them indiscriminate and untargeted. On the ground, however, its fighters had a big advantage. They were well trained, they were armed with anti-tank missiles and night vision goggles, and they used tunnels to navigate a battlefield they understood very well. Frustrated by their inability to fight effectively on the ground, Israeli generals resorted to a campaign of psychological warfare. They dropped thousands of leaflets on Lebanese neighborhoods, telling people that Nasrallah and Hezbollah were just using them as puppets to serve the interests of Syria and Iran. Lebanese TV channels are hacked to broadcast images of dead Hezbollah fighters and Israeli raids. Residents receive computerized messages on their phones warning them to evacuate, and then their buildings and homes are bombed. Cluster bombs and white phosphorus fired into civilian neighborhoods in violation of international law. On the 30th of July, Israeli airstrikes leveled a 3-story residential block in the village of Qana, killing 28 people, half of whom were children. The army claimed that it was responding to a Hezbollah rocket site, but to this day, there's never been any evidence to prove that site had any significant strategic meaning for Israel.
תושבי לבנון, גם אלה הכועסים עלינו ועל צבאנו, על הנזק העצום שנגרם לכם כתוצאה מהמלחמה הזאת, שלא רציתם בה ולרובכם אין בה חלק ועניין, יודעים היטב כי האויב שלכם איננו מדינת ישראל, אלא השייך נסראללה וחבורתו, שהיו מוכנים להקריב חיי רבים מכם, כדי לשרת אינטרסים של מדינה זרה.
But there was something else going on behind Israel's public statements. A retired Israeli colonel at the time told the Washington Post, Israel is attempting to create a rift between the Lebanese population and Hezbollah supporters by exacting a heavy price from the elite in Beirut. The strategy was large-scale destruction as a way to pressure the Lebanese people to reject the message of Hezbollah. It would become known as the Dahya Doctrine, named after the Beirut neighborhood where Hezbollah's headquarters were located. Dahya was completely leveled by Israeli bombing, and large craters could still be seen years later. This would become a blueprint for how Israel treated every conflict from this point on. They used it in Gaza in 2008, 2014, 2021, and we're seeing it in action today. An Israeli defense analyst would later describe this new way of thinking. Israel, again, will not be able to limit its response to actions whose severity is seemingly proportionate to an isolated incident. Rather, it will have to respond disproportionately in order to make it abundantly clear that the state of Israel will accept no attempt to disrupt the calm currently prevailing along its borders. And indiscriminate attacks became its modus operandi. An Israeli general told reporters where to attack. Once inside Lebanon, everything is legitimate. Not just southern Lebanon, not just the line of Hezbollah posts. This strategy was a disaster for Israel's public image abroad and undermined its argument that it was pursuing Hezbollah as its main target. But despite Lebanon's repeated pleas with the international community to force both sides into a ceasefire, the United States was blocking it on Israel's behalf. Former UN Ambassador John Bolton said that the US government wanted to give Israel as much time to take out Hezbollah's military capabilities as possible. But after a while, the US became disappointed by its failure to do so. Only then did the US step.
I mean, it's almost like we've seen this movie before. It seems like we've seen this exact type of thing happen before, and it's happening, or it's happened in 2006. The exact same arguments used then are the exact same arguments used now. The exact same tactics that were used then are the exact same tactics being used now. Indiscriminate bombing, trying to damage and harm civilians. And the US providing political cover, preventing any sort of accountability for Israel. So I'm not a fan of any country having some sort of veto over the majority of others. You can have every single country voting one way, but as long as one of the countries that has veto power just decides no, it's a no, that's ridiculous.
And on the 11th of August, the UN Security Council passed Resolution 1701, calling for a ceasefire, Israel's withdrawal, and the disarming of armed Lebanese groups operating south of the Litani River. During the 34 days of fighting, more than 1,000 Lebanese civilians have been killed, as well as 44 Israeli citizens, 120 Israeli soldiers, and more than 250 Hezbollah fighters. Both Israel and Hezbollah claimed victory, but who actually won? An internal Israeli commission slammed Prime Minister Olmert's decision to invade Lebanon, concluding that he had no clear plan for what he wanted to achieve and how he would do it. The Winograd Commission also found that despite the overwhelming force Israel used and the superior military that it had at its disposal, that a small paramilitary force was able to not only hold them off, but drag them into a ground battle they ultimately lost. Hezbollah chief Hassan Nasrallah also said he regretted carrying out the operation that sparked the war, saying he was surprised by Israel's response.
سأليني إنه طيب لو كنت 11 تموز بتحتمل ولا 1% إنه عملية الأسد بتوصل لحرب كالتي حصلت بتروح بتعمل عملية أسد بقول لك لا قطعا لا.
After the war, UN peacekeeping forces were deployed to southern Lebanon, but Hezbollah refused to disarm. In fact, its arsenal has only grown since 2006. It remained the strongest force in the country, wielding both military and political power in Lebanon's fragile state. The Lebanese army, unable to assert its dominance in South Lebanon and fearful of stoking sectarian divisions, couldn't pressure Nasrallah to dismantle his growing militia. Hezbollah were initially praised as heroes across the region for their fight against Israel, but that reputation would sour after the Arab Spring, when Hezbollah fighters were sent into Syria to help Bashar al-Assad quell a popular uprising. Israel continued to call on Resolution 1701 to be fully implemented for Hezbollah to disarm completely, but they themselves have been accused of violating Lebanese airspace thousands of times. So when the war in Gaza erupted after the events of October 7, Israeli generals immediately implemented the Dahya Doctrine. Its planes devastated the civilian population in Gaza as a way to deplete Palestinian morale, to destroy their infrastructure, and importantly, to make sure its soldiers never got caught off guard on the ground. But has that strategy worked? In Gaza, Hamas fighters mimicked the tactics Hezbollah had used in 2006, including tunnel warfare and anti-tank missiles. 12 months on, Israel's own generals admit that their stated aim of destroying Hamas is an impossible goal, with fighting in northern parts of Gaza persisting despite the death of more than 41,000 Palestinians.
Hamas is an idea. Hamas is a party, and it is implanted in people's hearts. Whoever thinks that we can demolish Hamas is wrong.
Fighting along the border with Lebanon also reignited with Hezbollah, launching rockets in solidarity with Gaza, forcing Israel to evacuate its northern towns once again. Then in September, Israel took the fight back into Lebanon, with a week-long campaign of airstrikes that has so far killed close to 2,000 people, and an air, sea, and land blockade imposed on the whole country.
أنا مش بس عندي خوف من اندلاع حرب كبيرة، أنا عندي خوف من ما ينتهي لبنان على الآخر.
لا ما اتوقع على اساس منطقه امنه، اكيد هون منا جبهه حرب، هون في عيال، في ناس، في نسوان، في اولاد صغار.
مجرمين
ما عم بيقتلوا ناس عم حامل سلاح وقوارير وماشي عم بيقتلوا ناس مدنيين.
اذا فات بيكون فتح قبره بايده يعني هالمره اذا فات ما له طلع يعني.
The most devastating attacks took place in the same neighborhood where all of this began, Al-Dahiya. On the 27th of September, more than 80 bombs were dropped on a single block of residential apartments in the densely populated suburb near the Hezbollah headquarters. Hezbollah's senior command, including Hassan Nasrallah himself, were killed in the attack, and Israel celebrated this as a victory.
אזרחי ישראל, אלה ימים גדולים. אנחנו במה שנראה כנקודת מפנה היסטורית.
But what has it actually won? For one thing, Hezbollah maintains that its military capabilities are still intact and that it's ready to face off another ground invasion.
ستواصل المقاومة الإسلامية مواجهة العدو الإسرائيلي مساندة لغزة وفلسطين ودفاعا عن لبنان وشعبه وردا على الاغتيالات وقتل المدنيين.
And Lebanon, with nearly a sixth of its population displaced and facing continued aerial bombardment, is still in no position to disarm Hezbollah or impose Resolution 1701.
بدوري أطالبه اليوم بالعمل الجاد والفوري لضمان انسحاب إسرائيل من جميع الأراضي اللبنانية المحتلة.
Hell is breaking loose in Lebanon. We need a ceasefire now.
I don't believe there's going to be an all-out war. I think we can avoid it.
הפגיעה הקשה בחיזבאללה בכל הגזרות, בביירות, בבקעת הלבנון, בדרום לבנון, תימשך.
Meanwhile, the international community, with very few exceptions, has turned on Israel and decried its tactics, its Dahiya doctrine. Despite the political and military cover provided by its US ally, Israel has grown more and more isolated. You can see this in the overwhelming vote at the UN General Assembly last month, that its occupation of Palestinian territories is illegal and must end. But Israel's government remains defiant. It's rejected months of ceasefire proposals in both Gaza and now in Lebanon. And its generals believe that they can secure their borders through military might alone, and that by inflicting unimaginable and disproportionate horror on a civilian population in Lebanon, they can recreate their deterrence against any future threat. But the question is, if that didn't work in 2006, why would it work today?
Very good point. That didn't work in 2006. Why would it work today? Well, the US is a lot more involved and a lot more willing to go to war in support of Israel. So I think that might be the big difference. But yeah, hopefully the US backs off, takes care of its own country and its own people, and we have a bit more peace in the Middle East. We avoid a wider regional war. This is Owen Jones, the journalist, the British journalist that was brought up before, that I had brought up before. This is him talking with Richard Sanders, which we had seen a video from earlier, and we're going to be referencing the TikTok war crime recordings that the IDF soldiers are very comfortable recording and uploading of themselves.
Some of the worst atrocities of our age live streamed to us on a daily basis. Now, a big part of the reason we know about the scale of the utter depravity involved in Israel's genocidal onslaught against Gaza is because of the unbelievably courageous work of Palestinian journalists working in impossible circumstances, many of whom, of course, have been butchered, including with their entire families, in the biggest massacre of journalists in recorded history. But there's another part of the story as well, and that is the proclivity of Israeli soldiers in posting their own war crimes, reveling in their utter depravity, the suffering they're imposing on the Palestinian people, visibly enjoying much of it. What does that tell us? Well, Al Jazeera have a new, brilliant, compelling, disturbing documentary, of course. You can look it up on YouTube by going to Investigating War Crimes in Gaza. It's part of Al Jazeera's investigative unit. And the brilliant Richard Sanders, an incredible journalist who I've interviewed previously, for example, on his documentary on the truth about what happened on the 7th of October. Now, I began by asking him about the way Benjamin Netanyahu and other Israeli leaders describe the IDF, the Israeli army, as the most moral army on earth.
Well, it's clearly not the case. I think one of the fundamental problems with Israel, in Western media, whether we admit it or not, we tend to divide the world into sensible, serious, what we call Western democratic, liberal democratic countries, and then countries we take rather less seriously, and whose governments we take rather less seriously. And I think there is this core misconception with Israel that it is a Western democracy. It's not. It's an ethno-state. It's a racist ethno-state. And I think we have to relate to information that comes out of the Israeli government or the Israeli military in the same way we would relate to information coming out of a rather dubious third world dictatorship, and not necessarily take it entirely seriously. I think we attach too much weight to the statements of the Israeli government, and in Western media we give them too much space and too much time.
At the beginning, now I just want to put this to you from the beginning of this horror. This is going back to last October, and the Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, who notably, of course, is one of the two targets of the request for arrest warrants by the ICC, International Criminal Court Chief Prosecutor, for war crimes and crimes against humanity. Now, he said at the beginning. He said this on the 9th of October, that he had released all the restraints on soldiers. That's what he told them directly. And then the next day, he said that Israel was moving to a full-scale response and that he had removed every restriction on Israeli forces. I mean, Western media coverage has been a catastrophe. I mean, this is, I think, one of the generally great exceptions, but it is one of the great scandals, I would say, in modern history of journalism, in that you just had to listen to what Israeli leaders and officials said they were going to do. That was actually the best route map. But the Western media didn't just fail to frame their coverage around those statements. In many cases, they didn't report those statements at all. And I would put it, when some people are going, sometimes you get this, why is this breakdown in discipline and all the rest of it? I've just quoted from the defense minister who's in charge of the army, telling troops from the beginning they have no restrictions and no restraints on them. Isn't that part of it? They were told very clearly they had impunity to behave as they wished.
Okay, so as we say at the beginning of the film, no one can say they didn't know. In the West, you'd have to have two types of responses to what the Israelis have done in the Gaza Strip and now Lebanon. One is to straightforwardly support them. The other is to engage in sort of hand-wringing and say, well, it's complicated, it's nuanced, and so on. Part of the purpose of our film is to say, well, listen to Israelis themselves, listen to Israeli politicians, listen to Israeli media, listen to Israeli social media, and above all, listen to Israeli soldiers as they articulate their own thoughts through social media. There is nothing nuanced or complicated at all in the way the Israelis think about it. The rhetoric right from the beginning, even when it hasn't been overtly genocidal, which it sometimes is, it's certainly been all about ethnic cleansing.
Well, let's just talk about what I call genocide. I've called it genocidal mania, which is when a society basically, there are courageous exceptions within Israeli society, but they're courageous because they're exceptions. Where you get this combination of a dehumanization of the Palestinian people, a sense of, we've been attacked and we're the victims, with we're strong and dominant and we can do what we want. It's quite a lethal combination, I think, isn't it? I mean, how would you explain the kind of what you can see from the way Israeli soldiers behave and speak, what that says, the kind of the radicalization, I guess, that's taken place in Israeli society since the 7th of October?
I think there has been a radicalization. I think we have to be very careful of this idea that there used to be a more moderate Zionism, and if you go way back, there was a good Zionism. Zionism has always been rooted in the dispossession and the subjugation of the indigenous people. I mean, Zionism has its very complex roots in the appalling experiences of Jewish people in Europe. But in terms of the people it has inflicted on the indigenous population of Palestine, it's no different from any other settler colonial enterprise. And the great problem settler colonial enterprises have is that there is an indigenous population, and what do you do with them? And all of those enterprises carry within them genocidal impulses, which you actually see manifested in many of, in the Americas and in Australia, and so on. And I think this is one of the great dangers. We have a misconception about Israel. As I say, we think of it as a Western liberal democracy. We think of it through the prism of the Jewish experience in Europe, and it rather blinds us to these, frankly, terrifying impulses, certainly post-October the 7th, really quite genocidal impulses within Israeli society. And our failure to grasp that, and our failure to grasp the reality of the emotions and the dynamics that are at play there, is catastrophic for the Palestinian people, because it leaves them utterly vulnerable and defenseless.
Let's talk about the different types of, I guess, they're war crimes. We're talking about war crimes here. Firstly, wanton destruction. So just the way, and you can see this a lot, Israeli soldiers posting, often weeping, cheering as they blow things up, including dynamiting. So they've gone around and put explosives in buildings, which by definition, there was no threat being posed, because they've gone, as was pointed out by a British Army former general who you spoke to, they've taken, they're not threatened by these, it's not like, they're being attacked from this target and they're firing back. They've gone in and calmly just put loads of explosives and blown it up. And we've seen the blowing up of universities, of a whole range of civilian structures. Tell me, that rejoicing they've got, what do you think that tells us? What's happening? What do you think the kind of, what mentality is being displayed by this desire, this rejoicing in blowing up so many of these structures, which are the foundations of civil society?
It reveals a profoundly racist mentality, but a racist mentality which is given license. Where elsewhere in the world do we recognize this for what it was and begin to condemn it at the end of the 20th century? Israel gets license, and we don't call it out for what it is. It reveals a profound contempt for the sort of humanity of Palestinians. I mean, those explosions are extraordinary. They use far more explosives than they need to. They're clearly sort of competing for who can make the biggest bang. It also speaks to sort of an extraordinary sense of impunity. I mean, you're not allowed to just go around blowing up civilian property under international law. It's against the law, and it opens you to prosecution for war crimes. And it just speaks to the astonishing sense of impunity Israeli soldiers have, and also this sort of institutional indiscipline, in that no one ever comes down from high command or from the government and says, stop doing this. They just continue posting these things.
It was pointed out in the film, this isn't technically, you could say, it's not technically a war crime, but it's disturbing and reveals something, which I want to ask you about. It's the amount of times you can see soldiers posing with women's underwear from the homes that they stormed into, and dressing up with women's underwear, lingerie, that kind of thing. I mean, someone I remember posted a while ago says it still remains the case. There are far more examples of photos of Israeli soldiers posing with women's underwear than of them rescuing their own hostages by military means. I mean, what's this, this obsession? And it's like a trend. What is it? What do you think's happening there?
again, it's racist dehumanization, it's profound misogyny. I imagine they think they are exposing some sort of hypocrisy in a conservative Muslim society. I think, yes, I mean, we see an awful lot of soldiers dressing up in women's underwear. We see an awful lot more of that than we see of actual combat. Now, this isn't something we had time to go into in the film, but the thing that is remarkably lacking in soldiers' videos is combat, which is what you would think they would be posting. And they all have body cams and so on. They could be posting that if it was happening. And every now and then you see them blazing away with their guns, but frequently they're standing up, and it's clear there's no incoming fire. So there's a remarkable sort of imbalance in the nature of the material they're posting. And of course, there's a contrast here with the Qassam brigades, Hamas, who have posted over 300 combat videos since October the 7th. Now, of course, these combat videos are propaganda. They're edited, and I'm sure they're only showing us the missions that succeed and so on. Of course, one has to acknowledge that. But at least it shows a comms strategy. They're at least thinking about what will look good, whereas the Israelis just don't seem to care at all. The other point I would make about the Israeli videos is this sort of vexed question of how much damage has been done to Hamas. Most people are saying Hamas has not been defeated. It's clearly not been defeated. You see then estimates coming out for the extent to which Hamas has been degraded, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50%. I just don't know where people get these, how they make these calculations. But I would, for people who are looking into that, I would urge a very common sense approach. If you scour these videos, these soldiers' videos, and also the videos that the Israeli army itself puts up, they put up a lot of videos. And again, they're more likely to show combat, or at least something that looks like a combat. What is very, very striking, you almost never see a dead Hamas fighter. You do occasionally. I'm not saying that they don't exist, and people could respond to this and show me a whole bunch of pictures. I've seen them, but remarkably few.
Richard, one of the things we keep hearing over and over again is the question of human shields, that that Hamas uses human shields to protect itself, and therefore the atrocities being committed are actually the fault of Hamas. That's why civilians are dying. Human shields. What do you say to that?
Yeah. This is an area where I feel the Western media really does share a huge culpability. As you say, again and again, confronted with the enormous and horrifying death toll in the Gaza Strip, particularly amongst children. A third of the dead are children. What Israelis say, what the Israeli government says, what Western politicians say is, but Hamas hides behind the civilian population. Now, we go into this in great detail in our film. It's very important to say in our film, that, on the human shields thing, for the most part, it's not original research. You can get a 22-year-old researcher to research for an hour and we'll come up with this. It's really not complicated. Basically, there is not a scrap of evidence that Hamas uses the civilian population as human shields. Yes, I mean, they're both in the same very small space. Now, so, if that's what they mean by human shields, then yes, but there's not a scrap of evidence that they're actually forcing people to stay in places where they're fighting and so on. And also you have to remember, Hamas, whatever you think of it, is a popular movement, and the Qassam brigades are rooted in the people. You'd be talking about them hiding behind their nieces, their nephews, their aunts, what have you, and they would very, very quickly lose any legitimacy if they had that. Also, again, a point that's made in our film, what is there about Israeli behavior over the last year that would lead anyone to think that the presence of a civilian would lead to the Israelis holding fire? I mean, there's nothing at all to indicate that the Israelis have any concern for civilian casualties at all. And so what would be the point of using human shields? Now then, on the other side, it's very well documented for years and years that the Israelis themselves systematically, routinely use Palestinian civilians as human shields. And it's clearly happening on a systematic basis in this conflict as well. And we spoke to 6 people who had been used as human shields. The interesting thing there was we were speaking to them about something else. Just coincidentally, they'd been used as human shields. And it drives you crazy. You'll see this. I saw David Lammy recently, and he was sort of stumbling around trying to articulate, but what he was trying to say was that the deaths are the fault of Hamas because of human shields. And Victoria Derbyshire finished the sentence for him with the word human shields. And Victoria Derbyshire, who is as good as it gets at the BBC, and it's absolutely criminal because it is legitimizing the wholesale slaughter of civilians, and why the Western media, with all its resources, can't just do a really basic, simple bit of fact checking on that just bewilders me.
One of the focuses of the Western media and Western politicians after 7th of October was on the question of sexual violence. And I don't want to obviously get into that particular discussion. What was that? The point I would make is that was talked about as examples of the total depravity of Hamas and other armed groups used to justify the onslaught against Gaza. It just shows these people are animals. They are sick, depraved, twisted animals. That was the basis of that whole discussion. We now have overwhelming evidence about sexual violence committed by the IDF, and you talk about some hideous examples, including a detainee being raped by a dog.
Yes, it's clearly absolutely systematic within detention centres. Male rape, the issue of sexual violence against women is rather more complicated, but as you say, there is overwhelming evidence. And I think it's one of these areas here where journalists in the West really do have to ask themselves some questions, because that unquestioned reporting of sexual violence on October the 7th gave an enormous sort of impetus and justification to atrocities that happened thereafter. And I strongly suspect that the soldiers who are committing these abuses in these detention centres imagine they're gaining some sort of revenge for something that is supposed to have happened. But, there's very little evidence that it did happen on October the 7th. But as you say, it's absolutely systematic, widespread. We have an account in our film of a dog being used to rape a man. The Israelis themselves have arrested people under pressure from the ICC for the rape of a man. The UN has done reports on this where they've said it's clearly systematic and widespread. And they've also said that 53 people have been killed in Israeli detention. And again, also in the West, we continue with this great emphasis on the hostages being held in the Gaza Strip. Now, there are thousands of people who are effectively hostages being held in Israeli detention centers. And we now have a mass of evidence that they are being subjected to the most appalling abuse, and ultimately murder in many cases. And yet the focus continues to be on the fate of the hostages in the Gaza Strip. We actually did a thing which there wasn't room for in the film. We did an analysis. I think there were about 78 released hostages who've given media interviews, and we minutely examined the interviews and the statements they've given. 4 say they've been subjected to physical abuse while in captivity. I mean, there's just no comparison with the treatment of of Palestinians in Israeli detention centers. And quite often, when these people are released, they give interviews which rather irritate clearly the sort of prevailing narrative in Israel. And over time, you often see people rather adjusting their own narrative to fit that. But even so, as I say, only 4 of them say they've actually been subject to physical abuse while in Hamas captivity.
The Israeli journalist Gideon Levy told me months ago that Palestinian detainees were treated worse than Israeli detainees. I mean, that point about torture, I mean, again, it's worth emphasizing that so many of these detainees, we know, I mean, their crime is being Palestinian, isn't it? They're people picked up and often put through the most hideous treatments, including people who are children, including kids. Just tell us what, how widespread that is. We're talking, because, the argument then would be, well, how dare you call these hostages? In the case of Israeli hostages, these are just random people picked up, scooped up, and then incarcerated. But that's the case here, isn't it? You've got the repeated sweeping up of just random people who haven't taken part in any armed activity of any description, and then they're tortured. I mean, that's what's happening, isn't it?
And often tortured to death. Yes, and frequently then released after 45, 50, 55 days. I mean, they wouldn't release them if they thought they were fighters. And I think one thing I would say is the accounts of treatment that we're getting from released Palestinian prisoners are absolutely horrific. Imagine what they're doing to the people they decide are terrorists in their parlance and who they don't release.
And it's important I say there, by the way, it's a trap which we shouldn't fall into is to say, well, it's only bad when we're talking about torture for those who aren't accused of anything. Torture is a crime, whoever happens to be on the receiving end of it. I just want to ask as well, there was recently this podcast, 2 Israeli podcasts that went viral, talking very genocidal terms about the Palestinian people. One of them has worked very closely with Benjamin Netanyahu. And they were talking about how, Israelis, for example, going about their everyday lives, going to concerts, he said he went to a concert yesterday. He said, we enjoy the idea they're suffering in Gaza. He said, we're getting off, we're enjoying it. And then joked about putting up a big screen so that they could watch them suffer. I mean, you're right. I totally understand. This is, it'd be wrong to say there's pre and post, October 7th, this is crude shift. But it strikes me the level of, because I think it's really important to always point out that sociopaths are a tiny proportion of any given society. It's very comforting to think, you look at this and think, these are just a bunch of sociopaths, but actually the vast majority of atrocities throughout human history have not been committed by sociopaths. It's dehumanization, isn't it, the root of this? You just have had a society which has completely dehumanized the indigenous population, as you say, to a degree where those soldiers, combining that with impunity, think they can get away with anything and actually are actively enjoying the pain and the suffering that they're inflicting on an entire people.
Yes, I think what October the 7th did do was to give license to the most genocidal impulses within Israeli society. And this is part of the point we're making in the film, is these soldiers' videos are very popular in Israel, and Israeli civilians post similar things themselves. And just watch Israeli news and political programs and so on. This sort of violent genocidal language is not the preserve of a small fringe of Israeli society. Now, I'm not saying that it's every Israeli. Obviously, there are Israelis who react against it, but it's astonishingly prevalent within Israelis, and it's terrifying. I mean, I was actually terrified about this before October the 7th. It struck me that you have these genocidal impulses in a state which is of the nature of the Israeli state, because the indigenous population are a pain in the neck. What do you do with them? They're not meant to be there, And as the situation was deteriorating, and also the nature of the government that came in towards the end of 2022, I think, again, the BBC and so on would interview people and talk to people within the Israeli government. People in the West would have no idea how extremely right-wing and overtly racist many of the people in this government are. So yes, I mean, all of the Palestinians would say that, and I think they're right, that the Israeli state has always been rooted in ethnic cleansing and apartheid, because that's the only way you can create an ethnically defined entity in a space which previously was entirely occupied by people of a different ethnicity. But in the past, it's been pursued rather more subtly, and certainly subtly enough that we in the West have deluded ourselves, as I say, that Israel is a Western democracy. But now, any sort of mask has slipped, and if you are ignorant, you are willfully ignorant. As Susan Abulhawa says at the beginning of our film, and this is essentially what the film is about. No one could say they didn't know.
And just to end on that point, well, I mean, in terms of the Western approach and the Western racism that runs through the media and the political elite in terms of the response. I mean, I don't want to be that loser who quotes from his own columns, because columns who do that are normally problems. But what I wrote in the column this week was, if a state hostile to the West was guilty of atrocities this obscene, there would be widespread consensus that it was one of the great crimes of our age. And more importantly than myself, Diana Booty, the Palestinian lawyer, says the world tells us nothing can justify October 7th, and yet everything Israel has done can be justified by October 7th. That's the point, isn't it? It's almost sometimes, I just find it astonishing. Even though I understand the dynamics at play, I get it. But I get this childlike wonder at horror of just how there seems to be no threshold that Israel can exceed, where Western politicians, and apart from occasional hand-wringing and all the rest of it, but if this was hostile, if this state was hostile to the West, and the way they were behaving, it would be seen as one of the worst atrocities since World War II.
Yeah, and the debate on whether we should be invading in order.
Months ago. That would have happened within a month of this, at least. This is worse than anything that happened in Kosovo, for example, and NATO used what happened in Kosovo to justify going to war.
But it's this horrifying blind spot that we have in the West, because as we say at the end of the film, some people might be rather skeptical about whether we ever did live up to our ideals, but certainly any pretense that we have now of a belief in the rule of law and human rights has just been shattered. And if we don't realize that, people in the developing world realize that. The moral authority of the West has been completely destroyed to a degree that I don't think people within the sort of political media class in the West grasp. And also there is this rather worrying degree to which the political media class in the West is so out of touch on a number of things, actually. But this, especially, all the opinion polls show that the mass of the population have the reaction you would expect, which is absolute horror. I mean, I frequently meet completely apolitical, sometimes quite conservative people who are just bewildered by why it's taken as given that we are Israel's ally. And I think, it's a very dangerous disconnect. I mean, it's obviously dangerous above all for the Palestinian people. It buggers up our relationships with whole swathes of the world. And I think it's dangerous domestically as well. I mean, in the last election, the Labour actually managed to lose a number of seats over this issue. Now, obviously, their opponents there have been demonized as sort of fanatics, and that itself is supposedly a worrying trend. But I don't know, they just don't seem to get it. They just don't seem to grasp how horrific what is happening is, and how the majority of people react to this in a human way. They grasp its horror, and they just don't understand why we're A, standing by and allowing it to happen, but B, actually actively supporting it in many ways.
Well, it's a bitter harvest that will be reaped, I suspect, for many generations to come. And, I often think to myself, the fury that I feel, a white guy from Stockport, the fury that's been felt by so many people who are Palestinian, clearly, above all else, Arab, Muslim, but people all over the world. I mean, the consequences of this are going to be felt for a very long time. But what's so important at the moment, given the Israeli state does have a level of impunity, is to bear witness and to document what's happened, and to be able to say there was no excuses. There has to be accountability for this, including people going to prison, not just the Israeli leaders, but those who facilitated them. There has to be accountability. And this sort of work is absolutely critical, because nobody must be allowed to be given the excuse of saying, I did not know at the time, because yes, you did. Nothing. No atrocity in history has been so documented as this one. And this is why this documentary is so important. So please, everyone, do make sure you check it out. Leave your thoughts, your comments, ever. Press like and subscribe. Do share this video, but make sure as well you click on the documentary, you share the video, you share the documentary, you send it to people maybe who need to be convinced, need to be persuaded of what's actually happening. Make sure everyone sees it. It's a crucial piece of journalism. Richard, thank you so much, Sarah.
I'm a big fan of Owen Jones. He's been covering this for a very long time, and he's very thorough and very professional. So I enjoy his content quite a lot. So here's another video from him, also from a day ago. Israel lies torn apart. The truth about Lebanon Gaza attacks exposed by Omar Badr in Washington, D.C. Israel-Lebanon massacre could be stopped by US. I am going to add that to the end of our list just to make sure we're staying on track. Cool. Let's get started. In terms of the map, how the little update on that, the idea I have for the map is also layered. There are different layers. Well, essentially there are two major layers. There's, the first layer and the second layer. Everything on the second layer has been so far, put on cardboard, which means they'll hold, which is very important to me. I do think part of it I would like to lower down, which could be easily done by snipping like the stilts I had put in half and using the half stilts on other pieces. I do need to get more tape. The reason I use tape, not glue, which I have, because I imagine I will be taking it apart and putting it back together again. This was more of a proof of concept to make sure it can actually hold it, and I'm quite happy with how it is right now. It is holding. I put some weight on it. It seems to be handling it. I don't imagine there'll be a lot of weight on it anyway, just a few minis, but I'm quite happy with it. I'd like to get another roll of tape, which I can do, maybe a second glue stick, because I've been using that quite a lot. Cardboard supplies might not be enough to cover all of this. I did also consider the possibility of not using the cardboard for the first layer because this is just going to be laid down. I'm thinking it would still be nice to have it backed up with cardboard since certain areas or certain like settings, if I'm going to be playing in an area with a lot of wind, I'm going to need that weight on it, especially since all the pieces are disconnected. There is also a feature of this map an idea I have for this map that I would like it to rotate at certain times. So having it held together by cardboard will make that rotating easier considering its size. If it was smaller, I wouldn't need to do this. But yeah, progress-wise, I'm very happy with it. The upper layers are essentially done. I just need to make sure to add those stilts to them, which I will do. And I'll continue, and I'm trying to use even the pieces of cardboard that I've cut out for other pieces, so I'm making sure not to lose any while making this. I still have quite a bit left. Just also what I'm concerned about is some of them are quite small pieces that I'm probably not going to be able to use, but we will see. All right. Anyway, back to the video. Hope you're enjoying this process. I don't know if it's relaxing or therapeutic. Maybe even if it was, I imagine the videos we're watching here would remove that relaxing therapeutic. So maybe they balance each other out. You know, it's relaxing but not too relaxing. You get to be informed and relax a little bit. Back to the video.
It's also such an honour to be joined by the brilliant Palestinian-American analyst, Omar Bala, who's been one of the most important voices ever since what is now nearly exactly a year of genocide. Omar, it's great to see you. You've been putting up with just come back from Austria, and everything technically has collapsed, which is why I'm using a slightly dodgy camera. I look slightly bedraggled. But we move. Yeah, it's the very least of our problems. The most important thing is we can hear you and see you. Omar, just give us a big picture. Where are we at? 4th of October, middle of the day. Where are we at?
You know, Owen, I think we are at an extremely dangerous moment right now with the risk of an all-out war in the region. That is entirely the responsibility and really the result of the abdication of responsibility by the Biden-Harris administration here in the US. Mm-hmm. We have allowed the most fanatical right-wing government in Israeli history to just go on a completely insane rampage throughout the entire region, and not just greenlighting it, but arming and supporting what they're engaged in right now. You think, even though the Israeli government has made clear that they have no interest at all in any kind of ceasefire and hostage deal, we've let them carry out a year of genocide in Gaza right now, and they've carried out assassinations. They've bombed the Iranian embassy in Damascus. They've carried out an assassination in Tehran, the capital of Iran, on the eve of the Iranian presidential inauguration. And Iran was told not to respond and discouraged from responding on the idea that a ceasefire is close by. And so they've been restrained. And what we've seen, instead of working towards a meaningful de-escalation and a ceasefire, is that we've then allowed Israel to invade Lebanon, to bomb its capital city, to bring down high-rise buildings in Beirut. And the onslaught is just continuing to become more and more unhinged. Now you have thousands of people who are dead in Lebanon as a result of Israel's actions. And so Iran, now realizing that this whole thing has been a sham, did choose to respond, but it did it also in a constrained way, bombing empty military facilities in Israel. And suddenly now the G7 and the US are saying this is a grave threat to regional stability. I mean, just think of that word for a moment. How insane it must be to describe the world up until this point as experiencing regional stability. Apparently, regional stability is an order in which Israel gets to kill Arabs and destroy their countries without any consequence and complete and total impunity. And that's just utterly deranged. Imagine if you were a high school teacher and you walked into a classroom and you saw that there was a fight between the students. The first thing you would do is tell everybody to stop fighting. And once the fists start flying, that's the equivalent of a ceasefire. Then you can start talking about addressing underlying causes, asking what happened, what went wrong, and seeing what grievances are there, and start dealing with them seriously. But if a teacher walked into a high school classroom and said, okay, everybody calm down, please sit back and do nothing, but then pointed to the most belligerent person in the room and said, here's a baseball bat, you can continue doing whatever you want, that obviously is not a way to end the violence. This is a recipe for further violence. And that is precisely what American policy has been so far, is insisting that Israel does not have to play by the same rules that everybody plays with, that they are somehow exempt, they're above the rules and above the law, and they can carry out atrocities with complete and total impunity. And you can see that now escalating to a point where it's just a meaningless show of force, where the West Bank, which is under Israeli control, Israel rules the West Bank, they have a Palestinian Authority that is fairly pliant and subservient, managing the West Bank for them. If Israel wanted to reach anyone in the West Bank, they can simply send police, either Palestinian Authority police or even Israeli soldiers, to go and get whoever they want. And yet, in the West Bank just yesterday, they chose to launch an airstrike on a crowded cafe, killing 18 people to get one person that they wanted. You only do that if you're drunk with power. Understand there are no consequences for your actions, and you feel you can do whatever you want to terrorize and pummel your enemies into submission. And that path is obviously pushing us to the edge of regional catastrophe. And it's mind-boggling to see that President Biden seems to understand this. A recent interview of his in Politico, he was quoted saying that he thinks Netanyahu is trying to escalate towards a regional war to help Trump get elected. And yet Biden is still insisting on doing absolutely nothing. It simply doesn't make sense that we have that much of a lack of a backbone in Washington, that we're watching this horror unfold, devastating the region, and risking having Trump return to power as a result of that abdication of responsibility.
Just as a case study, we talked about Joe Biden there. I just want to give this as a case study in terms of how Western leaders behaved this week following Iran's ballistic missiles attacks on Israel, in which no Israeli civilians or soldiers were killed. Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, did a solemn address flanked by two Union Jacks to condemn Iran's attack, saying it was, amongst other things, that Israel had the right to live in security, that Iran was at the root of the violence and chaos. And he said the Iranian regime has launched over 200 ballistic missiles at civilian targets in Israel. I just want your response to that, given what it, as a case study, whose lives matter and whose don't, when, just as a matter of fact, it's not an apologist for the Iranian regime, before people jump in, they were not civilian targets, and no civilian targets were attacked. And yet there was huge anger and grief by him, but not even a fraction of that emotion, to actual mass slaughter on an almost unimaginable scale when the victims are Arab.
Yeah, just on that note that you mentioned, Owen, it's funny because every time you bring up that argument and you talk about sort of this assault on Iran, people immediately attack you for being an apologist for the Iranian regime. Let's be completely clear. The Iranian government has a repressive record against dissidents, against women's rights, against a lot of things. So this is in no way a defense, a blanket defense of anything that the Iranian government does. We're simply arguing for a world in which the Iranian government has to play by the same rules as everybody else. And the problem with Western policy is that it says that Israel can do whatever it wants, but Iran can't. Israel can have a nuclear weapons program and develop hundreds of nukes, but Iran developing a peaceful nuclear program is a threat to world peace and regional stability and requires an intervention. Just that double standard, that hypocrisy. When you say our friends get to do whatever they want and you can do nothing, that is ruling the world like a mafia rather than an order that you can get buy-in from everyone, in which we say the same rules apply for everyone. You can't have that level of moral hypocrisy be at the core of your policy and expect to be received well by people who are on the receiving end of that hypocrisy and that double standard. And again, just it's breathtaking. Just in the past 24 hours, Israel has killed 28 medics in Lebanon. If there's anything that is deserving of a solemn address, you'd think that would be it. To come out on TV and say Lebanon has the right to defend itself, and attacks on Lebanese civilians that are material and consequential in a way that we actually see in the fact that you have dead Lebanese medical workers and children and families, that does not merit coming out to give an address and give a condemnation. We are simply declaring to the world through these statements that the lives of Israelis matter than the lives of everybody else in the region. And as long as that is your posture, you are not going to get the agreement of other people in the region who believe their lives matter. Think of the gall of Palestinians and Lebanese thinking that their children deserve to live in freedom and not be subject to that kind of terror day in and day out. Just when you look at images of what Israel is unleashing on Beirut right now as we speak, it is quite reminiscent of what bin Laden did in New York on 9/11. It is watching high-rise buildings being brought down, smoke and fire filling the entire capital city. That is no way for anyone to live, and no one should be excusing this kind of mass terrorism against the civilian population. That is not the way that the world should work, and just we lose every ounce of credibility. We have an interest in saying that we want our words to matter when we talk in defense of freedom and humanity and human rights and democracy. You just lose every ounce of credibility when you talk about these things and shout these slogans while empowering a brutal apartheid regime that is committing genocide to expand this war and commit all these violations across the entire region. Nobody can take our rhetoric seriously. And it's time to start putting our money where our mouth is. If we want to use this kind of rhetoric and claim a moral high ground, we have to start living by it. And it begins, at minimum at this point, with cutting off US military funding for Israel and Western military funding for Israel until Israel right now reaches a ceasefire as a starting point. And beyond that, complies with international law, respects human rights, and allows the Palestinians to live free of Israeli occupation and apartheid. That is how you solve the problem long term.
I mean, just in terms of Lebanon, what do you think the Israeli strategy is there? And people might not have heard or have heard of the Die Doctrine, which was developed in 2006 in the last invasion, which was you deliberately attack civilian infrastructure to try and get the civilian population to turn on Hezbollah. Violence against civilians, political ends, some call that terrorism. What's your thoughts just on what you think the strategy is and what your fears could be, given what we've seen in Gaza, what could happen in Lebanon?
Yeah, I think that's precisely it. And so much of the discourse constantly portrays Israel as only targeting militants and accidentally killing civilians, when the record is just, it's so obvious. Beyond just the military doctrine that you just mentioned, Israel's position has always openly been with, Giora Island and many others, talking about that their strategy is punishing the civilian population, destroying infrastructure, inflicting so much pain on civilians in order to get them to turn on the people who are fighting and convince them that they have to stop fighting, to essentially surrender. That is the Israeli strategy. And it worked for them in one instance, which is in 1982 when they invaded Lebanon. And that was to convince effectively the PLO to be driven out of Lebanon. And that succeeded in part because you could have a sense of separation between the PLO and Lebanon, where people in Lebanon watching their capital city get bombed to smithereens felt like, okay, maybe this is not our fight. Maybe the PLO should go somewhere else. This is a different situation right now because the forces that Israel is attacking in Lebanon, their fight with Hezbollah is a fully Lebanese movement that is born out of Lebanon. And the idea that you can turn the Lebanese population against Hezbollah by bombing Lebanese civilians, it's unclear that that's going to meet the same fate as what they did with the PLO previously, but that seems to be the thinking. And there's absolutely, Israel is facing very significant resistance in their military incursion in South Lebanon. They are, losing soldiers and tanks because Hezbollah is prepared to fight on the ground to defend their country. And Israel then decides to take it out to take their frustration out and that failure on the civilian population. And you see it in that mass indiscriminate bombing of major cities throughout Lebanon. And it is mass terrorism. That is what it is. You saw it again with that strike in the West Bank just yesterday. You're seeing it with the intensification of bombings in Gaza once more. That is what they do. They do mass devastation of civilians as a means of achieving their political ends. Israeli policy is terrorism. That is their declared policy. And the fact that we continue putting on this pretense that Israel is trying to target militants and we're going to try to help them do this and do that, nobody buys that. Nobody in the world buys that. Maybe some American and Western audiences buy it because of the sheer blind spots and the utter bias that we see in our media coverage of this, that we still indulge this rhetoric. But for anybody who reads human rights reports, anybody who listens to the doctors who go and visit Gaza, who talk about the systematic targeting of Palestinian children with sniper fire, understands that this pretense is just utterly empty and ridiculous. But it's a gap in education that we still have to fill. And to have that education lead to a change in policy, we are seeing these massive protests in the United States, in the United Kingdom, in many other places. And it's quite tragic that we have governments that are supposedly the beacons of democracy in the world, who are refusing to listen to their citizens in this instance and bring about a ceasefire that is desperately needed as step one to just put an end to this mass slaughter so we can start looking at political solutions out of it.
I mean, just a couple of final things. I mean, Israel's in a triumphalist phase at the moment. I just want to see your response to that. There you go. I mean, from their perspective, their view is, well, if you don't care about Arab life, who cares? We'll cause it, mass slaughter, but we're Hezbollah. We've killed much of their leadership. They're in chaos. Gaza has been violently smashed into tiny little pieces. We haven't defeated Hamas, fine, but, what threat do they necessarily pose to us now? Their perspective, as long as you don't care about Arab life, it's all going, we're pretty comfortable. What do you think about that triumphalism, which is definitely happening at the moment?
Absolutely. Look, I think this has been a problem even before October 7th. It was a dynamic in which Palestinians had no freedom. They were living in a cage in Gaza. No airport, no seaport, nobody can come in and out, no economy, no trade with the outside world, no future for Palestine's children in Gaza. And that was just fine with Israelis because who cares about Palestinian lives? And the same with the West Bank, encroaching settlements, squeezing Palestinians into smaller and smaller areas. Nobody has any rights. If a Palestinian child commits the perfectly defensible act under international law of throwing a rock at a tank when they're living under occupation, Israeli authorities process these Palestinian children through the military court system and give them draconian sentences where they languish in prisons for months or years for committing absolutely no crime at all, for doing what is perfectly justified by any sane person, that if your country is occupied by a foreign army, you have the right to resist, and yet that is dealt with in the most brutal ways possible, including against Palestinian children. Israelis were fine with that, and they did have a triumphant attitude. And when October 7th happened, it was, how dare those people attack us back? That is the dynamic, is that we are superior to them. And the thought that these people that we've been trampling on, that we've been bombing and pummeling into submission for years, would dare lift a finger and commit an atrocity back at us, then that is something that must be punished. And the way that you punish it is by this complete and total devastation. You can see that the two primary goals that Israel declared are nowhere near being achieved, right? They did not get, they've killed far more of their own hostages in Gaza than they have retrieved. And they're making absolutely no effort to free the rest of them meaningfully, which is what you do through a ceasefire negotiation and a hostage exchange, even after Hamas made clear that they're perfectly willing to give up all of the hostages in exchange for an end to that war. And they have not defeated Hamas in any meaningful sense because Hamas is still operating in Gaza. What they are succeeding at is their actual goal. It's the goal of destroying Gaza and making it unlivable. When you look at the sheer destruction of it, I mean, just satellite imagery, you look at videos, you look at how people are living, mass starvation, it's not really fit for human habitation the way it currently is. And it's not clear whether Gaza is ever going to be allowed to be rebuilt because Israel is going to restrict any rebuilding materials from coming into Gaza based on security grounds. And there's no question that the numbers of people who have been killed in Gaza are far, far greater than the official count. It's funny that Israel keeps disputing the official count, but there's almost no doubt that when you look at the estimates of doctors who have visited Gaza, who do this kind of research, when you look at the article that came out in The Lancet a few months ago, the death toll out of this is going to unquestionably be in the hundreds of thousands when this thing is all said and done. That is what they want. They want to kill hundreds of thousands of Palestinians and make make Gaza unlivable in order to get rid of the quote-unquote Gaza problem. And they see this more as a campaign of vengeance and completing Israel's demographic control over the entire territory from the river to the sea, more than it is about retreating civilians, retrieving hostages. That's always been used as an excuse for a far, far darker vision that Israel is imposing on the ground right now.
And just finally, just circling back to the United States and all of this, I mean, what do you think? I mean, some are hoping, obviously, that, well, people are desperate, I get this, to stop Donald Trump, and I get that. Tim Walz, who became a bit of a darling of some progressives, he's the vice presidential nominee of Kamala Harris, and he said the expansion of Israel and its proxies is an absolute fundamental necessity for the United States. I guess my question is, a lot of people would say, as long as they've got their only superpower on their side, and basically whoever wins, they do, they can get away with anything. I mean, what do you think about that?
Yeah, look, I mean, that was thoroughly a disappointing debate performance altogether by Walz on many, many fronts, including this one where, like, Walz's strength was supposed to be that he's a normal guy, speaks in a way that normal people understand, just goes above and beyond politics in a way that you can really connect on a human level. And there's nothing more off-putting to anyone than when somebody sounds like a bot that was programmed by party consultants to use the right talking points. And so I think he messed up those talking points, but the more fundamental problem is that he was attempting to speak in talking points, that he was trying to give the correct party line answer on this issue, instead of speaking about it from the heart in a way that actually connects with people. And yes, there's no question that I think both parties that have a chance of gaining power in Washington are going to have horrible policies on Palestine and Israel. There remains to be seen whether there's a difference in degree of harm. Because for, again, and this is not defending it by any shred of the imagination, obviously we've been talking about how horrific Biden's policy has been. If Jared Kushner's official position is that we have to empty Gaza and let Israel take it over, and build beachfront property for Israelis, and there's nothing really for the Palestinians to come back to anymore, and talking about fulfilling Israel's takeover of the West Bank. And if the Trump administration is potentially going to be an ally in that effort, having been the only administration in history to greenlight settlements and say they are legitimate and legal, to move the embassy to Jerusalem and recognize Jerusalem as Israel's capital in contravention to international law, to recognize Israel's annexation of the Syrian Golan Heights as legitimate. I mean, just it's clear that Trump's orbit is filled with people who actually have less than zero regard for Palestinians. It's just incredible to say that they are willing to, in the case of Biden, he'll and probably Harris, continue indulging Israel while occasionally wagging their finger and calling for constraints and saying, no, we won't say okay to the reoccupation of Gaza and so on. You can contrast that with potentially the Trump administration coming in and saying, we are fully on board with a remaking of the Middle East in the way that Israel wants and that the US would participate in that directly. That is a terrifying prospect. I don't know what the chances are of the US jumping into a regional war right now. It seems like we're on a path of escalation between Israel and Iran that is unavoidable at this stage. Iran made it clear that they're not going to sit back if Israel hits again. And Israel seems to determined to restore a balance in which Israel can hit Iran and Iran does not hit back. So they've made clear that they do intend to escalate further. And that's what we're all waiting for. Now, if a regional war breaks out, is the US going to step in and participate in Israel's war against the region? And I don't know, once more, whether there's a contrast between Trump and Biden-Harris on this particular question. There is a level of uncertainty, but I think you're absolutely correct in saying that all options right now are pretty depressing ones. There aren't any signs of hope in the short term for a major shift in American policy. But to the extent that we can fight for a minor one, I think that could still make the difference between life and death for potentially millions of people.
Quite the sobering place to end. Omar, it's always such a pleasure to be able to talk to you, your insight, your wisdom, your humanity as well. Everyone, as ever, please do share this video. Press like, subscribe, leave comments. We'd love to hear your thoughts. Also good for the algorithm, so more people engage and watch the video, which is what we want. But Omar, thank you so much, Lizzie.
Thank you, Owen. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Owen, indeed. Ooh. Excuse me. All right, so that was One Day Ago by Owen Jones. Now we're back to Democracy Now! What is Israel's endgame in Lebanon? Airstrikes intensify, hospitals overwhelmed, 1.2 million displaced. It's been a year since this has been happening in Gaza. 2 million people displaced. 66% of the buildings destroyed. Bare minimum, and it's a severe undercount to say 40 million people killed. 14 million children, just children. 14 million. What? 14,000, my mistake. 14,000 and 40,000 killed. Sorry, I was just saying million from the 2 million displaced. It's we're just seeing a repeat of that. We're seeing that expand, and I've said this before, and I think, and I hope I'm wrong, but I think this is going to keep going. I don't think the U.S. is going to stop Israel, and I think it's going to expand further and further. It will, I mean, we already have it going on in Palestine. Now it had expanded to Lebanon. I imagine it'll expand to Syria and Iraq and maybe Jordan. Jordan might take some time since it's, been pretty supportive. But I only think it's a matter of time until Jordan, Egypt, and Saudi Arabia get lumped into this, even though they're allies. Yeah, I hope I'm wrong, but I don't see a proper end in sight for this. Anyway, it's from 2 days ago from Democracy Now!
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. We begin today's show in Lebanon, where Israel carried out its heaviest airstrike so far in Beirut, with a reported series of 10 massive strikes overnight in the densely populated southern suburbs. Lebanon's health minister said Thursday at least 2,000 people have been killed since the start of the Israeli attacks on Lebanon, including at least 127 children, most of them in the past 2 weeks. Lebanon's state-run national news agency is also reporting Israeli airstrikes damaged the main border crossing between Lebanon and Syria, closing the main road used by tens of thousands to flee Israel's attacks on Lebanon. More than 1.2 million Lebanese have now been displaced. Meanwhile, Beirut hospitals are overwhelmed. This is Dr. Jihad Sadeh, General Director of Rafiq Al-Hariri Hospital, largest Lebanese public hospital.
The hardest thing I've seen was when a father was searching for his son. In the end, we found out that his son was with us, but only in pieces.
On Thursday, the World Health Organization Director, Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, said Israeli attacks have made it impossible to deliver a large shipment of trauma and medical supplies to Beirut. He said Israeli strikes killed 28 health workers in just one 24-hour period, while shuttering dozens of hospitals and clinics. At least 50 paramedics have been killed in Lebanon over the past 2 weeks. This comes as the UN peacekeeping force in southern Lebanon told Al Jazeera the Israeli army has asked its troops to leave their positions close to the border amidst a potential escalation of the Israeli ground incursion. Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, arrived in Beirut today and met with Lebanese caretaker Prime Minister Najib Mikati, just hours after Israeli airstrikes hit an area near the airport where he landed. A Pentagon spokesperson said Thursday U.S. military leaders are consulting with their Israeli counterparts on a response to Iran's ballistic missile attack earlier this week on Israeli military bases and other security sites.
We continue to engage the Israelis, very frequently. We are certainly talking to them about their response, but what their response might be, I'm just not going to speculate further on.
At the White House, President Biden acknowledged he'd spoken with Israeli leaders. He has said he does not support Israel attacking Iran's nuclear sites, but discussed possible attacks on Iran's oil infrastructure.
Would you support Israel striking Iran's oil facilities, sir?
We're discussing that. I think that would be a little, anyway.
Biden's comment rattled energy markets, causing an immediate spike in crude oil prices. Meanwhile, Iran has threatened an unconventional response to any Israeli retaliation, including attacks targeting Israeli infrastructure. Earlier today, Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, led prayers in Tehran for the first time in nearly 5 years as he commemorated Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah, who was assassinated by Israel last week in Lebanon. Khamenei called on Muslim leaders to band together to confront Israel. As tensions continue to escalate in the region, we go to Beirut, Lebanon. We're joined by Karim Chahayeb. He is reporting on Lebanon, Syria, and Iraq for the Associated Press. Thank you so much for being with us, Karim. Can you explain the situation on the ground after this night of massive air attacks by Israel?
So it's become next to normal that Israel's conducting a series of airstrikes, roughly about a dozen, mostly in the southern Beirut suburbs, which has a lot of people, and it's still a large number of people are evacuating, but there's still people who live there. The strikes are getting far more intense. Particularly last night, we heard a strike that had some sort of numerous explosions that happened after that as well. Meanwhile, every day the Israeli military is calling on the immediate evacuation of about another dozen or so towns from the south. So it's been several days where they've been doing that. There's been a few dozen towns, and medical workers have been having a very hard time operating there. The Lebanese Red Cross, while relocating wounded people from the south, where we're caught in an Israeli airstrike, where 4 of their volunteers were wounded. A Lebanese soldier was killed in that evacuation operation. And there are reports now that one of the most important hospitals in the southeast is closing its doors because of a strike that hit very close to the hospital. So this appears to be becoming the new normal in this current situation. There's a ground incursion in the south where Hezbollah and Israeli military are clashing in border towns and along the border. Israel is calling for more and more immediate evacuations from southern Lebanon, very far north into their country. And it appears that strikes overnight in the southern suburbs are going to continue. And now with the airstrike that struck the main road towards the main crossing between Lebanon and Syria, generally speaking, people are concerned that the airport could be next, given that this had also happened in 2006, which was the last time Hezbollah and the Israeli military had a war.
Can you talk about the number of paramedics, doctors, medical staff who've been killed just in the last few days, Karim? And what kind of effect is this bombing has had on the hospitals, and what the World Health Organization head, Ghebreyesus, has said about trying to get aid into Beirut right now?
Indeed, there have been several cases of paramedics being killed in Israeli strikes, but the number has certainly surged. In this particular escalation, there have been dozens who were killed, whether they were in the middle of an operation or whether they were in their offices. There was a strike in central Beirut, just a few hundred meters from where I am right now, into an office for the Islamic Health Committee, which is Hezbollah's medical arm, and at least 7 paramedics and first responders were killed in that strike. And at a time where evacuations orders have increased, at a time where strikes have intensified, the hospitals are really struggling to keep up with the number of patients, and of course, medical staff, paramedics, first responders are also struggling a lot to get people out, and this appears to be a trend going forward in this conflict.
And what have you been able to find out about Israel using white phosphorus? Explain what it is and where you believe it may have been used.
Sure. So, early on in the conflict, Israel was initially accused by residents and human rights groups of using white phosphorus in southern Lebanon, especially, in villages along the border, which are very, rural, they're agrarian, there's lots of greenery and fields. Now, white phosphorus is basically, white phosphorus is a very dangerous weapon where it burns all the way to the bone if in contact with human skin.
It is a chemical weapon, and using it is a war crime. Just to quickly summarize.
It can cause severe respiratory illnesses as well if you inhale too much of it. Now, the concern is that if it's used in heavily populated areas, it is considered a violation of international law. Now, Israel always says that it uses it as a smokescreen, or to, primarily as a smokescreen, not to target civilians or as a weapon of war. Human Rights Watch and Amnesty and other organizations have corroborated information where they have seen that this is not entirely the case. That's what they concluded. Now, the conversation, months later, just the other day, has sort of come back. In that strike, I had told you about just a moment ago, where in central Beirut that hit that office, and another strike nearby in the southern suburbs. People were talking a lot about unpleasant smells, and state media had reported that there was use of white phosphorus. Now, there is no confirmation of that yet. We had spoken to the health minister, Firas Abiad, who said that they're in the process of verifying it. There have been no updates on that, but it would not have been the first time Israel used white phosphorus in Lebanon, but the previous incidents have been in southern Lebanon. But there has been no sort of official confirmation yet, but that's sort of what's been reported.
Karim, if you could also talk about who Israel is claiming they're trying to kill right now, the target Hashem Safieddin, a cousin and presumed successor to the assassinated Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah?
Absolutely. So, after Hassan Nasrallah was assassinated, every expert from every think tank in every corner that I spoke to believed that Hashem Safieddin would be his successor. He's a senior figure in Hezbollah for many years, plays a very important role within the institution. He is a relative. He's a cousin of Hassan Nasrallah, and his son is married to the daughter of the late senior Iranian general Qasem Soleimani, who was killed in a U.S. airstrike in Iraq in 2020. So he's very connected to Tehran. He's very connected to Hezbollah. It is unclear whether he survived the strike, whether he was in the building where the strike took place. Hezbollah have not yet commented on it. But if he was targeted and killed or wounded, this follows a certain pattern over the past couple of weeks, where the Israeli military, through its strikes, have been targeting senior Hezbollah leaders, and they have targeted senior Hezbollah military leaders and also members within its institution. And this could be a continuation of that pattern, but there's no information on that. But it is true that Hashem Safieddin is widely seen as Hassan Nasrallah's successor, and it is very unclear whether they're going to pick him or somebody else, or when they will make that decision. When the Deputy Secretary General, Sheikh Naim Qasim, spoke a few days ago, he said that they will make a decision at the soonest possibility. And it's unclear how they're going to navigate with the situation, but it is widely seen that if Safieddin was targeted, it's really unknown who to expect would replace Hassan Nasrallah.
And now the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi says he's visiting Lebanon to make clear Iran will always stand with people of Lebanon. Can you talk about the significance of the Iranian Foreign Minister being in Lebanon right now, and of the Supreme Leader, Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, holding the prayers in Tehran, presiding over them publicly for the first time in 5 years as he commemorated the Hezbollah leader who was killed by Israel last week?
Yeah, so the Iranian foreign minister has been holding meetings with senior officials, including Prime Minister Najib Mikati, who's off right behind me in this building. And it appears that in the words that they're saying, that Iran is trying to garner international support for Lebanon, trying to pile the pressure diplomatically on Israel. That's how they've been spinning it. And they've talked a lot in that sense. And for them to come at a time like this is certainly interesting. Iranian senior military officials have been killed in Israeli strikes in Lebanon and Syria over the past year, and there were a lot of questions whether the Israeli military would allow his plane to land at Beirut airport. Now the question really is what happens behind the scenes, right? So the Lebanese government, including allies of Hezbollah, so, they have been trying to push for a ceasefire and handle this diplomatically, and it's unclear what that conversation looks like with Iran, as well as their conversations with, namely the United States and Paris. This also comes not long after Iran met with Saudi officials in Qatar, and it's also, and it's unclear whether this indicates that they're, trying to work something out or not. Iran has, not given a lot of statements. The foreign minister did not give any statements after meeting the prime minister, issued a statement after meeting the speaker of parliament, and he sort of talked about, maintaining support for Lebanon. And there's a lot of talk about humanitarian aid. It wasn't anything that indicated it's going to be a significant shift in this conflict. And so it appears that whatever changes will happen will be seen, in the battlefields in the south or in Beirut.
And the significance of the death of a Lebanese soldier carrying out a rescue operation in southern Lebanon, another one injured, Karim. What this means, and the Israeli government saying the UN peacekeeping force in southern Lebanon should move. How quickly do you see this escalating even further as we wrap up?
Certainly, the Lebanese army announcing that 2 of its soldiers were killed in Israeli airstrikes in a single day in different instances. On top of the intensified airstrikes, on top of the calls for dozens of villages and towns to evacuate, including the provincial capital in the south, there's a lot of concerns in Lebanon about where this ground incursion could lead to and how long this will last. The public works minister, after talking about the road to the border being bombed, is saying that that he's concerned even about now a siege from air as well, almost hinting that the airport could be a target. So, things are moving at a very, very fast pace, the displacement, the airstrikes, and it is really unclear what the end game for Israel is. They say that they want to weaken Hezbollah, they want to create an environment that's safe for their displaced residents to go back north, but it's not really clear what that benchmark is, what those objectives look like in practice.
Karim Shahayab, first of all, stay safe. I want to thank you so much for being with us. AP journalist reporting on Lebanon, Syria, and Iraq. Journalist for the Associated Press, speaking to us from Lebanon's capital, Beirut. Democracy Now! Is funded by viewers like you. Please give today at democracynow.org/give.
I mean, for example, this guy seemed very well spoken. I was very happy to hear that. Amy Goodman, of course, yeah. An uneasy alliance. Yeah, let's get to the next video. This is breakthrough news Yeah, also really good content. This was from yesterday, so 1 day ago.
What is Greater Israel? This recently came up after this article in one of the main English-language Israeli newspapers, the Jerusalem Post, went viral. The article was called, "Is Lebanon Part of Israel's Promised Territory?" and it explains the origins of a concept called Greater Israel. The article reads, "In the last generation, the term Greater Israel has come to the forefront. It's sometimes used in political or religious discussions about the ideal or future borders of Israel, often in the context of messianic or Zionist aspirations. Some interpret it as a call for the reestablishment of Israel's biblical borders. However, the concept varies in meaning, ranging from symbolic or spiritual interpretations to literal geographic claims. Greater Israel has been a topic of discussion, especially after Israel's attacks in Lebanon, which revealed a deeper desire within Israel's extreme right to actually begin Jewish settlement in Lebanon. The so-called Israeli Movement for Settlement in southern Lebanon posted a map of the sites of prospective Jewish settlements with all the Arabic names replaced with Hebrew names. This ideology has had a resurgence lately, largely because Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu formed his coalition government with Messianic Zionist parties. There's a whole documentary by TRT about this called Holy Redemption, Stealing Palestinian Land, and it's worth watching, but this video will focus on the history of the concept. The article in the Jerusalem Post was taken down, but you can read it by using an internet archive site like archive.org, and the article says, quote, "Greater Israel refers to the concept of the biblical boundaries of the land of Israel as promised to the Jewish people in various parts of the Torah. It's often associated with the land described in the covenant with Abraham, which stretches from the river of Egypt to the Prat River." And then it quotes the Torah, "When Hashem, God, promised Abraham the land of Israel," the verse says, "On that day, God made a covenant with Abraham, saying, 'To your descendants I have given this land from the river of Egypt to the great river the Euphrates,'" which is Mesopotamia or modern-day Iraq. While it has religious origins, the Greater Israel concept is referenced from the very first days of the Zionist movement. The Zionist movement was a movement of European Jews who wanted Jews in Europe to move to Palestine to create a Jewish state. One of the first mentions of Greater Israel is written in the founder of the Zionist movement, Theodor Herzl's diary, in 1898, just 1 year after the first Zionist Congress. On page 711 of his diary, Herzl describes a geographic proposal for a hypothetical Jewish state and says that the area demanded will be from the brook of Egypt to the Euphrates. He then goes on to describe how this area will be slowly transferred from an Arab majority to a Jewish majority. The Zionist movement first presented this map showing what a future Jewish state would look like at the Paris Peace Conference in 1919, the conference where the World War I surrender terms were being signed. The empires that had won the war, Britain, France, Italy, and Japan, were dividing up the colonies of the losers, the Ottoman and German empires. One of the territories the Ottoman Empire lost was this area here, the Levant. The Levant is the heart of 3,000 years of Arab civilization. For centuries, they lived under the Ottoman Empire, but the empire's collapse during World War I brought hope that Arabs might finally be able to govern themselves. Instead of that, however, the Allied powers took over and created entirely new countries based on completely arbitrary boundaries. The map of the Middle East we know today was literally drawn with pencils and straight edges at a meeting at 10 Downing Street in London, which is the British Prime Minister's office, by two British and French diplomats named Mark Sykes and Francois Picot. Under the all-too-familiar colonial guise of protecting minorities, the European powers drew states that intentionally divided the region along the lines of sect. This is deeply ironic because Arabs are often accused of being sectarian, that religious and ethnic conflict is just part of their culture. But these distinctions between Christians and Muslims, Shia and Sunni, Arab and Kurd, were really exploited and exaggerated by the British and French, not Arabs. They literally tried to bake conflict into these countries, a legacy which still hasn't gone away today. This divide and conquer strategy is the textbook strategy of colonialism and can be observed in just about every single colonial situation in history. Part of the British strategy in Palestine was to hand over their mandate to the pro-Western, pro-colonial Zionist movement. The Paris Peace Conference of 1919, where the British and French were dividing up the spoils of World War I, is where the Zionist movement first presented its proposal for the borders of a future Jewish state. The map presented by then leading Zionist activist and future first Prime Minister of Israel, David Ben-Gurion, was drawn by the World Zionist Organization and included the East Bank, which is the eastern side of the Jordan River, part of southern Lebanon, and the Egyptian Sinai. The map was rejected by Britain and France, and what followed was a long debate over what the borders of the future Jewish state should be. One of the leading proponents of expansive settlement was this guy, Zev Jabotinsky, a leader of the hard-right revisionist wing of the Zionist movement. At the 1931 Zionist Congress, Jabotinsky actually split the Zionist movement over the question of Transjordan being included in a future Jewish state because he felt it was such a crucial aspect. This is notable because Jabotinsky is considered the ideological forefather of the Likud party, the party of Benjamin Netanyahu. His most famous writing, The Iron Wall, is an essay he wrote in 1923 that argued that there would never be a voluntary agreement over European settlement in Palestine because, in his own words, there's never been a historical instance of a colonial project getting consent from the native population. He argued the only way a Jewish state could be established is if Jewish settlers create an iron wall which the natives couldn't breach. The essay is only 7 pages long, and it's definitely worth reading. Israel declares independence in 1948, but in its entire history, Israel's never actually defined its own borders. Israel's borders have changed almost constantly in its 70-year history because it's always conquering or trying to conquer more land. In 1948, Israel expelled Palestinians into neighboring countries to create a Jewish majority state. In 1967, Israel fought the Six-Day War. The popular Israeli narrative of this war is that all of the Arab governments woke up one day and randomly attacked Israel because they hate Jews. But the truth is, Israel provoked a war with the Arab states intentionally. This was openly admitted by several high-level Israeli generals after the war. Matthew Peled, one of the Israeli commanders in the Six-Day War, told the Israeli newspaper Haaretz the thesis that the danger of genocide was hanging over us in June 1967 and that Israel was fighting for its physical existence is only a bluff, which was born and developed after the war. In the 1967 1967 war, Israel conquers all of historic Palestine, the Egyptian Sinai, and the Syrian Golan Heights, more than doubling its territory. The UN does force Israel to return the Sinai, but Israel refuses to leave the Syrian Golan Heights, which is still under Israeli occupation today. One of the major turning points for Israel is its 1982 invasion of Lebanon. It was Israel's first attempt at a major occupation of a country outside of historic Palestine. But even before Israel's invasion, it had been using Christian sects in Lebanon as proxies to fight the Palestinian liberation fighters in the south of the country. Lebanese Christian fascists famously served as the trigger pullers in the Israeli-orchestrated Sabra and Shatila massacres, where 3,000 Palestinian refugees were executed over the course of a day and a half in what the UN General Assembly condemned as an act of genocide. One of the visions for Israel's long-term strategic outlook to come out of this invasion was laid out by an aide to the Israeli Minister of Defense at the time, Ariel Sharon. The strategy paper, called A Strategy for Israel in the 1980s, which was published by the World Zionist Organization's ideological journal, Kivunim, or Directions in Hebrew, explains in thorough detail how Israel should exploit the sectarian divisions in other Arab countries, as they did in Lebanon, in a larger strategy to fracture the Arab world. It says, quote, "The Muslim Arab world is built like a temporary house of cards, put together by foreigners without the wishes and desires of the inhabitants having been taken into account. It was arbitrarily divided into 19 states, all made of combinations of minorities and ethnic groups which are hostile to one another, so that every Arab Muslim state nowadays faces ethnic social destruction from within, and in some, a civil war is already raging." Then it goes on to say, Syria is fundamentally no different from Lebanon. The real civil war taking place nowadays between the Sunni majority and the Shia Alawite ruling minority testifies to the severity of the domestic trouble. Iraq is, once again, no different in essence from its neighbors, although its majority is Shia and the ruling minority is Sunni. It then lays out its strategy for what it calls the Eastern Front. The dissolution of Syria and Iraq later on into ethnically or religiously unique areas such as in Lebanon is Israel's primary target. In the long run, while the dissolution of the military power of those states serves as the primary short-term target, Syria will fall apart in accordance with its ethnic and religious structure. This state of affairs will be the guarantee for peace and security in the area in the long run, meaning for Israel, and that aim is already within our reach today. If you observe the strategy followed by Benjamin Netanyahu throughout his career, it follows his strategy almost exactly. In 2002, he urged Congress to invade Iraq over the weapons of mass destruction it never had. The US occupation plunged Iraq into a bloody sectarian civil war by manipulating balances between the Shia and Sunni Muslims. In Syria, Israel held an official position of neutrality, but later admitted to arming the mostly Sunni rebels while simultaneously carrying out regular attacks against the government, which was controlled by Shia Alawites, in a situation where neutrality actually meant for Israel undermining both sides in a civil war. And of course, in Lebanon today, we see Israel collectively punishing the Lebanese people and then telling non-Muslims to blame Muslims for Israeli airstrikes. My question for you is, how long will you tolerate this? Israel has killed over 40,000 people in Gaza, and if you include non-combat deaths, that number is conservatively estimated to be around 200,000. Immediately after committing the most well-documented attempt to wipe out an entire city in history, Israel turns around and commits an attack that turns civilian mobile devices into a theater of war, kills around 1,000 people in the span of 2 or 3 days, and then assassinates the very person likely to trigger a regional war. Israel has proven at every single juncture in the last year that it is the greatest threat to world peace right now. I've heard a lot of people describe this as the cause of our time, and while there are very few moments in history where there's a system of government that's so inhumane and so repugnant that the world unites against it, it has happened. And if Israel's actions don't merit that, then what does? The passage of a UN resolution calling for an arms embargo against Israel was a good start, but it actually needs to be enforced. And I'll just say on a parting note that the cartoonish caricature of the Middle East as a region that's just hopelessly condemned to 1,000-year-old ethnic and religious conflicts is one of the greatest lies that's ever been perpetuated in the post-9/11 era. This narrative, which convinced millions of people that turmoil and conflict were intrinsic parts of Arab society, concealed the reality that these were really intrinsic parts of British and French colonial strategy and US world domination. After the 1919 Paris Peace Conference, an American fact-finding mission was created to survey the opinions of the people of the Levant to see what kind of future government they wanted. Taken in 1919, the King Crane Commission surveyed 1,520 villages in Syria, Lebanon, Palestine, and Transjordan. Of the 2.5 million Muslims, 500,000 Christians, 100,000 Jews, and 100,000 Druze that were surveyed, a full 80% of respondents voted for this option here. Greater Syria, which was the concept for a unified pan-Arab state that would have combined Lebanon, Palestine, Syria, and Transjordan into one country. Greater Syria obviously never came into fruition because it would have been unacceptable to the colonial powers of the time, but it's interesting to think back on given what we know today. The whole thesis of that 1982 Israeli strategy memo was premised on the idea that Pan-Arabism was dead. But if anything, the last year has shown us that Pan-Arabism is still highly relevant, not just to the question of Palestine, but the region as a whole. For the last 30 years, Israel's been normalizing its presence in the region by making peace agreements with Arab states one by one, thereby isolating the issue of Palestine and creating a permanent beachhead for US and Israeli imperialism. But the last year not only shattered this possibility, it showed definitively that the mass of Arab people still consider the Palestinian cause an Arab cause and a cause of their own, and refuse to see it abandoned like their leaders have. It's not surprising that the 1982 memo was contingent on the absence of Arab unity. Unity has always spelled the downfall of empires, and Israel isn't likely to be an exception.
I think that's a very important point to end on, the unity part of this. So I think this is really the best way to get out of any of this situation. So yeah, breakthrough news, highly recommended. This is LBC. I have mixed feelings about LBC. LBC stands for Leading British Conversations. James O'Brien is one of the hosts that I do quite like, but LBC also has other hosts that I don't know. I just don't understand. Suella Braverman, insane pick. I don't understand that. But there's a few others. But James O'Brien is he's a good egg. I like him. This was 2 days ago.
But I'm not sure, Saeed Awasi, that I do describe you as a Conservative politician anymore, do I?
I'm still a member of the Conservative Party.
But you have made a decision to
relinquish my whip in the House of Lords.
Right, you are. So a member of the Conservative Party, but not of the Parliamentary Conservative Party. What's the difference in your mind?
I felt that I needed to step away because there was an issue, a complaint made to the party, and the party wanted to deal with the matter behind closed doors. And I am somebody who fundamentally believes in accountability and open justice and transparency. And you can't believe in that stuff if you don't live by it. And I wanted to deal with this publicly. And I have great friends in the Parliamentary Party, including actually both the Chief Whips and the Chairman. And I didn't want to make this difficult for them. I wanted to deal with this by stepping away from it for now.
It was, in fact, we've spoken to the young woman whose case that you spoke out in support of. It was a young woman with a placard depicting a couple of Tory MPs on one side of the placard as coconuts and on the other side of the placard depicting Suella Braverman as a sort of form of Cruella de Vil. But it spoke to a deeper dissatisfaction, a dissatisfaction that you touch on in your new book, Muslims Don't Matter, and indeed a dissatisfaction or a distinction that I touched on with that quote from Margaret Thatcher, because as we discussed on Full Disclosure not long ago, the party you joined and the party that you're still in are very different beasts.
They are, and my worry, certainly for the last 4, 5, 6 years, has been that increasingly we are no longer a Conservative party, and the kind of things that I fundamentally felt were instinctively Conservative, the party of sound money, the party of law and order, the party of international accountability, the party of patriotism and healing, that none of those things were now being displayed either in the language or the policies or the behaviour of my colleagues. And so often people say to me, have you fallen out of love with the Conservative Party? And I would say, well, no, the Conservative Party has decided it's no longer a Conservative Party. And part of the challenge in looking at the conference over the last week has been, at what point is there going to be a realisation that we have moved so far away from core Conservative values, and at what point are we going to find our way back?
Well, it doesn't seem to be on the horizon, does it? It doesn't seem likely to be popping up anytime soon, that realisation.
I think much will depend
Looking at the leadership battle.
Yeah, much will depend on who of the four get through. And I think certainly if maybe Tom or even James won, they have the potential and the capacity to move back
to a place that you would recognise and feel comfortable in. Because one of the reasons you don't feel comfortable is because of the way that the party has addressed your faith, has addressed Muslim people, and that is where your new book, Muslims Don't Matter, comes in. I mean, flicking through it, because it's still wet, I think, the ink on this copy. You must have written this very quickly, because it encompasses the riots, the recent far-right riots.
For me, there was a moment earlier on in this year, James, when I just felt like there were so many conversations that were happening with my family and friends, and so many of them were saying, we're thinking about buying somewhere else, we've bought somewhere else, we're planning to move the kids somewhere else, the whole kind of exit route plan Bs. And I had that conversation. I talk about it in the book. I had that conversation with my husband. We regularly go for walks. We were sat in a place not far from where we live, Nostell Priory, having a coffee. And I said to him, do you think we should be buying different kind of assets? Do we feel like we own too much capital? It's not liquid enough? And then I kind of half jokingly said, do you think we should buy some diamonds?
Gosh.
And and then we just sat in silence for a while, and the enormity of the conversation that we were having hit me. And I thought, I need to write and explain to people this sense of fear, this sense of heartbreak. I think it's what my kids would call journaling. I was journaling my heartache, and for 12 weeks just sat and wrote. And the week that I finished, the riots happened.
Good Lord.
And in many ways, when I was making the arguments...
straight on the phone saying, bad news, Saeed, you've got to get back in your study.
Yeah, well, I was straight on the news phone to the publisher to say, look, all the arguments I'm making in my book, this is it. This is what I've been warning of and predicting, and people thought that I was being, I was exaggerating. In fact, I think it was one of your colleagues, Ian Dale, who said, for a number of times I've said Saeed Awasi is really going over the top with this stuff, and then suddenly he's had to sit back and say, I absolutely get what she's talking about. Yeah. And I think that those summer riots was a moment when, and I think that was a moment when people stood back and thought, right, okay, this is what I'm talking about. So yeah, it was written in 12 weeks. It's written in real time. It's 150 pages, and I hope it's the start, James, of an important conversation about where this country's going next.
But did you feel better when you finished it than you did when you started it?
I think I felt better because it was now on paper.
Yes.
And I think I feel hopeful because I feel it's a tool that I can now use to start the conversation. It's incredibly difficult to try and explain to people what it is that I'm talking about and what has happened over the last 10 to 20 years. So this does that in short form, in quick form. And I'm hoping that, once people, and already this is happening, there's events across the country that have been arranged where I'm saying to people, read the book and then come in and let's have the conversation. Ask me the toughest questions you want to ask. Nothing is off the table. As long as it's done in a way that's civilised and civilising, and as long as it's done in a way with the intention of learning and making things better, let's start this conversation.
And how can people find out more about that? Where do they go?
So I think my publishers are mainly dealing with events, but I will be putting them up on my socials as well.
We'll look out for that. What you're describing really is a depiction over 2 decades of Muslim people as an enemy within, as something to be feared, as something to be hated, and as the book reminds us, as something to be attacked. 3 grandfathers killed on the streets of England in 3 separate incidents by 3 different men, each targeted simply for being Muslim. There are still arguments even about whether the word Islamophobia should be in public discourse and what it might mean. But we know what you're talking about. You're talking about deliberate attempts to, for example, take terrible things done by someone who happens to identify as Muslim and pretend that is what all Muslims would like to do, or that is what all Muslims are doing, to inflate stereotype and caricature in a way that other communities have become familiar with over the centuries, whether we're talking about Jewish people or Irish people or black people.
And it's deliberate,
yes,
James. It's stigmatising, it's demonising. This is why I said, look, it's easy to blame the angry young men on our streets who we saw committing violence and throwing things and bricks and burning things, but they were just the tip of the iceberg. You know, what led to that? Where was all the poisoning? And it's the powerful people in positions of authority that feed this. They make the policies, they use the political rhetoric, they put the newspaper articles out, they're on the front pages, and it's that demonising and distortion and disinformation over a period of time that eventually leads to this kind of violence. So, you know, people talk about, Islamophobia is all about shutting down debate. I'm saying to them, bring on the debate. I want to have this debate. I want to talk. Why is it that here we are in 2024, 70 years on from when my family came here, I'm still trying to argue for my rightful place in my own country?
It's 10 years on since you last resigned, on that occasion from David Cameron's government, over his conduct or support for events in the Middle East. So plus ça change.
Everything I said in that resignation letter, James, tragically came true. When I said that we have a policy, we have a great policy on the Middle East, actually, 2 states, 67 borders, East Jerusalem, capital of both countries, dismantling of settlements, return of refuge. We have a great policy. We do nothing to implement it. And everything that we've seen across the world now, the wars in so many countries, the violence, the attacks, the killing, they are all the symptoms. The actual disease is occupation. And until we are brave enough to say there have to be 2 countries, occupation has to come to an end, and we have to have 2 states side by side, Israel and Palestine, we're going to see this.
Is it fanciful of me to see the two strands of the conversation we've just had in the same space?
I do disagree with her on this. I don't think that there should be 2 states. It should be 1 state with equal rights for everyone there. Everyone living there peacefully with no discrimination, equal rights, equal everything, equal treatment. Your religion, your ethnicity, your gender, like anything else, should not matter. Who you are as a person, sure, that makes complete sense. But to make a judgment or be treated differently based on any of these characteristics is dumb and racist.
In a way, perceptions of Muslims, depictions of Muslims, informs some of the West's attitude to events in the Middle East.
I say that in the book. I basically say
doesn't mean it's not fanciful. We might both be daft.
Yeah. Well, the oldest Christian community in the lands where Christianity was born, Bethlehem, is being somehow wiped out. And when, for example, the former Home Secretary Suella Braverman talked about the pro-Palestinian marchers, she didn't talk about Christians. She talked about Islamists and extremists. She labelled them as Muslims. And the reason she did that is because the quickest way to dehumanize a group of people is to make them Muslim. So even when they are not Muslim on those marches, even if they are Christians, even if they are the oldest Christian community in the land, the minute they are perceived to be Muslim, they don't matter, and their lives don't matter.
And she knew exactly to whom she was appealing when she did that. Let me ask you about another prominent conservative who said recently, I think that cultures where women are told that they should not work, I would knock on doors and you would see somebody at the door who says, I can't speak to you, I will get my husband. This is in a conversation about cultures not being valid and wanting a country in which some people would not be welcome. Presumably this woman. Who do you think Kemi Badenoch was talking about when she said that?
I think we all know, and she did eventually let the mask slip and say that, she thought Muslim communities were not compatible in some ways. But, it just astonishes me. If you look across at Hollywood and the level of abuse women have suffered, if you look in Parliament and the level of abuse and sexual abuse and inappropriate behaviour and misogyny, if you look at the kind of language that I heard when I was a criminal defence lawyer that you would hear in police stations and in courtrooms, if you look at the fact that 2 women a day are killed at the hands of their partners in this country, if you look at the fact that abuse against women in this country is so rife that we have to have a specific policy and a minister to deal with violence against women and girls, if you look at the Sarah Everard case, it breaks my heart that a woman thinks that issues concerning women and the abuse of women are somehow linked to a culture or a religion or a part of the world. The abuse of women happens wherever vulnerability finds itself up against power, and it happens in all religions, all faiths, all societies. But what she was trying to do is exactly what I keep saying. Let's demonise, let's stigmatise, let's stereotype, let's play this nudge kind of behaviour where we're trying to say that lot there are different to the rest of us and let's other them.
It was extraordinary on social media how many people who professed to be supportive of what Kemi Badenoch was saying in that context, and I agree that it's pretty clear who her target was, also turned out to be, when I looked at some of their accounts, admirers of Andrew Tate. So their attitudes on misogyny are somewhat mixed, to say the very least. And that brings us full circle, because, of course, Nigel Farage cited Andrew Tate as a trusted news source for his contribution to the discourse that many people see as having contributed to the riots that you did managed to include in your new book, Muslims Don't Matter.
I did, and I think I find it astonishing how so many people who talk about misogyny within religion, or including Islam, which, by the way, I've spent my whole life fighting for women's rights within all sorts of spheres, including within conservative religious communities, find it very difficult to call out people like misogyny-in-chief Donald Trump, when he openly talks about his misogyny and his treatment of women. So this kind of selective outrage, where we get outraged at Muslim men when they're nasty to women, but we don't get outraged at white conservative men, or, you know, evangelical Christian men, or, you know, super conservative Jewish men, or whoever it may happen to be, or Andrew Tate, or celebrities, or, you know, people, right-wing politicians and their behaviour towards women. This is what I mean. Why is it? Islamophobia is when you hold the Muslim community to standards far higher than you would hold anybody else. And that's exactly what we saw in display, unfortunately, during some of the comments made during party conference.
Saeed Abbasi's new book, Muslims Don't Matter, is out now. Praise on the covers from David Baddiel, Riz Ahmed and David Olusoga, which gives you some indication of the quality of the text that you've submitted. Good luck with it.
It is insane, like this image that has been built into people's minds. And yeah, like the last video we watched by Breakthrough News, it really is just a post 9/11. I mean, not even post 9/11, but especially post 9/11, it ramped up just this idea of like, yeah, you know, you're Muslim, you hate women or something like that. It's really dumb. It's not a specific to any one religion or culture. You can see this and find this everywhere, and you do. This video, I have not seen it. I mean, I haven't seen any of the videos so far, so this is all a first reaction anyway. But this one I got a warning when I clicked it, so I'm a bit interested. This is by Cogito, also from 2 days ago. It's a channel that I watched one video of before. I don't know too much about them, but I'm interested to see what the content is.
This is Iowa, home to the Iowa Army Ammunition Plant, operated by a private firm, Mason & Hanger. This is a 120mm tank round produced by Mason & Hanger. It blew up a UN school in Gaza in November of 2023.
120mm, yeah, made in the USA.
The man holding the shell was later killed, surrounded by his family. On the 29th of January 2024, 6-year-old Hind Rajab and her 6 family members fled as Israeli forces invaded their neighborhood.
الو مرحبا. انت بابا جنبك. انتوا متخبيين؟ بالسيارة احنا زميلك بصعبة. انتوا جوا السيارة؟
ميتين؟ وهم هلا معك بالسيارة؟
Their car, 20 meters from Israeli Merkava tanks, was riddled with 335 bullets, killing everyone but 6-year-old Hind.
انت هلا وين متخبي هلا؟ وين انت هلا محمية؟
بالسيارة. انت بابا جنبي.
قريب كثير؟
كثير. ولكي معي.
أنا معك ليجي حدا ياخذك، ما بدي أسيبك لحالك.
لما يجي حدا بتسكري طيب؟
لا أنا بدمني معاكي.
أنا تعجبيني خليكي معي.
يا حبيبتي اعمل والله معك، هيني أنا مش تاركك بحكي معاكي، ما بدي أصلا أتركك.
أصلا أنا بكون مليون حتى ليلة.
إيش؟
أيوة ليلة فقط.
حبيبتي والله لو بإيدي أريكي، نحكي يا الله.
الله.
Trapped in the car, surrounded by bodies and bleeding out, Hind remained on the phone with the Red Crescent.
This story fucking breaks me. I mean, this is a 6-year-old child, and just you can hear her up until her last moments begging to be saved.
Trapped in the car, surrounded by bodies and bleeding out, Hind remained on the phone with the Red Crescent for the next 3 hours. The Red Crescent coordinated with the Israeli military to allow an ambulance to go rescue her. As the ambulance arrived, just 50 meters from Hind, an Israeli tank fired on the ambulance, killing the 2 medics inside. People reached the site 12 days later to discover the bodies of Hind, her family and 2 medics. The exploded 120mm round found inside the ambulance was made by Mason & Hanger. It cost about $7,000. A month before Hind was killed, the American president, Joseph Biden, rushed about $106 million worth of these rounds to Israel, bypassing congressional review. Those shells have killed many here in Gaza, home to 2.1 million people, most descendants of Palestinians expelled from what is now Israel over the past 7 decades. This tiny artificial enclave one of Earth's most densely populated areas, has been under Israeli siege since 2007. Israel's illegal blockade of Gaza restricts the entry of essential goods, a policy called putting Palestinians on a diet. Since 2008, Israel's repeated military assaults, called mowing the grass, have killed thousands. On October 7, 2023, the Palestinian armed group Hamas breached Israel's technologically advanced border wall and killed about 1,180 people, including 797 civilians, and kidnapped over 250 people. The day after that devastating attack, the market value of the world's largest arms dealers, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Boeing, Northrop Grumman, and General Dynamics, soared by nearly €30 billion. By April, Israel had dropped 70,000 tons of bombs on Gaza. That's roughly 4.6 Hiroshima nuclear bombs. Israel's bombardment has killed about 40,000 people, including over 16,000 children in what President Biden called indiscriminate bombing. Over 92,000 are wounded and 11,000 are missing, presumed dead under the rubble. Meanwhile, Lockheed Martin raised its quarterly dividend from $3 to $3.15, making shareholders even richer. Nearly 2 million people have been displaced as they constantly flee the bombs. Hospitals have collapsed, polio has resurfaced, and humanitarian aid is being blocked. In the West Bank, Israeli settlers are unleashing unprecedented violence against Palestinians living under Israeli military rule. An Israeli professor of Holocaust and genocide studies said the world was watching a textbook case of genocide. Israelis are doing the killing, but they're doing it with American and European weapons. American taxpayers will cover the $14 billion extra sent to Israel, while the Israeli, American, and European arms industries and their CEOs are seeing record profits. This is a video about death merchants, Grim Reapers in suits harvesting Palestinian lives for cash.
They want more bombs. Whatever the Israelis want, we should be giving it.
We need to bring back that term. That's exactly what they are. Death dealers. Profiting off of death. Genuine monsters.
Lives for cash.
They want more bombs. Whatever the Israelis want, we should be giving it.
And this seems to fit quite nicely with the Raytheon defense portfolio.
Soon after October 7th, President Biden announced a $14.3 billion aid package for Israel on top of the $4 billion Israel receives annually. The United States supplies about 70% of Israel's weapon imports and has provided Israel with approximately $310 billion in foreign aid since 1948, making Israel the largest recipient of American aid. Israel uses a lot of this money to buy American weapons. It's essentially a form of corporate welfare for weapons manufacturers, the top 5 of which in 2022 alone saw $196 billion in arms-related revenue. As the aid package was making its way through the American Congress, President Biden circumvented the law to make over 100 arms transfers to Israel from October 2023 to early March 2024. Each transfer was kept under the reporting limit of $100 million to avoid the threshold for congressional approval, and to keep its contents secret. Only a select few of these were made public. One in November of 2023 for $320 million in bombs primarily bought from Boeing and Raytheon, and two in December, a $106 million package for 14,120mm tank shells and $147.5 million worth of 155mm artillery shell components. Just to get an idea of scale, in the first 2 months post-October, 10,000 tons of American military hardware have been delivered to Israel, including 15,000 bombs. You can go and see a whole breakdown of all the weapons and aid the US has sent to Israel since October here. Most of these were paid for by American taxpayers, a direct transfer of wealth from regular people to weapons companies. In the same week, in April of 2024, that Biden's $14 billion aid package was finally approved, more than 300 Palestinians killed by the Israeli military were discovered in mass graves near the Nasser hospital. President Biden said that he was heartbroken when an Israeli drone hunted down a World Central Kitchen aid convoy in Gaza, striking it 3 times with missiles that killed 7 humanitarian aid workers. Since October, the Israeli military...
Sorry, I don't want to gloss over this one, because I think this is important. The World Central Kitchen bombing. They had communicated with the Israeli army their locations, the route they're going to take, and where they're going. The personnel with them. The vehicles they were traveling in were clearly marked World Central Kitchen. These people are there to go deliver food. The founder said he has only one enemy, and that's hunger. Regardless of who it's for, regardless of what's the conflict, regardless of what's happening, he's going to feed people. That's it. The Israeli army flew over, after giving them approval, flew over their cars and bombed one of the cars. The people that did survive got out of the car and rushed into the next car to try to escape. They waited until they got into that car and then shot the second car. The few that survived that ran to the third and tried to run away. And guess what happened to them? The IDF flew over them and shot the third car. 3 times. 3 distinctly labeled cars with previous approval. There is no excuse there. This is just trying to prevent humanitarian aid from arriving to the people you're committing a genocide on.
Military has killed at least 250 aid workers, but President Biden, a powerful October, the Israeli military has killed at least 250 aid workers, but President Biden, a powerful, alert, definitely awake man, despite his heartbreak, made sure the weapons kept flowing. This free flow of no-rules weapons to Israel encourages it to bomb indiscriminately. It also opens up an infinite cash pipeline to weapons companies. There are too many companies profiting from Israel's war to include in this video, so I'm only going to focus on a select few. You can go see a good overview of all the companies on this website linked in the description. On the 26th of July, 1948, during a supposed truce in the Palestine War, most of the Palestinian villagers of the village of Ain Ghazal gathered in the village centre to celebrate Ramadan. Suddenly, a Boeing B-17 bomber, piloted by the newly founded Israeli Defense Forces, dropped a bomb on the crowd. The women and children ran in terror, while the men stayed behind. Israeli troops stormed the village. They rounded up the males between the ages of 10 and 50 years old, as they routinely did throughout Palestine in 1948. They shot 17 of them on the spot. The rest of the village was expelled, one of over 500 Palestinian villages that suffered the same fate. 750,000 Palestinians were expelled between 1947 and 1948, never to return home. Boeing has sold planes to the IDF ever since. Boeing is the largest supplier of missiles and munitions to Israel. Just one deal for bombs in May of 2021 was worth $735 million. A few days later, Israel began an 11-day-long bombing campaign over Gaza, which killed 256 Palestinians, including 66 children. Boeing has provided bombs for Israel's 2023, 2022, 2021, 2018, 2014, 2012, and 2008 attacks on the Gaza Strip. For example, in May of 2023, Israel carried out a surprise 2 a.m. bombing of Gaza, dropping Boeing-made bombs that killed 11 Palestinian civilians, including a 4-year-old girl, while she slept. Boeing sells Israel F-15 fighter jets and the bombs that they drop, such as guided small diameter bombs and joint direct attack munitions known as JDAMs. JDAMs can be attached to unguided dumb bombs, turning them into precision guided smart bombs. Since October, the US has sent millions of dollars worth of JDAMs to Israel. On the 31st of October 2023, Israel used JDAMs attached to Boeing Mk-84 900-kilo bombs on the Jabalia refugee camp, killing nearly 200 people. Israel used another 900-kilo Boeing JDAM on October 10th on a family home, killing 24 people, 21 of which were from the same family. Israel dropped another on October 22nd on a home, killing 19 people. Both homes were in a designated safe zone. Amnesty International found no evidence that any military target was nearby. Biden has sent Israel over 5,400 Mk-84 900-kilo bombs. In tiny Gaza, these earthquake-like bombs can kill people 300 meters away. Biden continued to send these bombs even when he knew that Israel was regularly bombing buildings without solid intelligence that they were legitimate military targets. Israel also most likely used a guided Boeing small diameter bomb for the strike on a refugee camp in August, killing 93 Palestinians.
Daddy, this girl screams. Where is Daddy? Amid the carnage, there is no way to know the answer. The ground is covered with blood and bodies. Video from the scene shows the remnants of one munition used, a US-manufactured GBU-39 small-diameter bomb.
They used another during the UN school massacre on the 6th of June, killing 33 people, including 14 children. And they used another to strike the apartment of Jumana Abu al-Qumsan, killing her, her mother, and her 4-day-old twins while their father was out registering their birth certificates. All of those were precision strikes.
This man went to go register his children's birth, twins. He had received the news that he got twins, or they were just born that day. He got their birth certificate and their death certificate in the same day.
All of those were precision strikes, but half of the bombs Israel has dropped on Gaza have been cheaper, unguided, dumb bombs, which are simply dropped from planes letting gravity do the aiming. These have killed tens of thousands of people. Lockheed Martin is an American arms manufacturer. They make Israel's F-16 jets and the most expensive jets ever developed, the nuclear-capable F-35s. Israel was the first country in the world to attack other countries with F-35s, reportedly using them in Syria, Egypt, Lebanon and Sudan in 2018. Israel bought another 25 F-35s for $3 billion in June of 2024, paid for by American military aid. And in August of 2024, the US approved the transfer of $19 billion worth of Boeing F-15s to Israel. In May of 2024, as 1.4 million displaced people, including about 600,000 children, were sheltering in Rafah, Boeing and Lockheed Martin jets dropped Boeing bombs on their tents, sparking massive fires. During this Rafah tent massacre, the Israeli military killed at least 45 people in what Israel called a safe zone. This bombing beheaded a Palestinian baby, Ahmed al-Najjar, which was widely mocked on Israeli social media. Boeing's roughly $50 million AH-64 Apache attack helicopters are equipped with Hellfire missiles, made by both Boeing and Lockheed Martin. They cost about $70,000 to $100,000 each. They are routinely used to kill Palestinian civilians. During its 2008 attack on Gaza, Israel used Hellfire missiles to kill 3 Palestinian paramedics wearing fluorescent vests and a 12-year-old boy who was guiding them to 2 people injured in a previous strike in Gaza City. During Israel's 2014 attack on Gaza, Hellfire missiles killed at least 51 people, including 24 children. Hellfire missiles are precise weapons. Their civilian casualties are targeted. Despite this, between 2001 and 2021, the US transferred at least 21 Boeing Apache attack helicopters to Israel. 2,000 Hellfire missiles were delivered to Israel sometime between October 7th and November 14th. In July of 2024, an Israeli strike on a school housing refugees killed 22 people. Remnants of a Hellfire missile were found at the site. Now, this isn't supposed to be a list of crimes. It's a pattern. Israel was given these weapons. They then used them on civilians. Then the US gave them more weapons, and they used them on civilians again with no consequences. October 7th added about $23 billion to Lockheed Martin's market capitalization, while the CEOs of Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Raytheon and General Dynamics all had their share values increased by millions. Since October, Colt, an American firearms manufacturer, have sent tens of thousands of rifles to Israel. Israel's National Security Minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir, hands these rifles out to illegal Israeli settlers in the West Bank. For years, Ben-Gvir hung a portrait of Baruch Goldstein in his living room. Goldstein shot and killed 29 Palestinians praying in Hebron in 1994. 2023, before October, was already the deadliest year on record for Palestinians in the West Bank, where Palestinians are pushed off their land by armed settlers, backed up by the Israeli military.
2023 was already the deadliest year for Palestinians. Before October 7th, those genocide defenders that say, hey, this started on October 7th, or hey, there was a ceasefire on October 6th, clearly don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Military. Their olive trees are destroyed, sewage is pumped into their towns, their wells are filled in.
100%, yes. The native indigenous people are burning down the olive trees. The olive trees that are a symbol of this place.
And they are hunted down in pogroms by settlers who burn infants alive. Settler attacks have now skyrocketed. They are hunted down by the Israeli military. Their olive trees are destroyed, sewage is pumped into their towns, their wells are filled in, and they are hunted down in pogroms by settlers who burn infants alive. Settler attacks have now skyrocketed, and many of them are armed with Colt weapons.
Why, guys, but this is my land.
But this is my house.
I was given it by God.
Shame, shame, Hey, look, this is my house. This is okay. That's your house. You came with the bases and you guys.
Tell you, crazy witch, to go to fuck to the house.
Next time we won't be nice. You understand this? Don't touch me. This is my house.
Don't touch my girl.
This is my house.
I don't fucking care if this is your house. This is my house.
Okay.
You look sweet. You know what, bitch? And you look sweet. You know? You look so fresh, so sweet. honestly, לשם שמיים, מה שנאמר. אתה מבין? מה נדבר?
On the 16th of December, the IDF captured the Kamal Adwan hospital, and while doing so, their bulldozers crushed and buried alive dozens of people sheltering near the hospital. Those bulldozers were built by the American construction equipment company Caterpillar. For decades, Caterpillar's roughly $1 million D9 bulldozers have helped settlers destroy Palestinian homes in the Nakab and the West Bank, leaving tens of thousands homeless. Caterpillar's stock increased by 4.6% after October 7. It was a D9 bulldozer that crushed and killed the American student activist Rachel Corrie in Rafah in 2003 as she tried to stop it from destroying a Palestinian home. Israeli settlers celebrate her death as Rachel Corrie Pancake Day. Israel is using about 100 D9 bulldozers to destroy buildings, farmland and roads across Gaza. Since the beginning of the siege on Gaza in 2007, its inhabitants have been under continuous Israeli surveillance. The sound of Israeli drones, which Palestinians call zanana, is a constant background noise. Many Palestinians have anxiety related to the noise because they can't know if it's a spy drone or one that's about to shoot missiles. 85% of Israeli drones are supplied by Elbit Systems, Israel's largest weapons manufacturer. Elbit's Hermes drones have been used extensively in attacks and spying missions in Gaza, the West Bank, Lebanon, Egypt and Sudan. Their Hermes 450 drone became world famous in 2014 when in 2 separate strikes it killed 4 10-year-old Palestinian boys playing on a beach in Gaza. 3 of the children were killed in the second strike as they fled.
My back is broken, he cries, the raw agony of a father.
Within weeks of the 2014 attack that killed 2,200 Palestinians, Elbit stocks soared by 6.1% as they advertised their weapons as battle-tested and secured contracts for the Hermes drones with more than 20 countries. In 2018, during the Great March of Return, Gazans peacefully protested along the advanced Elbit design fence that locks Gazans in. They were protesting to demand an end to the siege of Gaza and a right to return to their homes, now located in Israel. Between March of 2018 and December of 2019, 223 Palestinians were killed and 8,000 were shot by snipers.
וואי, זה סרטון! יש! בן של זונה. איזה סרטון, הנה, תרוצו לפנות אותו. בטח שצילמתי את זה. וואו, פגעו למישהו בראש.
Many were left disabled as the snipers deliberately targeted people's joints. On the crowds, Israel tested out drones that dropped gas and grenades, while the snipers tested Elbit's exact TH-64 sights.
We're saying that they have intentionally shot children, they've intentionally shot people with disabilities, they've intentionally shot journalists, knowing them to be children, people with disabilities and journalists.
Two months after the snipers gunned down thousands of Palestinians, Elbit Systems sold about 5,000 battle-tested exact sights to the Australian army, while Israel secured a $600 million drone contract with Germany. The next major attack on Gaza in May of 2021 killed about 256 Palestinians, and immediately Israel broke its records for arms sales, raking in about $11.3 billion. One IDF official speaking at a border technology conference in Texas said, "We have learned lots from Gaza. It's a great laboratory. Palestinians are some of the most spied on people in the world. Under Israeli military rule, they are an unlimited source of raw data for Israeli weapons and tech companies. Palestinians are watched by motion and heat sensors, facial recognition cameras, 24/7 CCTV surveillance, AI-powered guns linger over Israeli checkpoints, and license plate scanners make sure Palestinians do not drive on Israeli-only roads in Palestinian territory. Israeli cameras are pointed directly into Palestinian homes, and Palestinian human rights advocates have the Pegasus spyware produced by the Israeli NSO group hacked onto their phones, which grants remote access to text messages, emails, phone calls, cameras, recording devices, and social media accounts. What gets tested on Palestinians ends up being used on other unwanted people. Elbit surveillance towers and drones watch the US-Mexico border and the Mediterranean Sea. The same Israeli drones that fly over Gaza fly over Kashmir. Pegasus has been discovered on the phones of thousands of journalists and politicians around the world. Israeli surveillance firm Celebrite, worth $2.4 billion, supplied Putin with phone hacking software. It then supplied the same software to China, Uganda, Venezuela, Indonesia, and police departments across the United States. Elbit Systems and the Israeli weapons industry arm militaries across the globe with no regard for human rights records. Previous customers include apartheid South Africa, Pinochet's Chile, El Salvador and Guatemala during their genocidal counterinsurgencies, Serbia during the Bosnian genocide, and Rwanda during the Rwandan genocide. Since 2016, Myanmar has been carrying out a brutal genocide against its Muslim Rohingya minority. Israel claimed it stopped selling arms to Myanmar in 2017, only for images of Myanmar military men to show up at Israeli arms expos in Tel Aviv in 2019. Israel continued to supply the Myanmar government with weapons and Elbit drones until at least 2022, violating the 2017 international arms embargo against Myanmar. As Myanmar was tried for genocide at the International Court of Justice, the Israeli ambassador to Myanmar tweeted, "Encouragement for a good verdict and good luck." In September of 2023, Israel armed Azerbaijan with weapons and Elbit attack drones for its campaign in Nagorno-Karabakh, in which Azerbaijan ethnically cleansed 100,000 Armenians. Unfortunately, all of this pays. In 2023, Elbit sales rose by about 8% to nearly $6 billion, $4.8 billion of which was exports to other countries. Israeli weapons exports have doubled over the past decade, totaling $13 billion last year, making Israel the world's 9th largest weapons exporter. In the current assault, the Israeli military has used facial recognition technology across the Gaza Strip, scanning ordinary Palestinians as they search for supplies or flee bombs. The program relies on Google and their facial recognition technology to make a hit list of potential Hamas members to kill or arrest. Those arrested are imprisoned in secret detention camps where they are brutally interrogated, tortured, and sometimes raped. The Palestinian poet Mossab Abu Toha, while fleeing bombardment, was arrested at an Israeli checkpoint on November 19, 2023. Facial recognition system flagged him as a Hamas militant. He was then blindfolded and taken to an Israeli detention center where he was tortured. His arrest was later deemed a mistake, one of many. Since 2021, Google has had a $1.2 billion contract to provide the Israeli military and settler organizations with AI and machine learning tools through a secretive deal called Project Nimbus. Another Silicon Valley company assisting Israel is Palantir, a data analysis firm that provides militaries with artificial intelligence tools. Palantir technology is most likely used in Israel's AI-powered targeting system called Lavender. Lavender uses data collected through Israel's checkpoints, cameras, drones, phone hacking, and facial recognition softwares to assign a score to every Gazan based on the likelihood that they think that person is a Hamas militant. Lavender generated lists of tens of thousands of Palestinians to bomb in the first few weeks of the assault. Humans spent about 20 seconds to check each target before authorizing a bombing, even though Lavender was frequently wrong. Remember how half the bombs Israel dropped on Gaza were unguided dumb bombs? Well, One reason they did that was because they developed a software program called Where's Daddy? This program alerted the Israeli military when someone that Lavender targeted entered their home, at which point a dumb bomb was fired at the house, killing the suspect, their family, and everyone else in the area. One Israeli official stated it's much easier to bomb a family's house. Lavender and Where's Daddy generated so many targets that the bombs were fired on a delay, so in many instances the suspect had already left the house by the time the bomb hit, killing just the women and children inside. Thousands of Palestinians were obliterated in their homes by this system. ReacTal is an Israeli state-owned weapons contractor that reported record profits in 2023, seeing an 85% increase in sales. ReacTal manufactures the Spike-guided missiles, which killed 8 children outside a school in Rafah in 2014, and it was most likely a Spike missile fired from an Elbit drone that hunted down and killed the 7 World Central Kitchen aid workers in April of 2024. That attack killed 3 British nationals. The United Kingdom's BAE Systems manufactures missile launching kits for Israel's F-15, F-16 and F-35 jets. British firms produce about 15% of the value of each F-35 jet, which means a British arms embargo would save lives. On January 18, 2024, Israel bombed a medical compound in the Gaza Strip, housing British doctors from Medical Aid for Palestinians using F-16 jets produced with British components. The Israeli military had been informed of the exact location of the MAP compound and was in Israel's designated safe zone. They bombed it anyway. BAE Systems saw record profits in 2023 with sales of $33 billion. Within 3 weeks of October 7th, BAE stocks soared, increasing its overall value by about $1.3 billion. German arms exports to Israel saw a tenfold increase in 2023, reaching $365 million. Germany's largest arms manufacturer is Rheinmetall, and they have sent Israel tens of thousands of rounds of ammunition and tank shells. Rheinmetall's CEO sold 10,350 shares on March 19, 2024 for $5.5 million. That's nearly double the $2.7 million they were worth on October 6, 2023. Israel's SAR-6 corvettes produced in Germany are used to enforce Israel's illegal 17-year-long naval blockade of the Gaza Strip. Gaza's fishermen are restricted to limited fishing areas, which has destroyed the Palestinian fishing industry, which was once a backbone of the economy. Fishermen reported being fired on by the Israeli Navy on a daily basis well before October 7th. Now, naval guns are pounding the Gaza Strip. The German state funds 1/3 of the construction of the SAR ships with public German money. Germany also produces the engines for Israel's Merkava 4 tanks, which have been documented targeting civilians like Hind Rajab, destroying farms, homes, and purposefully crushing Palestinian civilians to death. Now, you might be saying to yourself, look, weapons manufacturers, they're just little guys. They're just a business. They're just doing what their customers want. But arms dealers have spent $2.5 billion on lobbying the US government over the past 2 decades. Each year, on average, there are about 700 arms lobbyists at the US Congress. That's more than 1 for every member of Congress. In 2023 alone, just Lockheed Martin spent over $14 million lobbying politicians. The current American Secretary of Defense joined the board of Raytheon, the world's second largest arms company, in April of 2016. The arms companies don't just respond to demand, they directly influence America's foreign policy. This also extends to television. General Jack Keane regularly appears as a strategic analyst on Fox News, where Keane calls for more weapon sales to Israel.
Whatever the Israelis want, we should be giving. And I know they've asked for, they want more offensive missiles for their fighter aircraft. Whatever they need, we should give them that.
What's not mentioned is that Keane has raked in millions serving on the board of directors of the weapons manufacturer General Dynamics, who supply Israel with artillery. In October, Frances Townsend made appearances on Fox News, introduced only as
former counterterrorism and homeland security advisor to President George W. Bush.
She claimed that Israel's assault protected Americans and praised Israel's effort to push 1.1 million people from northern to southern Gaza. Israel then bombed these people, in one instance killing 70 people in a convoy on a designated safe route. What wasn't disclosed was the millions Townsend has received since 2009 as a board director of the arms dealer Leonardo, whose naval guns have been firing on the Strip since October. Jay Johnson appeared on CNN this morning as Obama's
former Homeland Security Secretary Jay Johnson.
What wasn't disclosed was the tiny, insignificant fact that Johnson sits on the board of directors of Lockheed Martin. These are just a few of the talking warheads brought on TV to convince people that war is good while hiding the fact that they financially benefit from it. 25 members of the US Congress sitting on national security committees purchase stocks of weapons companies while being directly responsible for overseeing the defense budget that gets funneled to those companies. Sending billions of dollars worth of weapons to Israel with no conditions, despite overwhelming evidence of war crimes, means that Israel has no reason to ever back down. It has no reason to ever negotiate. It knows it has overwhelming military superiority. All it needs to do is wait for the Palestinians to disappear while crushing any resistance on which it can test out new weapons every few years. If anybody applied pressure by imposing sanctions, an arms embargo, or blocking the transit of American military equipment, tens of thousands of people would still be alive. At least 40,000 Palestinians have been killed. Gaza is inhospitable. Hospitals have been eviscerated. Disease is spreading rapidly. Wounded children are having limbs amputated without anesthetic. Today, children in Gaza are the largest group of amputee children anywhere in the world. Western citizens are funding this while living in states in which parents can't afford childcare, students can't afford to pay off their debt, young people can't afford homes, and children go to school hungry. These citizens pay billions to fund the obliteration of another people. They pay for the pointless destruction of children, all to support inhuman politicians and death merchants who only offer the world profitable corpses. Understanding the logistics of the arms trade is crucial to understanding how the world works. Nebula is an independent streaming platform owned by creators like me. It provides a unique space to explore complex issues in depth. Nebula is home to thoughtful, well-made videos like The Logistics of X series by Wendover Productions, an original series only available on Nebula. One episode, The Logistics of Arms Manufacturing, dives deep into how the US maintains its position as the world's largest weapons manufacturer. It reveals the complex and often hidden networks that transform raw materials into lethal munitions, the same weapons that fuel conflicts all around the world. If you're someone who loves learning about how the world works, Nebula is perfect for you. There are loads of original series on Nebula, like Real Engineering's documentaries on World War II, or Modern Conflicts, a series which breaks down events like the Lebanese Civil War. By subscribing to Nebula, you not only help support this channel, but you gain access to nearly 200 other creators with an incredible range of...
Sorry, While I appreciate this video being a concise place to find a lot of information, it really did just turn my stomach. But thank you, Kogito. This is from Al Jazeera. This is, it's from 3 days ago. It's an hour. It's an investigating war crimes. This is the investigation where it's investigating the war crimes that were committed in Gaza. I think it's in the name. It's an hour and 20 minutes long. I don't think I'm going to be watching that now, especially since I've essentially run out of glue. But I'll probably pick up soon. I still have essentially this piece to finish up, label, and I'll put the rest away. Let's skip to maybe next video. This is Noah Samson. It's also a good content creator. This is from 1 day ago. I'll leave the Al Jazeera long video for later. Let's see what's next. This is 2 minutes. We can watch that for sure. This is an hour-long video by Hassanabi. Probably not going to watch that right now.
Now, we've had a year.
And then there's this video by Owen Jones. We can watch those three for the time being and then end off there. So, first up, Noah Samson. Let's just make sure this is 1.5 speed, 1080p, and closed captions on. All right, so Noah Samson.
Hello viewers, today we're going to cover something that I think is actually very important. If you live in a Western country, as I know most of you do, your governments and mine are aiding and abetting Israel's genocide of the Palestinian people. Today we're going to hear some testimony from healthcare workers that operated in Gaza, of what this support has resulted in, of what we have done. Dear President Biden and Vice President Harris, we are 99 American physicians, surgeons, nurse practitioners, nurses, and midwives who have volunteered in the Gaza Strip since October 7th, 2023. Combined, we spent 254 weeks volunteering in Gaza's hospitals and clinics. We worked with various non-governmental organizations and the World Health Organization in hospitals and clinics throughout the Strip. In addition to our medical and surgical expertise, many of us have a public health background, as well as experience working in humanitarian and conflict zones, including Ukraine during the brutal Russian invasion. Some of us are veterans and reservists. We are a multi-faith and multi-ethnic group. None of us support the horrors committed on October 7th by Palestinian armed groups and individuals in Israel. The Constitution of the World Health Organization states, the health of all peoples is fundamental to the attainment of peace and security and is dependent on the fullest cooperation of individuals and states. It is in this spirit that we write to you in this open letter. We are among the only neutral observers who have been permitted to enter the Gaza Strip since October 7th. Given our broad expertise and direct experience of working throughout Gaza, we are uniquely positioned to comment on several matters of importance to our government as it decides whether to continue supporting Israel's attack on and siege of the Gaza Strip. Specifically, we believe we are well positioned to comment on the massive human toll from Israel's attack on Gaza, especially the toll it has taken on women and children. This letter collects and summarizes our own experiences and direct observations in Gaza. The letter is accompanied by a detailed appendix summarizing the publicly available information from media, humanitarian, and academic sources on key aspects of Israel's invasion of Gaza. Both this letter and the appendix are available electronically at gazahealthcareletters.org. This website also houses letters from Canadian and British healthcare workers to their respective governments, making many similar observations to those herein. This letter and the appendix show probative evidence that the human toll in Gaza since October is far higher than is understood in the United States. It is likely that the death toll from this conflict is already greater than 118,908, an astounding 5.4% of Gaza's population. Our government must act immediately to prevent an even worse catastrophe than what has already befallen the people of Gaza and Israel. A ceasefire must be imposed on the warring parties by withholding military support for Israel and supporting an international arms embargo on Israel and all Palestinian armed groups. We believe our government is obligated to do this both under American law and international humanitarian law. We also believe it is the right thing to do. I've never seen such horrific injuries on such a massive scale with so few resources. Our bombs are cutting down women and children by the thousands. Their mutilated bodies are a monument to cruelty. Dr. Feroz Sidwa, trauma and critical care surgeon, Veterans Affairs general surgeon. With only marginal exceptions, everyone in Gaza is sick, injured, or both. This includes every national aid worker, every international volunteer, and probably every Israeli hostage, every man, woman, and child. While working in Gaza, we saw widespread malnutrition malnutrition in our patients and our Palestinian healthcare colleagues. Every one of us lost weight rapidly in Gaza despite having privileged access to food and having taken our own supplementary nutrient-dense foods with us. We have photographic evidence of life-threatening malnutrition in our patients, especially children, that we are eager to share with you. Virtually every child under the age of 5 whom we encountered both inside and outside of the hospital had both a cough and watery diarrhea. We found cases of jaundice, indicating hepatitis A infection under such conditions, in nearly every room of the hospitals in which we served, and in many of our healthcare colleagues in Gaza. An astonishingly high percentage of our surgical incisions became infected from the combination of malnutrition, impossible operating conditions, lack of basic sanitation supplies such as soap, and lack of surgical supplies and medications, including antibiotics. Malnutrition led to widespread spontaneous abortions, underweight newborns, and an inability of new mothers to breastfeed. This left their newborns at high risk of death given the lack of access to potable water anywhere in Gaza. Many of those infants died. In Gaza, we watched malnourished mothers feed their underweight newborns infant formula made with poisonous water. We can never forget that the world abandoned these innocent women and babies. Every day I saw babies die. They had been born healthy, their mothers were so malnourished that they could not breastfeed, and we lacked formula or clean water to feed them, so they starved. Asma Taha, pediatric nurse practitioner. We urge you to realize that epidemics are raging in Gaza. Israel's continued repeated displacement of the malnourished and sick population of Gaza, half of whom are children, to areas without running water or even toilets available, is absolutely shocking. It was and remains guaranteed to result in widespread death from viral and bacterial diarrheal diseases and pneumonias, particularly in children under the age of 5. Indeed, even the dreaded polio virus has re-emerged in Gaza due to a combination of systematic destruction of the sanitation infrastructure, widespread malnutrition weakening immune systems, and young children having missed routine vaccinations for nearly an entire year. We worry that unknown thousands have already died from the lethal combination of malnutrition and disease, and that tens of thousands more will die in the coming months, especially with the onset of the winter rains in Gaza. Most of them will be young children. Gaza was the first time I held a baby's brains in my hand. The first of many. Dr. Mark Perlmutter, orthopedic and hand surgeon. Children are universally considered innocents in armed conflict. However, every single signatory to this letter saw children in Gaza who suffered violence that must have been deliberately directed at them. Specifically, every one of us who worked in an emergency, intensive care, or surgical setting treated preteen children who were shot in the head or chest on a regular or even daily basis. It is impossible that such widespread shooting of young children throughout Gaza, sustained over the course of an entire year, is accidental or unknown to the highest Israeli civilian and military authorities. President Biden and Vice President Harris, we wish you could see the nightmares that plague so many of us since we have returned. Dreams of children maimed and mutilated by our weapons, and their inconsolable mothers begging us to save them. We wish you could hear the cries and screams our consciences will not let us forget. We cannot fathom why you continue arming the country that is deliberately killing these children en masse. I saw so many stillbirths and maternal deaths that could have been easily prevented if the hospitals had been functioning normally. Dr. Talia Pakayanakis, obstetrician and gynecologist. The pregnant and breastfeeding women we treated were particularly malnourished. Those of us who worked with pregnant women regularly saw stillbirths and maternal deaths that were easily preventable in any developing country's healthcare system. The rate of infection in C-section incisions was astonishing. Women underwent vaginal deliveries and even C-sections without anesthesia and were given nothing but Tylenol afterwards because no other pain medications were available. We all observed emergency departments overwhelmed by patients seeking treatment for chronic medical conditions such as renal failure, hypertension, and diabetes. Aside from trauma patients, most ICU beds were occupied by patients with type 1 diabetes who no longer had access to insulin. The lack of medication availability, the widespread loss of electricity and refrigeration, and inconsistent access to food made managing this disease impossible. Israel has destroyed more than half of Gaza's healthcare resources and has killed nearly 1,000 Palestinian healthcare workers, more than 1 out of every 20 healthcare workers in Gaza. At the same time, healthcare needs have increased massively from the lethal combination of military violence, malnutrition, disease, and displacement. The hospitals where we worked were starved of basic supplies, from surgical material to soap. They were regularly cut off from electricity and internet access, denied clean water, and operated at 4 to 7 times their bed capacity. Every hospital was overwhelmed beyond the breaking point by displaced persons seeking safety, by the constant stream of sick and malnourished patients seeking care, and by the huge influx of seriously wounded patients who typically arrived in mass casualty events. These observations and the publicly available material detailed in the appendix lead us to believe that the death toll from this conflict is many times higher than what is reported by the Gaza Ministry of Health. We also believe this is probative evidence of widespread violations of American laws governing the use of American weapons abroad and of international humanitarian law. We cannot forget scenes of unbearable cruelty directed at women and children that our government is a direct participant in. As we met our healthcare colleagues in Gaza, it was clear that they were malnourished and both physically and mentally devastated. We quickly learned that our Palestinian healthcare colleagues were among the most traumatized people in Gaza and perhaps in the entire world. Like virtually all people in Gaza, they had lost family members and their homes. Most lived in and around their hospitals with their surviving family in unimaginable conditions. Although they continued working a grueling schedule, they had not been paid since October 7th. All were acutely aware that their work as healthcare providers had marked them as targets for Israel. This makes a mockery of the protected status hospitals and healthcare providers are granted under the oldest and most widely accepted provisions of international humanitarian law. We met healthcare personnel in Gaza who worked at hospitals that had been raided and destroyed by Israel. Many of these colleagues of ours were taken by Israel during the attacks. They all told us a slightly different version of the same story. In captivity, they were barely fed, continuously physically and psychologically abused, and finally dumped naked on the side of a road. Many told us they were subjected to mock executions and other forms of mistreatment and torture. Far too many of our healthcare colleagues told us they were simply waiting to die. The 99 signatories to this letter spent a combined 254 weeks inside Gaza's largest hospitals and clinics. We wish to be absolutely clear, not once did any of us see any type of Palestinian militant activity in any of Gaza's hospitals or other healthcare facilities. We urge you to see that Israel has systematically and deliberately devastated Gaza's entire healthcare system and that Israel has targeted our colleagues in Gaza for torture, disappearance, and murder. President Biden and Vice President Harris, any solution to this problem must begin with an immediate and permanent ceasefire. We appreciate that you are working on a ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas, but you have overlooked an obvious fact. The United States can impose a ceasefire on the warring parties by simply stopping arms shipments to Israel and announcing that we will participate in an international arms embargo on both Israel and all Palestinian armed groups. We stress what many others have repeatedly told you over the past year. American law is perfectly clear on this matter. Continuing to arm Israel is illegal. President Biden and Vice President Harris, we urge you to immediately withhold military, economic, and diplomatic support from the state of Israel and to participate in an international arms embargo of Israel and all Palestinian armed groups until a permanent ceasefire is established in Gaza, including the release of all Israeli and Palestinian hostages, and until a permanent resolution of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is negotiated between the two parties. Vice President Harris, as the likely next president of the United States, we urge you to publicly announce your support for such a policy and to state publicly that you are duty-bound to uphold the laws of the United States even when doing so is politically inconvenient. President Biden and Vice President Harris, we are 99 American physicians and nurses who have witnessed crimes beyond our comprehension, crimes that we cannot believe you wish to continue supporting. Please meet with us to discuss what we saw and why we feel American policy in the Middle East must change immediately. In the meantime, we reiterate what we wrote in our letter of July 25th, 2024. 1. The Rafah crossing between Gaza and Egypt must be immediately reopened and must allow unfettered aid delivery by recognized international humanitarian organizations. Security screening of aid deliveries must be conducted by an independent international inspection regime instead of by Israeli forces. These screenings must be based on a clear, unambiguous, and published list of forbidden items and with a clear, independent international mechanism for challenging forbidden items as verified by the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs in the occupied Palestinian territory. 2. A bare minimum water allocation of 15 liters of potable water per person per day. The Sphere Handbook minimum in a humanitarian emergency must be allocated to the population of Gaza as verified by UN Water. 3. Full and unrestricted access of medical and surgical professionals and medical and surgical equipment to the Gaza Strip must be resumed. This must include items taken in healthcare professionals' personal luggage to safeguard their proper storage, sterility, and timely delivery as verified by the World Health Organization. Incredibly, Israel continues to block healthcare workers of Palestinian descent from working in Gaza, even American citizens. This makes a mockery of the American ideal that all men are created equal and degrades both our national ideals and our profession. Our work is life-saving. Our Palestinian healthcare colleagues in Gaza are desperate for relief and protection, and they deserve both. We are not politicians. We do not claim to have all the answers. We are simply healing professionals who cannot remain silent about... Fuck, man. Every day that we continue supplying weapons and munitions to Israel is another day that women are shredded by our bombs and children are murdered with our bullets. President Biden and Vice President Harris, we urge you, end this madness now. Stuff like this is why I think a lot of people find it difficult to engage in domestic American political discourse, because a vote for Kamala Harris is a vote for this. Whether you like it or not, whether you think Trump would be worse or not, this is what we've done. And if you have a shred of empathy, I'll leave some links in the description for fundraisers and the Gaza Healthcare Letters website, because you can email Biden or Harris directly on the website. And yeah, I don't know. That's today's video. I'll see how much footage I can show during this video. It might not be a lot, but yeah, anyways, see you in the next one. Bye.
Thank you, Noah. I don't think I can add any more to that. This is by TRT World. This was posted yesterday. Thousands attend London March marking 1 year of war on Palestine's Gaza. Tomorrow. Tomorrow is October 7th.
To see what the Palestinian people are suffering resonates with my own experience during World War II. And I was hoping that those kind of atrocities will never repeat. And it's a shock to see what goes on and to be carried out by the people who themselves were the victims of the Holocaust. And they use the Holocaust as justification of what they are doing now, which I think is an outrage. And it pains me a great deal.
We are out here because we are here to call on our government to end the genocide, to end the occupation, to stop selling arms sales to Israel. A year into the genocide, we are now seeing the expansion of it with the bombardment of Lebanon, and we are seeing Keir Starmer come out saying that we still stand with Israel and support her right to self-defense. So people here to say Islam doesn't speak for us.
I'm originally Palestinian and I was born in Lebanon, so I feel the both of my people, and I'm here to demand our government to stop being complicit in supporting Israel by selling arms to it.
It's been 1 year on now, the attack on Gaza, and now we're seeing, the escalation in Lebanon as well, attack on Lebanon, other parts of Lebanon. Innocent people are dying, and this is absolutely refused by any normal human being, and that's what I'm trying to say over here today.
As a healthcare worker, we've seen our colleagues detained, tortured, hundreds of them have been killed. Every single humanitarian law has been broken and war crimes have been committed. And I'm here for all of my colleagues, all the health workers who've been directly targeted in this genocide that Israel is undertaking.
I think it's important to say the conflation of Israel and Judaism, or Israel and Jewish people, is insanely and deeply anti-Semitic. Jewish people are people like any other group. There are good people, there are bad people, there's whatever. They're regular ass people. Israel is not a regular ass country. Zionism isn't normal. And the majority of Zionists are not Jewish. Final video for today. We're ending off with Owen Jones. Again, brilliant British journalist. This was published 9 hours ago. So, pretty up to date, I suppose. Yeah, so 2 videos we're not going to be watching today, and I'm going to take a pause. By hopefully next Sunday, I'll get materials to continue working on it, and we can watch, unfortunately, the next set of horrific videos that are going to come out.
Of Israel's genocidal onslaught against Gaza. Now, there has been, over the course of that year, Lebanon has been very much involved. We've seen, up to this escalation, bombings, military onslaughts against Lebanon. Significant numbers of Lebanese people have already been killed over the last year, but clearly we've had a catastrophic escalation in terms of an invasion in Lebanon, which many media outlets refuse to call it, as well as an attack on Beirut. Now, I'm really delighted to be joined by Karim Makdisi, who is the Associate Professor of International Politics at the American University of Beirut, and he's the co-host of, I have to say, a podcast many people talk about. It's become a must listen to so many people, Makdisi Streets, which he is the co-host of. Karim, firstly, thanks so much for joining us at such a difficult time. Also, you put with our technical difficulties, but we finally see you, which is great. But you're in Paris at the moment, just to clarify. I just want to ask you, firstly, I mean, it's incredibly difficult. There's a huge amount of emotional labour here involved, isn't there? I'm asking you to talk about something, world events, horrors, but this is your city, this is your country. Can you just tell us in a moment what's it like having to talk, just what's going through you, and kind of how that reflects what's happening through the minds of so many Lebanese people right now?
Yeah, thank you for having me. I think it's an extraordinarily difficult moment. The humanitarian situation, just to start with the humanitarian situation, as you know, there's over 1 million people that have been displaced. A lot of them are in Beirut. A large chunk of them, of these displaced, are in Beirut and in the neighborhood where, personally, where I live and where my family lives, and where the university is. There's a lot of people there. The government, as you know, probably since 2019 collapsed. The state basically collapsed at the time. It's in a bankrupt. There's really nothing going on. So most of the time, it's personal, community initiatives of people trying to deal with some of the displaced, trying to host them, trying to put them in flats, trying to feed them, blankets, all this kind of thing. And it's an extremely difficult moment, dispiriting moment, particularly since, as we see every day and especially every night, these massive attacks that are increasing, in fact, in Beirut, and increasingly into not just what's called the Dahi, the suburbs of Beirut, but also now increasingly into more central Beirut. And we see more and more civilian destruction, more and more civilian targets being deliberately hit, and it doesn't really matter what the mainstream media is saying. They're very much deliberately being hit. It's an incredible form of terrorism at every level, and it has been that for a long time. In fact, it's been like that my entire life. I mean, I grew up in the civil war in Lebanon, but also went through the Israeli invasions, and especially in 1982, and then the massive invasion in 2006. So in this sense, many of us have been through these kinds of invasions before, but this is by all means the biggest, the worst, and the cruelest in some ways. 2006 was very, very bad, but this is even crueler, and it doesn't look like there's any way that it's going to stop anytime soon. So people are very dispirited. There's, on the other hand, if one wants to find positive things, there's a lot of solidarity, unlike what the Israelis like, unlike what the Israelis want. Rather than mass kind of sectarian and kind of communal and social fighting, there's actually a lot more solidarity in all the areas, and a lot more, as I said, kind of community support. There's a lot of understanding, and I would even say that even those that are, and there are a considerable number of kind of political, let's say, opponents, or those that don't like Hezbollah as a political party, or what it did in Syria, or what's done in Lebanon, even those people in general at the humanitarian level, at the human level, have been very sympathetic and have been doing what they can, what each person trying to do what they can do to support these people. So having said that, it's an incredibly difficult moment, and the kinds of attacks that are happening in Beirut, but not just Beirut. Beirut is in the news, of course, but you have Sidon, you have Sur, Tyre, you have Baalbek, you have all the villages and towns across the south. And if you see a map, it's just of the there's a lot of people doing these nice graphics. If you see these maps of evacuation orders, so now what the Israelis are doing, like they did in Gaza, is they send every single day, they send these little maps that say, okay, in neighborhood 1, 2, 3, this is true of Beirut, but it's also true in the south. Neighborhoods 1, 2, 3, 4, evacuate now. And then sometimes they'll hit within half an hour or something. And we're talking about things they release on Twitter and social media in English, So and then of course they hit. So they're clearing out vast chunks of the south, large chunks now increasingly of Beirut itself. And as I said, there's a lot of uncertainty, and it's not clear where we're going in this.
I mean, you mentioned an area of Beirut called Dahi, and you talked about the 2006 invasion. The reason I bring that up is some may have heard of Dahi doctrine, developed in the 2006 Israeli war in Lebanon, which involves attacking civilian infrastructure in order to try and to get them to turn against Hezbollah. using violence for political ends against civilians, terrorism, which is what other people describe it. I mean, do you think the Dahi doctrine is in play? Is that what we're seeing here, witnessing?
Yes, yes, the Dahi doctrine is something that kind of comes in a lot, and as you said, basically it gives the Israelis this is their doctrine, so they get to basically hit any civilian area or target where they will claim there's some kind of military target. So they can destroy, in this case, as happened in 2006, they destroyed the entirety of the Dahi, these suburbs, where, just remind viewers and listeners that the Dahi is not some place, some kind of industrial area where nobody lives. It's one of the most densely populated civilian areas. So while there are Hezbollah offices and there are the media and there's various things, it's an extremely densely populated area with hundreds of thousands of people live, from lower class to middle class, and it's not a it's quite a diverse place as well. So that's important to kind of note that. But the point of this is that yes, they give themselves this idea of the Dahi doctrine. They get to destroy. So when they say, well, we're killing this commander, we're killing this person, that person, this security person, the other person, they're taking down buildings. They're taking down not just one building but several buildings at a time. When they assassinated the Hezbollah Secretary General Sayyid Nasrallah, they hit over 80 tons of bunker busting missiles. They took out an entire neighborhood and killed incinerated a lot of people along the way. So this is the kind of thing that they're doing. But I would just point out one other thing. So my critique in a sense of all those who talk about the Dahi doctrine, it's somehow as though this is not Israeli policy since 1948. It's always been like that. I mean, Israel was created at a genocide, the Nakba in 1948, 47, 48, and that continues all the way till now to the Gaza genocide, to the 2006 war in the Dahi, and the South Lebanon, to this war where they're hitting not just the Dahi, not just the south, but as I said, in the Bekaa, in the Baalbek, in the north, just about all parts of Lebanon. So they give themselves the right to attack civilians and civilian infrastructure, and then come up with flimsy excuses about who's there, what kind of military structure is there. I'll give you one example if you want, which is just last night there was an absolute massive bombardment in which several buildings in central Beirut were hit, and then immediately the Israelis, as they do, claimed that there was a major Hezbollah figure, Shams Safiuddin, who's some would say might be taking over from Sayyid Nasrallah, although that's not, they haven't declared anybody yet, but that's what Israelis say. And then when it was clear that he wasn't there, they immediately, oh no, there was a security meeting, and so therefore it's okay, that's all right, we get to kill all these people anyway because we just decided that there's a big security meeting, so that's okay. So we get to hit civilians. But as I said, my own personal entire life, the Israelis have been hitting civilian targets. They did so in the Israeli invasion in 1982, the siege of Beirut. They've done so in all their wars and all their incursions and all their attacks, to say nothing of Palestine, to say nothing of the West Bank and Gaza and other areas.
I mean, you mentioned there the question of, I guess, sectarianism, and that's how it's kind of, and we've seen a lot of that in the coverage. And obviously the Israeli state itself, its official mantra is, I was not with Lebanon, it's specifically with Hezbollah. And those are two separate questions. But I mean, what's your thought just in terms of how things are being portrayed? It's about, firstly, the sectarian divisions. So, much of Lebanon is, the idea is they would be sympathetic. But that also the Israeli mantra that we're focused here on our quarrel is with Hezbollah, not with the Lebanese people.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's a good question that really is, it's actually very, very complex. But, if I could say a couple of things, it would be, in its own kind of logic, Israel is a apartheid state. It's a textbook apartheid state. So even in their attacking, even in their military logic, they use apartheid. So they're attacking what they claim is Hezbollah, but actually we're talking about the entire Shia areas. So in South Lebanon, in the Bekaa, Baalbek, and in the so-called Dahi, where they keep saying it's a Hezbollah stronghold. But as I said, it's a dense civilian population. So their idea is very clear, which is to destroy as much as possible of the entire Shia community, civilian infrastructure, create what is now 1 million displaced, mostly Shia from South Lebanon, from the Bekaa, from other areas, from the Dahi, into different parts of Beirut, and create sort of some kind of sectarian troubles as all these people kind of go into other areas, destitute, no money, had to leave their houses very, very quickly. As I said, in some cases, in a matter of minutes, they just had to pick up and rush out before their buildings get taken down or they get destroyed. So their idea is but they've been doing this again ever since I can remember. They did this. This was explicit in for example, in the early 90s, in 1993 and 1996, when the resistance was operating in South Lebanon and quite effectively against Israeli occupation. Remember, Israel was occupying Lebanon from 1982 until the year 2000. So, and Hezbollah and other resistance groups were fighting them in occupied Lebanese territory. And as they were gaining and becoming more effective in the 1990s, Hezbollah, the Israelis would kind of increase their attacks. And there were two major incursions in the early 90s, 93 and then 1996. And very destructive. Of course, they killed, they wounded, etc. And they hit infrastructure. But one of the things they kept saying was, we want to kind of create this displacement and then create sectarian tensions, which in turn will put huge pressure on Hezbollah, which in turn will kind of, just make them much less effective and force them to kind of stand down. So they're doing this now, but on steroids. They're doing this now on steroids. And the idea is they can claim, well, we're hitting Hezbollah, but effectively means we're killing every single Shia and anybody that is living in supposedly Shia majority kind of areas. But even that is going to keep on increasing beyond that. So that's clear. We know the pattern from Gaza. We know the pattern from other Lebanese wars. They will go after every civilian. They'll terrorize every single neighborhood, and they'll keep on expanding.
I mean, we know, the Israeli invasion, obviously from 1982 onwards, those are the conditions which Hezbollah emerged. What do you think the Israeli strategy is this time? I mean, you've had Israeli politicians openly discuss a de facto, well, they talk about a border zone. What they mean there is the ethnic cleansing, the violent removal of the people living there. I mean, do you think, it seems almost unlikely that they would want to repeat what happened last time, which suggests something far more, well, sinister is the wrong word. I mean, what do you think they're planning based on their behavior as of yet?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. And I think there's a couple of things. First, I think a context. The Israelis, for over 100 years, before there was an Israeli state, the Zionist delegation after World War I came and tried to get the British to push the French so that the border between Palestine at the time and Lebanon would be at the Litani River. So they knew they wanted the economic and the water resources that are quite plentiful in South Lebanon. And so since then, they've been trying to either annex, occupy, more recently demilitarize, and so there's a long history of this. So so there's that. The other part is to try to create a control over South Lebanon in a way that they tried in 1982, for example, and they failed in 2006. So in 1982, what they were able to impose was a president. They forced a presidential election that happened at the time with Bashir Jumayyan, where they forced the parliament to meet under occupation to elect the president, who was, before he even became, while he was still president-elect, was then assassinated. And then there was a treaty that was signed by the next president in 1983, which is a kind of infamous treaty. That was basically a treaty of surrender, which basically would give the Israelis what they wanted in South Lebanon and install a, let's say, if you want to be generous, a friendly government in Lebanon. And you can think about the model of the Palestinian Authority. So the idea now, in 2006, they wanted to do the same thing, but it failed because Hezbollah was quite effective in their fighting, much more so than the Israelis and the Americans who were pushing the Israelis at the time with George W. Bush. And they wanted to kind of pacify Lebanon, pacify Hezbollah, just after the Iraq War, on their way to Syria and then ultimately to Iran. And by the way, this is continuing now. And so Hezbollah defeated them in South Lebanon. So that whole plan to go from Iraq all the way to Iran via Lebanon and Syria failed in South Lebanon, and because of Hezbollah in 2006. So now this plan has kind of been revived. What I see is that Netanyahu and the Israelis have become now kind of, let's say, drunk on their own power and their own kind of tactical successes from these pager, what they love to describe as kind of James Bondian kind of things, but really macabre, kind of evil, maiming tactics and basically pure terrorism, and hitting and the assassinations, this kind of thing. A lot of tactical successes, especially the assassinations that even Hezbollah kind of concedes are tactical successes. But the idea that Netanyahu, I think, now has is to not only try to demilitarize South Lebanon, that's been their long goal, and that's embodied, what they say is embodied in the UN Security Council Resolution 1701 that was convened after the 2006 war, but to try to do this by force. So to disarm Hezbollah, to defeat it, because you can't disarm them without totally defeating them. So to disarm and create a demilitarized zone, what I think that won't even be enough at this point. I think if Hezbollah is defeated, they'll not only disarm anybody that's in that area, they will, I think, occupy at least 5-10 kilometers into South Lebanon. You hear all these crazy settlers that are now trying to kind of talk about resettling, or as they say, resettling South Lebanon. It's promised to them as part of Greater Israel. And while these are fringe people and really cuckoo people, the way the Israeli state works, you need to take them seriously at this point. So I think they've always had their eye on South Lebanon. I think anybody that knows the way the Israelis work will understand that they do not understand treaties or just stopping. They keep on going, they keep going, and they keep going. So if Hezbollah loses, then South Lebanon is lost. And I think that's the idea, one way or the other, whether it's occupation or demilitarization. And the idea that the Americans have had since 2006, and the Brits, by the way, the UK is very much part of this, is to kind of turn the Lebanese army into sort of like the Palestinian Authority, turn the Lebanese army into a local kind of anti-terrorist unit that would be opposed to Hezbollah or any other kind of forces that might go against the kind of British-American-Israeli plan. They've not been able to do this. The Lebanese army remains where it is and remains quite ineffective, symbolically important, but ineffective militarily.
Just my final question. I mean, you've talked about the triumphalism of the Israeli state after the pager terrorist attacks, and I'm actually using the language there of the former head of the CIA, but also the assassination. Well, I say the assassination of the Secretary General of Hezbollah, but we also mean the mass slaughter of countless Lebanese civilians, which accompanied it, of course. But the role of the United States is crucial for the underpinning of Israeli triumphalism. I just want your thoughts on that in terms of, we've had occasionally hand-wringing from the US, and this isn't to let them off the hook, by the way, when I say if anything makes it worse. It's not actually in their interest for this escalation all the time, but they carry on providing the arms, the weapons, the aid that Israel needs to continue. So I just want your final thoughts really on the role of the US government and administration as it hand-wrings and continues to arm Israel in its onslaughts.
Yeah, full partnership. So I think for the first several months when the Israelis with American support were pulverizing Gaza, committing genocide in Gaza with total full American support and weapons, without which, and it's just so important to keep reminding ourselves, without these American weapons and Germans at the beginning, the Israelis would not be able to do anything. So this is not this Israeli bravado. This is all American weapons, all American support. If America today stops, Israelis will have to stop almost instantaneously because they simply won't have the weapons or the ammunition to kind of continue, let alone the diplomatic support. So they're in full support. What happened, I think, for the first several months while the Gaza genocide was taking place, I do think that the Americans were putting a certain kinds of restraint on Netanyahu, telling him, go ahead, kill as many people, Palestinians, as you want, in Gaza especially, but you cannot expand beyond a certain amount in South Lebanon, and you certainly can't extend regionally to Iran. That's, we don't want that. When Netanyahu went, I think in July, to the United States, and this kind of, remember the obscene standing ovation at Congress, he came back, as soon as he came back from that trip, and by the way, it wasn't just the politicians in the Congress, etc. It was also all the big social media people, the corporate media, so it wasn't just politicians. That's very important, since you work in the media, you know much better than me. But there was very clear meetings that took place in order, at the time, up until that July moment, that's when Israel was being portrayed. It was very clear that their image on social media, etc., across the world, the global public opinion, the protests on US and UK and other kind of campuses, the South African case at the ICJ, the International Criminal Court, all of that stuff was putting huge pressure on the Israelis. Suddenly, when he came back, the pager stuff begins, the assassinations begin, the massive kind of switch in media portrayal really also starts to kind of be pushed, what Elon Musk on Twitter, all these kinds of things. The Americans then see, okay, what they wanted to do before that was to come up with a deal. So before July, the American plan was to come to a deal with Lebanon that would de-link Lebanon from Gaza. Remember that Hezbollah and Nasrallah's one and only objective from October 8th, when they started, until now has been, we will have an immediate ceasefire as soon as there's a Gaza ceasefire. But we need to link these two things together. The American plan through Amos Hochstein, Biden's mediator, who by the way is an Israeli, who served in the IDF, or IOF as we like to say. So their plan was to de-link. That didn't happen because Nasrallah and Hezbollah refused to de-link from Gaza and the Gaza genocide. Once the tactical successes of the Israelis and Netanyahu kind of proceeded, the Americans changed their tune. Biden changed his tune. They withdrew this kind of diplomatic deals, and they are in full support, no matter what they're leaking in the media, no matter what they're saying. It's very clear. And today, I think there was a report that came out and kind of basically confirmed this, that the Americans from the highest level, from Biden onwards, are saying we are in support of an Israeli invasion to try to end Hezbollah as at least ended as a fighting force that's a serious fighting force that can threaten anybody, and that way it also weakens Iran, of course. So the big target is Iran. As far as the Israelis are concerned, as far as the Americans are concerned, Lebanon, Hezbollah is just one big Iranian proxy. So if Arabs die, if Lebanese die, Palestinians die, it doesn't matter. They're not really humans. They're all basically Iranian proxies, and all of this is okay because Iran has just put everybody there, and it's okay to kill everybody. This is, of course, incredibly wrong and incredibly difficult to accept, and I don't think will work. I think if you see what's going on the ground, as soon as the Israelis started their invasion, it's not an incursion, it's an invasion. As soon as they started their invasion 2-3 days ago, they've been handed several defeats by Hezbollah fighters. More than a dozen soldiers were killed, at least in one fight. A series of Merkava tanks were destroyed, and the Israelis have had to withdraw each time with their tails between their legs. In return, so they've been unable to do anything so far, anyway, on the ground. And so in return, what they've been doing is increasing their attacks on, as we started this, in Beirut and other, in Tyre, in Baalbek and other areas, to kill and destroy as much of the civilian infrastructure and civilians as possible, to create as much terror among the Lebanese population, to create as much, to kind of push the displaced into smaller and smaller areas like they're doing in Gaza, so that they can sort of hit them. They're literally putting zones, and they're pushing people from one zone to the other zone to another zone, then another zone, and each day these zones are going to increase. The Hezbollah fighters on the ground in South Lebanon are incredibly well prepared. No matter what happens to their leadership, no matter how many are assassinated, these guys have their plans. They've got their strategy, they've got their tactics, and they will not give up. That is 100% for sure. So they're either all going to be killed, or, and this is what I think part of the Israeli strategy is going to be, which is just try to come in from kind of towards Syria, surround South Lebanon, turn it into a kind of a war zone, just absolutely destroy South Lebanon, while the kind of Beirut and other areas are isolated in a different kind of battle. I think that's probably what they're trying to do. I just think that they don't have the, you see that in Gaza, after 1 year, they're still unable to kill Sinwar, they're still unable to achieve any of their military objectives. They're still fighting Hamas in Gaza. And so why people would expect them to destroy Hezbollah in a matter of a few days or a couple of weeks, it's beyond me. So this is a very long battle. We're still in the first few days of it, the first week of it, and I think it's going to be very bloody, very dangerous, and it doesn't look like the United States is going to stop them. And I don't know what's going on with the Europeans. They seem to have totally disappeared, even at the humanitarian front. I might add, Owen, one thing, the NGOs have disappeared. I don't see many the international NGOs that, if you remember in 2020, in August 2020, when there was a massive explosion in Beirut port, and it was very traumatic. It was an unbelievable explosion. A couple of hundred people killed, many wounded. The whole neighborhood was destroyed. The amount of money that came in from the West, from Europe, from France, from all these countries was unbelievable. The reconstruction that happened was unbelievable and welcome. Of course, it was fantastic. Now, when you see these displaced, a million people displaced because of who they are and because of where they're coming from, suddenly we see that all these international NGOs, of course, there's always good people working, but sort of the heavy presence, the big money, we don't see them very much. So we're back to neighborhoods, communities, individuals, people organizing themselves, people trying to do as much as possible to alleviate the suffering, because they know this is there's a long, October, November at least ahead of us, and people are scared.
Very sobering, shocking stuff, infuriating stuff, but so much insight. All of us, I know, in terms of the audience, we're always so lucky to have incredible guests, but I know there's a huge amount, as I said, at the beginning, of emotional labour. It's not easy to talk about horrible atrocities being committed against your own country as we speak on such a scale. So I do really, really appreciate it. And I know everyone watching and listening will really, really appreciate it. We need your voices more than ever. The voice of people like yourself, people who actually have lived experience and can speak in a way much of the Western media has decided to erase the voices that we need to be hearing from at the moment. So for those watching, please share this video. Make sure Karen's voice is heard loud and clear. Leave your thoughts, your comments. That helps the algorithm, so more people will watch and engage. Subscribe. But Karen, honestly, it's such an honour. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Owen.
Thank you indeed, Owen. And thank you for watching. I do hope this was entertaining in terms of the map. I hope this was beneficial in terms of the content we got to see up in this corner. It's a bit hard to point to this corner. Sorry if it's a bit small, but usually this area is the area I'm using. But that's about it. that's everything from me. I do hope you enjoyed. Sorry to end it on such a sour note. I'll make sure to prepare some more content. Unfortunately, the content takes care of itself. I'll make sure to prepare some more materials so I can keep working on the map next Sunday. But that's about it. Take care and see ya.